What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Tuesday, December 31st, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, Anthony Totri of Phoenix Sports will join the program at 9:30 to give us the Arizona State perspective on tomorrow's Peach Bowl matchup between the Texas Longhorns and the Arizona State Sun Devils, plus some nuggets surrounding the Texas football team, an injury update, Burt Auburn update, and transfers already practicing with the team. We will also preview the 3 other college football playoff quarterfinal games, the first one tonight, the other 2 tomorrow. We will get Bucky's Gold Star locks for all 4 of those games. We'll see if the Buck can continue the red-hot stretch that he has been on. We've got some NFL to get into, a Week 17 recap. We've got a wild story about animal poisoning from right here in Central Texas, and some fun audio today as well. We've got a lot to get into. We are locked and we are loaded on the final day of 2024. Happy New Year's Eve day, Buck. How are you?
I'm doing well, man. Same to you. Happy as 24 is almost in our rearview mirror. It has been a good 24. It really has. Opportunity to do shows with you every day has been absolutely fantastic. Texas Sports Unfiltered going into year 2, starting to wind it down actually for 2024. It's been great having these guys and having the opportunity to continue to do this and reach out to people. And as I said, you know, as we come into January 20th and a new president and new inauguration and a new year, lots of prayers to the new president, lots of prayers to this country. We all need the prayers. And, you know, the power of prayer is still out there. Doesn't take much. It takes about 2 seconds between you and whoever your God may be. But it doesn't take very long to do that. You don't have to be at a church. You don't have to be at the synagogue. You don't have to be at the temple. You just have to be able to in your mind envision who you're praying to and what you're praying for. So I try to do that every morning when I get up, you know, just thank the Lord for just another day and good health to the people that I know, myself, and keeping my freedoms. Once again, that's one of my deals in my deal, never to ever find a way to lose my freedom. If there's anything that I can do about that, I try to do that. So I don't put that on anybody but me in the morning. Dude, do not go to jail. Do not have them imprison you for some stupid thing that you did. Stay smart in that way. You'll do enough dumb things during the course of the day, the year, the month, but just try your best not to do that. You don't ever want to lose that. You just don't. You don't want to do something dumb that will put you away for just silliness. I mean, that includes, you know, fraud. That includes drinking and driving or running over somebody when you could have taken a cab. Just don't lose your freedoms, man. Don't do that. Enjoy what you got. It don't last very long. We're not here very long. So, but when you're here, make sure that you enjoy those freedoms. And if I give you $5 in a sock, you don't slap me in the face with it. You say, hey, thank you very much, or pass it on or whatever.
Oh, he didn't actually slap you in the face, did he?
No, but here's your tip for kids right there. When passing, hey, if someone gives you something and you truly don't want it, thank them for it and pass it on to somebody else if you can't use it. Use the pass it on method. You know, so all those gifts that Jay gives to me, those guys give to me when we're out there at Sue Patrick, hey, it's not that I don't appreciate it. It's just that somebody else will appreciate it more. How's that?
There you go. That's a good way to spin your Indian giving, Buck.
If somebody gave you a gift during the holiday season that you think absolutely sucks, move it along, right?
Hey, pay it forward. That's what they say.
That's exactly right. Move that bad boy along.
That's awesome.
I'm not ungrateful. I'm grateful for the fact that somebody even thought about giving me something. But you know what? If it's made of plastic or you stick it up a chicken's ass and you already have, like, you know, if you have an oven, an air fryer, and you don't want to stick metal up a chicken's ass and somebody gave that to you, somebody else will stick it up a chicken's ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't really love the phrasing on that one. I don't want anybody sticking anything up chickens' asses, but I think I get where you're coming from here.
Yes, and what we don't want to do is kill animals that we don't have to kill in the new year over competition. We don't want to be killing somebody's sheep or goat. I mean, come on, really? It's about
Oh,
losing your freedoms over something dumb?
you,
Wow.
you saw that story already?
My wife showed me that story yesterday, and I thought that was the most disgusting. I mean, what kind of what kind of tribe or animals raise a kid like that? I mean, seriously, over
Yeah,
competition. I mean, really, those are the same ones that eventually end up walking into your house and murdering you in your sleep because they had a bad day.
we are going
I'm
to get
hoping
into
it
that
doesn't
story.
happen. I'm hoping that's going to be a lesson well learned. But that's how that weird shit begins, with weirdness like that.
Yeah, we'll get into that story a little bit later
Wow.
today, but a Central Texas high schooler has been arrested for allegedly poisoning a goat in an effort to win a Future Farmers of America competition.
Good
So,
job for our youth at Farmers of America, right?
yeah, not a great bit there. We'll have the details a little bit later in our program. Buck, before
That's,
we go ahead.
isn't that the wildest thing you've? I mean, that's one of the wildest things I've ever heard. You know, I
Hey,
mean,
it's competition, man. People will do whatever they can to win a competition, whether it's sports, whether it's life, whether it's anything in between. People will do what they have to do to win in this life, and that's what this girl was trying to do, and she got caught.
you'd kill my animal over that. I mean, seriously, something I spend my time raising, grooming, and this is what you would do. You don't even know that person. You don't even know the person that you did it to. I mean, how
Hey,
crazy. It's crazy. I know you'll get to the story. Good morning to the soldiers at Port Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for helping us out. We do appreciate it. We'll be appreciating it in 2025. Thank you for 2024. To you and your families, do be safe out there.
you've heard of Tanya Harding. Now we have
Wow,
Tanya Herding with these animals.
dude, it's just okay. Now go with tell them. It's unbelievable. My wife showed me that. I said that's somebody made that up. That ain't true. That's just something somebody put on X. It can't be true. No kid would do that. But then again, 17-year-old, is that really a kid or is that a grown up? I
I
know they
think
want
when
to
you're
be grown.
Yeah, when you're 17, you get treated as an adult in the criminal justice system, right?
I guess it's seven. Yeah, I mean, depending on what you do. I don't know how far this is with an animal. I know if you murder somebody, they're going to try you as an adult probably at 17. It's
Well,
not like you're 12.
she did murder not a human
M-
being, but a goat.
Murderer.
Yeah, let's get into this right now. We'll get into Texas, Arizona State. We'll talk about the other three college football playoff games. Plenty of sports to get into, but
Could this
a
be the
while.
sacrificial lamb for the holiday season that we really don't know about? Is that what the plea is going to be? I wanted to sacrifice this as a sacrificial lamb. That's a part of my religion.
I
No?
don't I don't think that's going to work if that's what
Oh,
17-year-old Aubrey Van Landingham
Van
tries when she gets
Landingham.
to court. That name just sounds rich, doesn't it? That name just
Yeah,
sounds
it's
like you're from a family that has acres of land and lots of animals roaming around on that land.
lots of animals you just killed randomly.
Are you kidding me? Van Landingham? Like that. She just sounds like she's better than me, and she thinks she's better than me. Her whole family does too. So here's the headline: Texas cheerleader 17 is charged with animal cruelty for, quote, poisoning her rival's show goat, end quote. This is a girl who's a cheerleader. She had just been named president of the school's Future Farmers of America, and she
Wow.
is now facing the prospect of up to 2 years in prison if she's convicted of poisoning a 6-month-old goat named Willie twice over a 3-day period, eventually killing him. She
Poor
goes,
Willie. What has Willie got to do? Just a show animal, a
you talk
show
about
goat.
local. She's a student at Vista Ridge High School, of course, in the Cedar Park Round Rock area. She is a senior, And yeah,
I didn't realize that with this local. I thought when my wife said it was just somewhere in Texas, I didn't know she was just around the block. She could have come and poisoned my dogs, my
yeah.
show dogs.
I don't think your dogs are in any danger. I don't think your dogs are competing for any awards anytime soon. I've seen the way those two things operate. But yeah, she's being accused of poisoning her rival's goat over several days until it finally died in the month of October. When authorities initially launched a probe, she showed no remorse, allegedly telling cops, "I don't like cheaters," when she was questioned. I don't know what kind of cheating she thought her 15-year-old farming rival was doing, but she thought something was going on and she needed to take a stand.
Wow. She didn't
Yes.
think that on her own. That's somebody else. That's a parent or somebody saying something, "Oh, she's cheating." That's
Wow.
and then I mean that's a little too far. You think she has some problems other spots of her life just besides that?
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, from the outside, it seems like she had everything going for her. She was a cheerleader at the school. Once again, just named president of the school's Future Farmers of America. It seemed
She
like
was
she was
doing landing ham. I mean,
yeah, it
she
seemed
had
like she was a popular enough girl to where like things were going pretty well for her and she had a future beyond high school. And she may have just thrown it all away to try to win some farming contest. She initially denied targeting her rival's goat, but then she admitted to cops that she had injected the young goat with pesticide at the school's barn facility, leaving him bellowing in pain before
Oh,
dying in its 15-year-old owner's arms.
wow.
They checked her search history. She's even alleged to have Googled how much bleach kills a goat. If goats inject bleach, do they die? And poisoning pets, what should you know?
Yeah, she's watching too much court TV.
Ah, yeah, I don't know what she's been watching, but she apparently has been doing some research on how to do this. And she didn't search how to do this without getting caught. She was able to do
Yeah,
it,
she forgot that part.
but she forgot the part about getting away with it. And she has been charged with one felony of torturing an animal, which under Texas law means she could face up to 2 years in jail and a $10,000 fine. There's video footage of her, quote, forcing a syringe like item into the goat's mouth, end quote, back on October 23rd. The goat attempted to break free before the teenager used the syringe on the animal twice more. And once again, a couple of days later, the goat died. The vet
This is
originally
one step on how you're going to lose your ag class at school.
yeah,
Can't have this.
the vet originally said they couldn't figure out what happened, but they've been able to put the pieces together and seemingly find out exactly what happened. Of course, the mother of the 15-year-old girl who owned the goat is looking for justice for her daughter, and they want 17-year-old Aubrey Van Landingham to serve jail time.
2 years in jail for that.
Yeah, that's the maximum prison sentence she could serve. Yeah, and
I don't know. It seems like a long time.
by the way, here's how ridiculous this is. If all of this wasn't already ridiculous enough, so this is like these school contests that these girls compete against with their goats. They've got cash prizes of up to $50. Now, there are state fairs that have big time cash prizes that can get up
Yeah.
to $30,000, but the local school contest, this was a girl at her school. It's not like she went to some random girl in Lubbock or Amarillo and poisoned that, goat because she wanted to win the State Fair of Texas grand prize for
She
five
wanted to win the
figures.
$50.
Yeah, this might have been for $50.
No, this is a head case problem for way more than that. This is somebody that's over the top, and her parents hadn't quite got control of how important it is to participate, not always have to win. Participation is okay. It's okay to come in second place. You know what? Maybe you get $15. Guess what? The Van Landinghams will give her another 20,000 anyway, just for participating. You know, that's just That's some bad. That stuff goes back. That her mind didn't start getting that way just now. That's too bad. That's just too bad. And that's too bad. Like I said, losing your freedoms for 2 years over a goat and $50 and competition.
Crazy.
That's pretty dumb right there.
It's a bad bit.
It's a bad bit. I think 2 years is a bad bit. Yeah, and I know what someone's thinking. No, we got to teach her a lesson. I don't think it. I think 2 years will be more than a lesson taught. That if she goes to jail for that, that's a lot of time.
Well, she's got to do something to pay for this.
Oh no, there's a lot of things. There may be 2 years worth of shit she could be doing, and she's going to be doing it and learning from that. But I don't know if I can put a kid away for that for 2 years.
No, she's got to. She's got to clean up. She's got to clean up all of the feces of all of the goats in this high school competition for 2 years. She's got to clean up all of their areas.
That money, there's a lot of different things, more than just one way she should pay. But I send her in some cell with a bunch of other maniacs for 2 years. I don't think there's much to be learned from that deal.
Man, she killed something. She killed a living being. She poisoned it intentionally. I don't know if she should be let off the hook as much as you're saying here. She's a murderer.
I'm not letting her off. She's a murderer of a goat.
You got people in jail who have done less than murdering goats.
Well, yeah, but for 2 years.
I don't know. It's up to 2 years. It could be a year. It could be 6 months. But
yeah, you're telling me she's going to go. You tell me that young girl at 17 years old, who's probably never done anything but, blow up a Susie home baker or whatever oven. You tell me that 3 months away from all that stuff isn't enough. Hell yeah, that'll be enough. 3 or 4 months or six months at the most. I'm gonna put her in jail for 2 years. I think that's kind of harsh. But for 2 years, there's a lot of things she'd be doing, and it won't be having fun.
One final message to Aubrey Van Landingham.
Congratulations, murderer.
Oh, yeah. How's she gonna? That'll be with her for a long time if she were to ever stay in the area. But by the time she didn't have to serve, I would be out of here by 18. I know
that's going to stay. Buck, Google exists. It doesn't matter if she leaves Austin. When someone's looking to hire her for a job, they search names, and they're going to search her name and see that she murdered some little goat. This is going to F up her life.
She murdered her 15-year-old's goat.
Yeah, this is going to look, people get second chances in this life, and if she plays her cards right, she'll find a way to have a successful life. But
she's Van Landingham. She's going to find a way.
This is something that's going to follow her until she dies, and it should. You're old enough at 17 to know that you shouldn't be poisoning goats and killing them for any reason whatsoever, especially for a $50 cash prize at a school contest. Give me a break, old Van Landing douche. Get out of here.
Get out of here with your 17. Hey, she can drive, right? Old enough to drive.
We gotta get her parents on this program and see if we can figure out where this came from.
Yeah, I'm not down with doing things to animals, except for treating them as good as you can treat them till they die if they're yours. But I'm not going to kill somebody else's animal. As much as I want to, next door, the goats and chickens and that damn rooster that's up all times that I like to blow his head off, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to talk about it, but I'm not actually going to do it. I've only grown up to witness one thing. I witnessed a dog trial when I was in Greensboro, North Carolina, of some older friends that hung a dog because the dog got loose and bit one of the kids. They had a trial in the woods and set that dog on a stool and kicked that stool. And that dog hung there.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Golly, that is harsh.
Yeah, where I grew up, everybody had, that's why I always talk about pit bull on a rope. When I go to concerts, I'm not down with pit bull on a rope because I've been chased at the end to the last link on a chain where I knew exactly where it ended up where I'd mess with the dog, take off, and I knew where the chain would stop. And that dog would go flying, and I'd tease that dog, man. And nobody would blame that dog if he ever broke that chain and got me. But I teased that dog for about a year because that was on my way home. But I knew one dog that got loose and bit an older friend of mine, and they had a dog trial in the woods, and they hung that dog.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I've heard of dogs getting put down because they bit
Oh, no.
somebody they weren't supposed to bite, but I've never heard of a public execution of a dog. That is
These were
bizarre.
teenagers that did it to a dog.
Yeah, I figured if adults were involved, this would not have
Oh,
happened.
no, it wouldn't. Oh, no, it wouldn't happen. It wouldn't
Yeah.
have happened. The adults in that deal in my neighborhood would have said, "Hey, too bad, you should have ran faster or jump up a tree." Not these dudes. These dudes were nuts. These were, 14, 15-year-old winos. They said, "Oh, no, we'll have a trial." And they had a trial. That dude was guilty. That dog, sorry, dog, you were guilty upon biting
Yeah.
a 16-year-old, and they hung that dog. I was like, oh, my God.
That's-
What are they going to do to me if I screw up?
Yep. No kidding. CBS, didn't Vandergrift just win a state championship? Yeah, but this is not Vandergrift. This is Vista Ridge. I don't want to be throwing other schools
There you go.
under the
That's
bus
right.
here. This is a Vista Ridge issue. So now the whole school is getting it. All right. Now I'm mad at the whole school. That's Vista Ridge in the news nationally today for reasons they never expected. What a mess.
So is this girl in her parents' custody right now? Is that what it is, or is she in jail?
I mean, she's not at school. I don't think she's in jail. I think the trial is ongoing, but she's got a mugshot and a trial has started. But as of now, I believe she's at home. So there you go. There's your wild story. We usually save the weird stuff for later, but with the story that close to home, we had to open up today's show talking about that. And hey, maybe a New Year's resolution for the Van Landinghams. Don't do that shit. Leave that behind in 2024. All right.
See, and I'm just giving out $5 in a sock and getting rejected. But I'm not going to go poison somebody over that $5 that I don't get my way.
Thanks for that one. Thanks for not doing that.
I'll move right along to Santa Claus. Santa Claus will take my $5 in a pair of,
there you go.
Of wool socks or polyester or whatever the hell they're made out of.
You had the wrong brand of sock, apparently. The guy was a Hanes guy. You brought Fruit of the Loom, Buck. That's on you.
I think this had something to do with slavery or something. This is somebody that wasn't in their right mind that it just went back to, if this is, I mean, that guy was laying under polyester. And I just had to say to him, I'm saying, shit, dude, do you understand where you are on Christmas Day? Are you understanding your situation right here?
The mess.
But you know what? He's stuck by his guns. There you go.
Go check out yesterday's podcast if you want to hear the full story of Bucky getting rejected when he tried to hook up with the homeless guy. I mean, give homeless guys socks.
With money in it. Don't forget the money. That's a part of it. Let's not forget that part. It's not just a pair of socks.
The $5 in there too. He got turned down on Christmas. Pretty funny story from yesterday's show. But let's get into some Texas football, Buck. It's tomorrow. Texas and Arizona State. Of course, we've got 4 college football playoff games coming up over the next 2 days. We've got 1 game tonight. It's the Fiesta Bowl between Penn State and Boise State. And then 3 games tomorrow. The Longhorns will be the first of the triple header that we get in college football on January 1st. We'll talk about the other games later in the program, but Texas and Arizona State. We've got an injury update. I think I lied to the people yesterday saying that the offensive line is fully healthy for this matchup. We're still not entirely sure if Cam Williams is going to play. A report came out yesterday that he will be a game-time decision dealing with that right knee sprain that he suffered in the Longhorns' win over Clemson last weekend. He's been practicing, but he's been a little bit limited in practice. Now, he was on the field during the open portion of Texas's practice yesterday in Atlanta. Of course, the team got to the ATL on Sunday. So he's with the team. He was in pads. He was going through drills during practice yesterday, but it sounds like it's a game-time decision for Cam Williams. Buck, if Cam can't go, feels like Trevor Gooseby, who's done a great job at both left and right tackle, filling in for a couple of injured Longhorns in the last month. Seems like he will be the guy in line to get the starts. What do you think Texas should do in this situation as a 12.5-point favorite tomorrow?
Well, if the kid can play, he plays. But if there's any doubt that a speed rusher may be able to get around him and he's not, his knee's not totally ready, I like Gooseby. I like the way he bends. He's really got nice bend at the way. He looks tall. I mean, he's a tall drink of water, big and tall, but he really has nice waist bend. So I like the way he plays. I think he can play just about any position on that offensive line. I don't even know. He's got a future at a lot of different positions. I mean, that guy can be a pro guard at that size. I may be shortchanging him at tackle because he's done a pretty good job against some pretty decent players. So I just think that I don't think you're going to miss very much with that right there.
Yeah, I don't either. I think Trevor Gooseby has been incredible coming off the bench. I mean, this guy's a redshirt freshman that didn't get a lot of playing time early in the season because the Texas offensive line stayed really healthy for really the first 3 months of the season. And you had Kelvin Banks get hurt early in the Texas A&M game, and all of a sudden you're on the road against one of the best teams you played all season, and you've got to turn to a redshirt freshman left tackle with zero starting experience.
Right.
That game could have gone off the rails in College Station, but Trevor Gooseby more than held his own. I think he was the second highest graded offensive lineman in the SEC in that week because of what he did against A&M.
We gave him a lot of credit, but boy, he deserves an awful lot more because that's a huge game to walk into never playing. And he did more than hold his own. He was fantastic in that football game.
And he played well against Georgia, too. Look, the Texas offensive line as a whole struggled against Georgia, but it wasn't like, oh, it's Gooseby. The other four guys are good, and Gooseby's bad. No, you didn't notice Gooseby struggling more than anybody else struggling in that game.
No, that was a offensive line team effort there against Georgia both times. It didn't have anything to do with one individual or another individual. But he just looks like a guy who is such a good player. He's going to have a position next year, no matter what. You know, he's going to have, but he's a utility guy that looks like, when Duke kept jumping off sides, it's almost like, man, could have replaced him with that dude a long, long time ago.
You're right.
And I bet you'd have done pretty well at guard. I mean, like I said, he moves pretty good for a big dude.
He is.
He takes up a lot of space.
He's 6'7", 315.
Wow.
So, yeah, if he looks long, it's because he is long. He's 6'7", but he moves incredibly well for a guy his size. And, yeah, look, he came in for Cam Williams against Clemson and played right tackle and did really well. I mean, he was a huge part of Texas running for almost 300 yards in that first-round victory over the Tigers. So, yeah, part of me is like, Texas a 13-point favorite. I don't think there's much drop-off, if any, if Trevor Gooseby is in there instead of Cam Williams.
Just put him in there. Just if the other guy's banged up a little, let him get healthy for the next game.
Yeah, you win this game, you're playing a much tougher team in the semifinal, and you want all hands on deck for a matchup against Oregon or Ohio State. So I don't think this is really taking Arizona State lightly. I think it's just making sure you've got your guys ready to go for bigger games. And
don't be surprised. I mean, you got to protect everybody. So, don't be surprised if you just don't see him playing. That wouldn't surprise you, would it?
No, I don't think it would. Okay, we've seen that from Sark at times this season. Now, we saw it more in the regular season. But, hell, look at the SEC championship game. Like, Kelvin Banks didn't play in that game. And I think, if it was a national championship game, Kelvin Banks would have been out there.
Interesting.
But Sark's like, we have bigger games down the stretch. And the SEC game was obviously a little different because Texas could lose that game and still make it to the playoff.
Right.
They can't lose tomorrow and still be in the playoff. But I think Steve Sarkisian might err on the side of caution. Look, if Cam Williams gets cleared medically and the coaches like what they've seen from him in practice and he feels like he's good to go, he's the starting right tackle, so he's going to start.
Sure.
But if there's any chance of re-aggravation or if they're not 100% sure that he's going to be 100%, then I think there's a good chance we see a big number 74.
For the whole game anyway. I think he'll have to be substituted to get a blow every once in a while. On these long, extended drives, you may see him come out for the next drive,
Yeah, maybe. Here's some coaches' sound. We'll start with Kyle Flood, who met with the media over the weekend. He was asked about the importance of cross-training offensive line. Because, look, tackle is not tackle. Like, left tackle and right tackle are two very different positions on the offensive line. And there are a lot of all-time great left tackles or right tackles who can't play the opposite tackle position.
Right.
So to see a guy like Trevor Gooseby with minimal experience played really well on both sides of the offensive line, that's been a very pleasant surprise. Here's Kyle Flood talking about the importance of cross-training this Texas offensive line.
It's really important. I think it's really important. I think my part of my obligation to Coach Sark and to the offense is to make sure we can always get whatever combination of the best 5 players on the field is. And that's why I tell people it's not like, okay, this guy's the backup right tackle and this guy's the backup right guard and this guy's the backup center. That's not how it works. And it's not a negative to any player who didn't go in the game when the injuries happen. It's just, to me, I got to make sure we've got the best combination of 5. So if that means Cole Hudson's got to play right guard or left guard, well, that's kind of how we train him during the week. And if that means Trevor Goosby's got to play right tackle or left tackle, or Hayden Connor's got to go to center so that we can keep that best combination in there, that's really, we start that in very, very early in the year to make sure we're ready to do it when we need it. And we were fortunate this year to not need it for a while, but now we need it, and we're going to probably need it going forward.
Yeah, I mean, that's you start that stuff up in 2-a-day practice when you have that little bit of extra practice time. You're not playing, and you've got weeks to prepare, or you start talking about that stuff after winter workouts and spring camp on, we're going to cross-train this guy for this position, and we're not going to stop cross-training him. This is not going to be, we'll just do it for, a couple days and we'll see how it works out. No, you make it work. You make it fit. They're good enough athletes. You're going to make that fit. It's just it takes some time, and you can't do it in just a couple of days. You have to do it this practice, the next practice, the next practice. Well, you go play this position, this, for the remainder of the practice. I mean, come on, coach. I mean, like for one series, no. For the remainder of the practice, this is where you're going to go. When you get in the huddle, you're going to be playing this position. It's not for a down or two, but you get used to doing this. And, I mean, a lot of teams cross-train their offensive linemen. But, boy, that's quite a jump for a guy all of a sudden out of nowhere having to go out there and tackle. That's the one. That's the scary one. That's the one that scares you as a coach. It scares you as the quarterback, by the way. When that kid went out there in the A&M game, and I don't care what side he's on. I know he's on the backside of a right-throwing quarterback if you don't have your All-American there. But, dude, I don't want to see the guy on the right side if I'm a right-hander too get beat, and that guy's right in my vision. I can see him coming because I'm still going to get hit in the face. It's the one on the backside that we all worry about because that's where the ball, you're susceptible to a ball coming out of the quarterback's hand. And they always talk about where, at least in the front, you can see it coming. Shit, I don't know, as the quarterback, I don't want to see it coming in the front side of me either.
No, I don't want anybody coming on me or in me or around me.
Or around me. You don't want that.
I'm in the wrong place if that's happening to me. I don't need that.
I'm gonna pass on it from the backside, the front side. I don't want it from any side. I don't want anybody coming through clean.
Man, no, not at all. And look, that Clemson game was one of my favorite Texas games ever for a number of different reasons. I mean, look, it was Texas's first ever college football playoff win. That's pretty cool. That's pretty historic. But I loved seeing 8 offensive linemen play well.
Yes.
Because there were so many instances over the dozen years of suck where Texas didn't have 5 offensive linemen that were good enough to play at this level.
With Tom Herman, there were guys where they didn't have enough for a spring game one time, and he still made them do a whole spring game. I was like, wow.
You're right. I mean,
they're not going to make it.
And to Mac, Charlie, Tom Herman, like they just didn't have enough quality offensive linemen. And like you said, there were years they just didn't have enough offensive linemen on the team.
Right.
And in a playoff game against a coach that has won 2 national championships, to be able to trot 8 different offensive linemen out there, to lose a center who started more games at the offensive line than any other player in Texas history, to lose a right tackle who might be a first-round pick within the next year or two, and to have 0 drop-off in your offensive line play, like that is, dude, the ultimate cap tip to Sark and Kyle Flood, because you need that stuff. We've talked about needing that stuff to compete in the SEC and to compete for national championships. And the fact that Texas now has it is a big reason why they're competing for championships now.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's certain rooms you have to fill up. Your defensive line, your offensive line, your quarterback room. Hell, and then obviously in this conference, you got to fill up your running back room too, because not just anybody can play running back for you. You got to have some really exceptional guys at that position. But the quarterback room, the offensive and defensive line, you can't get enough of those guys. People say, well, you got too many quarterbacks. No, you don't. You never have enough quarterbacks. You never have enough. And we found out this year, you never have enough running backs. And once again, I told you, that'll never happen again here at Texas. It happened one time to Sark, and probably the first time ever in his career that happened before the season even started. It won't happen again. He will have a bunch of guys. We won't even know who the hell they are. he'll say, well, I got this guy from such and such. And they won't be just guys to take people's places. They'll be good players. Because you can't, in order to get to where you're getting right now, if these guys that he's talked about at the running back position weren't good enough, or they were just guys, they wouldn't have got this far.
No, and depth is always important in college football, but it's more important now than it's ever been because the season is longer now than it's ever been. And hell, we might get a more expanded playoff in a couple of years, which means you might have to add another game in the equation before Steve Sarkisian's tenure at Texas is all said and done. So,
and you have to figure out what is the position that we need to make sure that we have enough of them. It may seem like, oh, if you got too many, you ain't got none. Those days are over with. If you need to have many, that means hopefully you can find enough of the good quality guys, because there is no such thing as too many.
No.
I used to believe a running back room with more than 4 guys was way too many. For me now, after watching Texas this year, it's like I need to have at least six dudes in the running back room. And by the way, 5 of them had to be really, really good. The other guy has to go down there and help the defense out, because I can't afford to send the other really good ones down there to show the defense. I can't just send anybody to them because they're going to be playing against good guys. So Texas has been fortunate. They've weathered that storm, that running back storm, which, in the beginning of the season, I didn't know if they could. I truly didn't. I thought they'd have enough offensive linemen, and knock on wood, they've been fortunate with injuries. They just have been very fortunate with that. They've been very fortunate with defensive linemen over the last 2 years. But that running back room, I thought, was going to really hurt this year. Yeah. And boy, that thing turned out to be one of the strengths of this team.
Took a while for them to figure it out.
It did.
But you're right. Now, down the stretch, the run game has absolutely been a strength for this team, and it's why a lot of Texas fans are very confident that the Longhorns have a few more wins in them this season. All right, Buck, before we get back into Texas, Arizona State, we've got some more Sark sound. We've got Quinn Ewers responding to Sam Levitt's bulletin board comments from earlier in the week. But before we get to those, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Once again, let's say hello to our friends over at Leaf Landscape Supply Services. Love them. Monterey Oaks down south and Palm Springs Road up north. If you're interested in, the New Year's just around the corner, if you want to make those gardens on your property look fantastic, or you want to add some shrubbery to your home and the surrounding area, call on Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. They know their business for sure. If you want to do it, that's fine. But if you want somebody to contract somebody out or give you some information on who to talk to, the folks and the professionals at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services will do just that. Say hello to Jeff when you're down south. Ask him about, everybody wants to have a rose garden. I didn't promise you a rose garden, but everybody wants one. And you've got to do a lot of things to make that work and to make sure that you have the proper soil and the proper fertilizers for having nice roses, especially on how hot it gets in the state of Texas. So talk to Jeff about that. He'll give you all the hints on what type of roses work and what type of landscape that you have, and they'll do the same up north. But folks, they are the best. If you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, you get 10% off of your purchases. That's Leaf Landscape and Supply Services.
Yes, indeed. And now a word from our buddy Tom McKay and the crew at AV Consultation.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a friggin' awesome next year.
Thank you, Tom.
Shout out to AV Consultations and Tom McKay. If you haven't made the call already, you're missing out because we've got some great football coming up over these next few weeks. College football playoff getting good, and of course, we're about to hit the final week of the NFL's regular season. And then the NFL postseason will begin. It's a great time of the year to be a sports fan, which means it's a great time of the year to make the call to AV consultations. And Buck, it's also a great time of year to be drinking one of these bad boys.
Now you're talking.
Hang on, let's do this product placement correctly here. Make sure that the logo.
Strawberry vanilla.
Little strawberry vanilla Olipop to end 2024. How about that, huh?
Very nice. Well done. I'm going to have to have some Olipop today because my sugar level, my whatever that is up. So I was told about the candy wrappers in my car. I was doing a good job. So I've been sugar-free, BK, for the last 2 days, or sweets-free, or whatever the hell you want to call it. You know what my go-to has been, and my wife doesn't know about it? There's a cranberry bar with kind of cranberry cheese cake bar that's at Starbucks, and I've been down in like 2 of those a day. And I went and had my blood checked the other day, and damn, if that thing wasn't high. It was almost, maybe I'll lose a toe here or there, in the next couple of years, but I always get that. She always says I'm going to lose toes. That's just not funny. I'm not that bad. I've been I mean, get the word pre-diabetic. I've been like that for like 20 years.
You weigh like 120 pounds. I don't think you have to worry about losing a toe.
Well, I'm trying not to. I don't want to do this thing. And there's CB reminding me 29 years ago today, Ron McKelvey. That's right. The great imposter. Sugar Bowl. I was there. Oh my gosh. Big meeting called like in the middle of the day. Telephone's ringing. Hey, get your guys together. We're having a big team meeting. I'm like, oh shit, what had these guys done? And that was during the time, I think that wasn't Ricky's time. That was during the Roderick Walker, Adrian Walker, Butch Hadnot, those kind of dudes days. And the big meeting was called, and I was like, it's got to be one of my guys, right? It's got to be something they did at a casino down in New Orleans. It can't be anybody but my guys. I'm like, I'm about to get fired before the Sugar Bowl. And we're all going to get sent home, and I'm going to be in the same bus with all these guys going back to Austin. And it wasn't. But then again, I was horrified to find out the news because that guy had spent like Thanksgiving at my house for Thanksgiving dinner. And while my other players were drinking like orange juice and having food, this dude was drinking like black coffee because he was like 35. I'm like, why is this dude? Do you need sugar or cream with that, Ron? No, sir. I'm 37 years old. I drink my coffee black. I'm like, wow. That guy was roaming around in my upstairs, probably going through my drawers and stuff. Oh,
how old was he actually? 30?
He was 30.
Okay. God, that's hilarious. You guys are preparing for a big Sugar Bowl game against Virginia Tech, and then you find out that one of your players is actually 30 years old.
Dude, and the thing about it, it wasn't that he looked, it wasn't like she said, hey, she told me she was 18. He looked 30. He looked like he should be one of the coaches.
It's amazing. Yeah, well, and no one said anything about it? Come on.
I mean, the guy was from California. I saw Ricky looked like he was 60. I mean, this guy, these California guys look old, I guess. Must be too much sun or something. I don't know. But that dude was at my house for Thanksgiving. I'm like, that's the guy? That guy's 30 years old? I said, I should have known when he said no to some orange juice. He said, I need black coffee. I need black coffee and a pipe. I'm like, what? Oh, that was quite a day. No, my heart was beating so fast because I thought it definitely had to be one of my. I said it had to be one of my guys.
You thought someone did something horribly wrong, and instead you had a roster imposter on your team.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be sent. I thought I was going to be sent home along with the player.
Dude, there are a lot of sports stories that I wish occurred in the era of social media. That's near the top of the list right there. Could you imagine, like at a prominent program like Texas, if that happened at like Texas State, it'd be a huge deal. But if something like that happened, let's say today, a day before the Longhorns are about to play in a major bowl game, and all of a sudden we find out that, I don't know, Quintravion Wisner's actually 30 years old.
He's 37 years old.
Yeah, instead of like a redshirt sophomore, 21 or whatever he is. Like, could you imagine how big of a deal that would be?
Probably not a big deal. They'd say, hell, yeah, well, he can play for as long as he wants to. In this day and age, You can almost
Yeah.
be 30 and still play.
Yeah, shit, you're right. We did just have like a 29-year-old playing football for Miami this season, so maybe not that big of a deal. You might be right.
Yeah, with the new rules, guys can, go back to their junior college days and still get eligibility when they get to their major colleges. And now they want to play another 3 years. I'm like, that's great.
Oh,
What a mess.
what a mess. How about that? 29 years ago today, the Ron McKelvey story broke before Texas lost to Virginia Tech in the Sugar Bowl. What a moment in Texas history. What a moment in college football history.
Yeah, I got to be a part of some of that. I got to be a part of some of that cool stuff. That was that. And
yeah.
I think there was something to do with, there was that quarterback that played for us, I think Marcus Cherry or something. He was like ineligible because he was getting money for doing modeling gigs or whatever it was. He was a quarterback. He couldn't play for shit, but he was a handsome dude. I mean, that guy was like taking in cash for taking photos and stuff. And he went on to be a pretty big time model too. Just as weird as can be. Instead of getting Drew Brees, we got Dr. Richard, whatever it was, that quarterback. We passed on Drew Brees and ended up with some dentist or something. I mean, I was a part of some weird stuff, playing in the Fiesta Bowl, playing against Penn State, which they'll be playing in tonight.
Yeah.
And Ricky gets like almost knocked out. And I'm telling him, hey, don't worry, it'll come back to you the next series. He's like, he goes, I don't remember the plays. I said, don't worry, next series, it'll be okay. He's like trying to tap out in the game in the first series when he gets hit. And I'm like looking on the sideline. They're going, hey, he needs to come out of it. I'm like, no, he doesn't. He's fine.
Where's
he
the
gets
field,
to the sideline,
Coach?
he goes, Buck, I'm not remembering the plays. I'm like, you will when you go back out there the next time. You'll remember.
Where's the
look
field,
to me,
Coach?
I'll tell you if you get the ball, which way to go.
Oh my God, that is.
Oh, they would have got rid of me
hilarious.
now. I'd have been in trouble for putting a guy in, with a concussion. I didn't know. I thought generally you shook that stuff off back in those days.
Yeah, rub some dirt on it. Come on, man.
That was me.
Yeah.
Hell,
no
as
big
Sean
deal.
Mitchell, he had to tell which way to go, right and left. You had to put tape on his shoe, put R on one side and L on the other one to tell him which way you were going.
That is great. That is great. Good
Fun
stuff
times,
there.
man.
Yeah, you were part of some great moments in Texas football history and some of the most entertaining moments in Texas football history as well.
Still
All
paying
right,
the price for not getting a guy 10 yards in his freshman year.
You deserve to be paying the price for that one.
I don't deserve that at all. That's
you
the out of all of those things, that's the least of all right there, which is so funny.
Yeah, you blew it. It's all right. No big deal.
You act as if I killed these people. Act as if I killed somebody's goat.
Well, I think what you did was worse.
What?
Come on, costing Ricky Williams 1,000 yards as a freshman. Come on, man.
Wow.
Would have added to his legacy, which is already pretty damn impressive, by the way.
Wow.
Would have added even more. All right, Steve Sarkisian will have a media availability today, but he did have a little press conference yesterday. It was media day at the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta. So no official press conference, but you had coaches and players sitting at tables talking to the media. So we've got some Steve Sarkisian sound. The quality of this will not be as good as the quality we normally get because, well, this audio comes from Chip Brown's phone because it wasn't posted online the way Sark's press conferences usually are. But here's a little bit from Steve Sarkisian talking more about what he's seen from Arizona State leading up to tomorrow's match.
Yeah, I see a team that is really well coached in all three phases, that plays hard, that plays physical. I see a team that has progressively gotten better as the year's gone on, and that it's pretty simple to understand that they're too deep on both sides of the ball. The 44 players, 33 of them are transfers. So it takes a bit of time to find that rapport. But I think it's real credit to Coach Dillingham of a guy who's maximized this era of college football. And of course, they probably weren't picked very high. There's so many new faces, and the job that he's done and that their players have done has been tremendous. And I know there's been a lot of other great stories around college football this season, and they probably don't get enough credit for being a great story this year in college football for the job that he's done.
Yeah, he is. This is a team, as he said, has gotten better throughout the year. They had their ups and downs early because they had so many different players from so many different schools on their team, but they've now come together. They've won a championship. No, they've got a fantastic young quarterback, and they've also got a great running back. I mean, that is, and an offensive line that's probably a little underrated, but has come together pretty good. But that guy can make a lot of things. I mean, I'm not going to take away from the offensive line, but that's the kind of dude right there that can make things happen when you're okay. You don't have to be great with him. You just got to be able to have some stalemates with him, because that way a stalemate is going to get an arm here or there, and he's not going down with an arm tackle once he gets his momentum. As I said, Texas has got to find a way to penetrate that offensive line and make him have to hop, skip, and do everything in the backfield before he gets to the line of scrimmage. He can't come through clean. Texas has been good at that over the last 2 years of not letting too many up, with the exception of the dude from Georgia. That little dude every once in a while has come clean on him. But they've got to make sure that this big son of a gun doesn't come clean through the line of scrimmage a bunch of times, because he's going to come clean, and linebackers are going to have to meet up with him. There's going to be some big major collisions. I say Anthony Hill and that dude are going to have Scatterbo. They're going to have some major collisions going on, and that guy with momentum knows his leverage, and his lower body and his upper body are pretty strong. So I expect some major collisions there. But the way to stop him is to get penetration where he has to skip over some bodies before he gets to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Not let him kill you in the passing game. He can't be successful at both run and pass.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. And that's the recipe for Arizona State, right? I mean, they're going to get Cam Scatterbo the ball as often as they can. I think he's going to.
Is he not their leading receiver when the other receiver who is not playing any longer? Is he their second leading receiver anyway?
Yeah.
So they got a lot to put up in the passing game with him.
Second on the team in catches, second on the team in receiving yards, second on the team in receiving touchdowns. And the guy who's first in those categories is Jordan Tyson, who is not playing tomorrow. He's out for the year. I will say this, Jordan Tyson did not play in the Big 12 championship against Iowa State, and Arizona State had no problems putting points on the board. They scored 45 in that game. And Cam Scatterbo had a huge day, but also a few receivers who don't have the season-long stats that Jordan Tyson had put up some pretty big numbers in that game. So
it all surrounded Scatterbo. I mean, what he was doing in the run game and in the pass game.
Yeah.
His numbers don't look big in the pass game, but I think he has numbers, but he has a bunch of dump-offs that hurt you when he gets the ball dumped off to him.
That's more. I mean, 37 catches for 506 yards. Those are good numbers for a receiver in college football.
Yes, they are. You like to have a couple receivers with that.
If your number two receiver is putting up those numbers, like I think Matthew Golden and Gunnar Helm have those numbers. I don't think there's any other pass catcher on Texas that has those numbers. So, like Cam Scatterbo, it's not just a dump-off guy. Like, he can run option routes as well.
Sure.
They'll send him actually downfield in the passing game, and he will get open. And then when he gets the ball in his hands, he's going to make guys miss. So he doesn't have like the speed that Jaden Blue has, but he's got kind of that route running ability to where it's not just like, oh, there's nothing open down the field.
Yeah, and he catches and he runs, and now he's against defensive backs.
Yeah.
And you have to tackle him as a DB.
Yeah, he's a problem. He's a problem. And we mentioned it yesterday. He's second in the country in missed tackles, and he's third in the country in yards after contact. So, the offensive line is very good, and they are very big. But a lot of what Cam Scatterbo has done this season has been after contact. I mean, he's low to the ground. He's hard to tackle. His balance is incredible. He runs behind his pads. Like all things that a running back coach would love. Cam Scatterbo's got all of that. This dude is the total package, and he's unlike anything Texas has had to try to stop this season.
Yeah, he's special.
He is. And the magic number, if you will, is 75. Arizona State is undefeated this season when Cam Scatterbo has more than 75 rushing yards. He's also 75 yards away from breaking the Arizona State single-season rushing record. So I'm hoping that Cam Scatterbo does not break that record tomorrow or this season, because I obviously want tomorrow to be Arizona State's last game.
Yeah, I'm not talking about what the line is, but I'm willing to give him 100.
Well, the two losses that Arizona State has, he ran for 60 against Texas Tech, and he ran for exactly 75 against Cincinnati. You look at the other closest game that Arizona State played this year, a 3-point Thursday night win in San Marcos against Texas State. Cam Scatterbo had just 62 yards on 24 carries.
Wow.
And Texas
Are
State.
you kidding me? The Bobcats hooked him up like that?
That's like 75 yards has kind of been the magic number. Arizona State's 2 losses and their closest win against, a Fun Belt team.
Yeah, that means you had a lot of guys at the line of scrimmage that didn't, and they thought they could cover the wide receivers. And Texas can do just that.
Yeah.
They can bring guys closer to the line of scrimmage to stop him, which they will do. They're not going to sit back and worry about the guys down the field. They'll take their chances with the number 1 secondary in the country and that quarterback. Then they have everybody back there, in cover 2, which are safeties way back there, 2 high safeties, and they run the ball. And now they're at your linebackers. Now I bring them all in there nice and close because I got to stop him.
Yeah. Now that Jordan Tyson is out, there shouldn't be. And look, Arizona State's receivers are on scholarship too. Texas isn't going to win every single play, but there is no Arizona State wide receiver that should be able to consistently or regularly win against any Texas defensive back.
Right, or any of their schemes. You're right. Any of their
I know some of Clemson's receivers that had great games are young. Those guys are better than what Arizona State has beyond Jordan Tyson. I know Manny Muhammad had a rough go against Clemson. He's better than what Arizona State has. You should be able to leave. Definitely Jahdae Barron. You can leave him on an island against just about anybody, and he's going to win. But Muhammad, Gilbo, Gavin Holmes, even your safety, you should be able to leave these guys on an island to do what you're talking about, stack the box a little bit more to make sure that Cam Scatteroo doesn't go off running the football.
Absolutely.
So that's the number. You're nicer than me. You're a better guy than I am. You're more of a giver.
No,
you're giving out slavery socks to people. You're a great guy.
I'm not looking at point spreads. I'm looking at points to win the game. Because
I'm talking about rushing yards. I'm at 75. Okay. You're at 100 for Scatteroo. I'm at 75 for Scatteroo. That's the number I want to keep him below. I want Eno Benjamin's school record to live on at Arizona State.
Okay.
Beyond this year for some reason. I don't know why. I don't really care about that guy, but that's the number I'm going for. 75 or less for Cam Scatteroo, and I think Texas is going to win this one.
Yeah, and I said if he gets 110, Texas is still in line to win that football game. He can't get 170. That can't be one of his days.
No, Texas, they got to win the rushing battle. And I think there's a good chance Texas goes for 200 plus against this Arizona State defense. I really do. Because they're not big on the defensive line. They've got good rush defense numbers this year, but they haven't seen an O-line like Texas is. They haven't seen a run game like Texas is.
And I think I'll wait till tomorrow before I say that because all I have to do is say 150. That means they go for 250. So
yeah,
I'll
bring that at Posse East for the pregame show tomorrow. Yeah. That's what I want to hear from you more than anything else when we're out there in the morning.
Because they generally break that. Anything I say, they go 100 yards past that. So that's okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this, BK. I know Sark talked about it, and they'll probably – does he talk again today? Is there another –
He's actually talking right now in Atlanta.
All right. Is this a – do you give out a injury report? How is Wisner? Is Trey Wisner okay?
Yeah. I think it's safe to assume that. He's been practicing, and Steve Sarkisian said right after the Clemson game that Trey Wisner could have gone back in. They just were being overcautious, and they felt like Jaden Blue was good enough to win him the game, and he was. So, Trey Wisner's fine. There's no injury report requirement because that's an SEC rule, and because this is not an SEC game, they don't have to release the on-paper one. But Sark, I'm pretty sure he's been asked about Trey Wisner a couple of times since that Clemson game, and he's basically said that he's good to go.
Yeah, they're not giving away anything. They're just saying if the guys are practicing, the coaches are just saying they're practicing.
Yeah,
they're not going. But he is going game time decision with the guard, right?
Well, that's not even. I don't even know if Sark has officially said that. I think that was a report from Pete Thamel, who's a pretty tight end ESPN national reporter. So. Maybe Sark is being asked about that today. I think Cam Williams is the only guy who might not go tomorrow. Kelvin Banks is good. Jake Majors is good. Quintravion Wisner is good. Cam Williams, I think, is the only guy.
Wide receiver will be limped up, but he's still going, been practicing.
Yeah. Sounds like Isaiah Bond is good to go. So, how effective all those guys will be, time will tell, but it feels like all of those dudes will be.
Yeah, he's the dude I'd like to see have a really good game and, with his speed, Isaiah Bond. he's been kind of missing in action, it seemed like, for about the last 3 or 4 games. I mean, he's caught a couple here or there. He's dropped a few here or there. But I'd like to see him have a really nice game where he kind of goes off, you know.
Who is that?
Who were just talking about the length of the ankle, my wide receiver.
Oh, Isaiah Bond?
Isaiah Bond. Yeah, I'd like to see him have a really good game again. I mean, even if he's just a little gimped up, as I said, by now, over the last 2 months, he knows what his ankle's all about, you know?
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot from Isaiah Bond as of late. I mean, look, he first suffered that ankle injury in the Oklahoma game back on October 12th.
Some of them just never go away, brother.
He's been banged up. His highest receiving yardage output since that OU game, 55 yards. And the most catches he's had in a game since that Oklahoma game is 4.
I was going to say, I'd like to see him with 6 and about 130 in receptions. And one of them has to be a long one.
And just 1 catch against Georgia before he left that game with an injury.
Yeah.
0 catches against A&M, 2 catches against Kentucky. So in the last 3 games for Isaiah Bond, once again, he's been battling injuries and he's missed some time. Just 3 catches for 49 yards. You'd like to see. I mean, that guy came to Texas because he wanted to be the next Xavier Worthy. Like, he saw what Worthy did, similar build, similar speed, and Worthy played his way into a first-round pick in Steve Sarkisian's offense.
Is he somebody that has to leave this year, or does he get to stay?
I think he could stay, but I don't think he's going to stay.
Why?
I think he's got enough things and traits that NFL teams like to where he's still going to end up being a top 3 round draft.
Yeah,
pick.
when he runs 4.2, 4.3,
yeah,
that's
like
gonna be good enough.
He's gonna be a low 4.3 guy, maybe even a high 4.2 guy, I think. And look, he's not going to go as high as Worthy went because he doesn't have the production that Worthy had. But I think Isaiah Bond's going to go after this season. And look, hopefully it's a no-brainer because I think there are some Texas fans who are like you. Like, why would he leave? He's got 33 catches this season. You feel like he could come back, have another better year, and then play his way into the first round. Why wouldn't he do it? He could make plenty of NIL money at Texas. Why wouldn't he run it back one more time? But I think he's at least the expectation around the program is he is gone whenever this season comes to an end.
I know this. If it was between him and Matthew Golden going, I'd rather have Golden stay. That's for sure.
Golden's been better this year. There's no denying it.
Yes.
He's been a more important part of the offense. He's been the best wide receiver for Texas this season.
And he needs to have a big game again. He needs to get back on track a little bit himself.
Yeah, that's the hope. Arizona State's pass defense has some vulnerabilities.
Yes.
And, Texas can out-athlete Arizona State, I think, all over the field. But I think we'll see that in the passing game with the Texas pass catchers going up against the Arizona State secondary.
What they can't do is be sitting on the sideline, and that group has these long extended drives with this guy hammering 4.5, 4.8 a clip. That's the deal. When you're sitting there, you can't do anything about it on the sideline. No. I hope your guys can hold them out.
You're right. That's the key. I mean, the 2 obvious keys for Texas. It doesn't take a radio host to tell you what they are, but it's contain Camp Scatteraboo and don't turn the football over.
Yes.
You do either of those things, I think you're going to win. If you do both of those things, you're going to win and cover. If you don't do either of those things, then we might be talking about the biggest upset in college football playoff history. That's what it would be. There have been 9 double-digit favorites in the history of the college football playoff, dating back to 2014, and those favorites are 9-0 outright. They're 7-2 against the spread. So if you're a betting man or woman, then if you're putting money on Texas, then history's on your side there. But we've never seen a double-digit favorite lose in the college football playoff. So this, not to scare anybody, but this would be the biggest upset in the history of the college football playoff if Texas goes down tomorrow.
This Peach Bowl, has Texas ever played in a Peach Bowl in bowl history? When you look at it, is this the first time they've ever been in the Peach Bowl?
First time.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. It's like the only major college football bowl game that Texas has not participated in.
Okay.
We'll say this. The SEC is 3-0 in college football playoff Peach Bowl games.
There you go.
That has any relevance here, but Atlanta and the Peach Bowl has been a favorable site for the Southeastern Conference in the decade-long history of the
As I said,
Texas
has been there already, so they've been in there. They know they're used to the facility and everything else. The turf, they've been on it. They played in a championship game there, so they should be right at home at that dome. So
hopefully they feel more at home this time than they did last time, because that was I was there. There was 85% Georgia fans for that SEC title game. I was
A
pretty
neutral
disappointed.
site, neutral site. Come on.
I was pretty disappointed with the showing by Texas fans in that game. And I don't think there's going to be tomorrow's not going to be a sellout. They're calling it
it's going to be less Texas fans.
They're calling it no, it'll be more Texas fans than what were there at the SEC title game.
You think so?
I do think so, but it's not going to be a full house. They're calling it a sellout, but there are going to be some open seats tomorrow. And I do think, I don't know exactly what the percentage split of fans is going to be, but I sure as hell know Texas will have more than 15% of the crowd tomorrow.
Yeah, the real crowd's waiting for the following week down at AT&T Center, where the lights will be shining in their eyes. So
that's it. Part of me wants to dunk on Texas fans for not. And
they travel pretty good.
Yeah, I was pretty underwhelmed by the Texas contingent in Georgia. I get It was an hour and a half away from Georgia. I knew they'd have more fans, but there was a lot of we'll be back here in a month. We don't need to go to this game kind of vibe for that SEC championship game. And I'm like, guys, the SEC is tough. I know it's year one and we're in the title game, but you can't assume we're just going to be in this game every single year. And you sure as hell can't assume we're going to be in a national championship game in a month.
Yeah.
It's people's money. It's hard-earned money. I understand everyone's got reasons for not being able to go, but it was underwhelming for the SEC title game. And I think it'll be, you can get into that game for $35 tomorrow.
Wow.
So I think it's just Texas fans are saving up for a hopeful trip to Arlington, and then obviously a hopeful trip to Atlanta for the title game.
Well, the Arlington trip will be 80%. I don't care if it's Ohio State or Oregon. It will be a mob scene of Texas. That is going to be that will be awesome. It just will be.
That's the hope. Yeah, that's the hope, right? Hopefully Texas gets to that game. And look, Oregon and Ohio State have massive fan bases.
Yeah.
So they're going to try to buy, but the hope is Texas dominates the secondary market. Both teams will get an equal amount of tickets allotted to them, but hopefully Texas dominates the secondary market if we get to that game.
Jerry will be on our side.
Well, Arkansas is not in it, so he should be.
Right.
You would think, although Arkansas hates Texas, so maybe Jerry hates Texas, so who the hell knows?
No, he's got a lot of money invested in this state too.
Yeah, he does. We will speak with Anthony Totri of Phoenix Sports in just over 20 minutes. We'll get the ASU side of things going into tomorrow's matchup. But we got to give our thoughts on the other three college football playoff quarterfinals, and we need the Bucks Gold Star locks for those games. But before we shift gears, let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs, Buck.
Hello, our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, knees, ankles, toes, hips, the whole works, contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer surgical and, of course, non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, sports medicine, spinal care, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and Dr. Christopher Daney, Dr. Christopher Stockton. They are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent practice in the state of Texas. If you've got a problem, you want to get to them. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. Both of us are rocking our TSU hats that were made by our buddy Adam and his team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. All of our hats and shirts and signs and koozies, all done by Waterloo. If you've got a business that needs gear, signs, merch, etc., reach out to our buddy Adam, 512-300-9641. You can call him or you can text him and he'll get back to you. He's based right here in Austin. Great customer service, great turnaround time, everything you're looking for when you're getting merch. It can be done by Waterloo Printing and Graphics.
Some of our friends over at Sue Patrick, they have free online shipping for items over $49, free curbside pickup, and plenty of parking space at 5222 Burnett Road. Go visit the folks over there. Get all the collectibles, all the Longhorn gear, everything you want, all these ball caps that you've been seeing us sport over the last year. They've got it at Sue Patrick's. They've got tons, and they've got the Tommy Bahamas. By the way, look at that.
There you go.
There you go. Got my shirt on, my golf shirt on today. And folks, they just await you. As I said, 5222 Burnett Road. They got plenty of parking space. You don't have to Try to find a way. You don't have to walk for blocks and blocks. You're right out front of the store. Go in and say hello to Jay and his entire staff and pick up that gear. Get ready for that gear for those that are heading to Atlanta and for those that are knowing that they will be in Dallas. Get that gear. We want to have as much Longhorn gear as we can as we get ready to play this game and the game the following week.
Yes, indeed. And also, if you want to be at the game in Atlanta, or maybe you are saving up for the potential Cotton Bowl, tickets available right now for both games at centextickets.com. They are your number one source for tickets for any Texas sporting event and for any event coming to our city. Concerts, comedy shows, festivals, you name it. You can get tickets online at centextickets.com. Don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 at checkout, and you're going to get 10% off your ticket purchase, any ticket purchase over at centextickets.com.
I can't say Cotton Bowl to that guy on that bench, can I?
No, you can't. You've got to call it the Polyester Bowl.
Wow.
Yeah, he calls that the Slavery Bowl.
Gee.
That's a mess.
Man, oh, man. I said, you're going back pretty deep there, hobo.
Mm-hmm. That was a deep cut by that hobo.
Yeah.
All right, Buck. We need your Gold Star locks. We're gonna go game by game. So I'll ask you individually about the games, the 4 college football playoff games, and then we'll get your pick, and then we'll break down the game, and I'll give my pick as well. But you went 1-1 over the long Christmas break. Only gave a couple of picks. You had 25,000 units on San Jose State in college football in whatever bowl game they played.
That was junk.
They lost, but you also had 25,000 units on the Ravens against the Texans on Christmas, and they won that game by 29 points.
Yeah, by 1,000, yes.
So that was pretty easy. So 1-1 last week. You are still up 95,000 units. And yeah, if you missed the last week's worth of shows, Bucky went a perfect 6-0 2 weeks ago in the weekend that included the first round of the college football playoff and also week 16 of the NFL. So the Buck went from down 105,000 units to now up 95,000 units. So we'll save your NFL games, obviously, for Friday's show.
Okay.
But we'll start with the game tonight, the one college football playoff quarterfinal happening in 2024. It is Penn State and Boise State in Glendale at the Fiesta Bowl. Penn State, the 6 seed, Boise State, the 3 seed. Despite the lower seed, the Nittany Lions are 11-point favorites. You got to play on this one, Coach?
Yeah, I like Penn State. I like Penn State to wear Boise down. I think this will be a game that early in the game, there's going to be a lot of feeling each other out and feeling their way around. But I think Penn State has just too much depth for Boise. And I don't know if Boise can throw the ball down the field against this Penn State defense. Now, I know what's going to happen with the great runner that Boise has. He's going to get some chunk yards, but Penn State is going to get chunk yards with 2 different dudes in the backfield against this Boise defense. And Penn State and James Franklin have been coming up with all this weird, tricky stuff. Some of it has worked, but if there's anybody that it can work against, it's Boise. And Boise has always had, in these bowl games, had some tricks of their own too. So look for that to happen. But I think Penn State's just too physical for them. I think Penn State will beat them by 2 touchdowns or more.
Okay. How many units are you putting on?
50,000 unit play.
All right. I just double-checked the line. It's up to 11.5 now. It doesn't sound like that's impacting you.
I'll take Penn State for 50,000 units on that.
Okay. Yeah, look, I'm fascinated to watch the matchup of Ashton Jeanty against the Penn State defensive front. Everybody knows about Ashton Jeanty, right? He led the country in pretty much every rushing category. He is 132 yards away from breaking Barry Sanders' single-season college football rushing record. He's at 2,497 yards through 13 games. It's just remarkable. Of course, he finished as the runner-up for the Heisman Trophy last weekend. He's been amazing. He's been arguably the best player in the country. But Penn State's run defense is arguably the best in the country. They are 4th against the run this season in terms of yards per game allowed. They held 9 of their 13 opponents under 100 yards rushing.
Yeah, and they're not going to expose themselves to rushing the quarterback and having them dump a screenplay off to that dude. They're going to be very cautious. They're going to feel like they've got enough in the secondary that can control the wide receivers. They don't want to give Jeanty those little screen dump offs where he's out in the open space, because that guy can go to distance at any time against anybody. So I think they'll play close to the line of scrimmage. They won't get themselves out of position they're not looking for sacks. They're not worried. They want, if they want to throw the ball to win the game, they'll let them. If that's what they have to do, as long as they can control Genty.
It's a pretty similar blueprint for Penn State as it is for Texas, right?
Absolutely.
Like, just kind of contain their running back and don't gift the ball away a bunch of times, and you're going to win this game pretty easily. I do wonder,
can Boise hold up against the Penn State offensive line and their runners? They got two dudes that can, and they put them in. Once they get on a roll, they are tough to stop. And that tight end that plays tight end, quarterback, now all of a sudden, gimmick guy James Franklin and his new offensive coordinator, they're gimmick guys. So they'll be trying all kinds of madness tonight, but they won't really have to. I think they're just too physical for them.
I think my two favorite offensive players in college football are in this game tonight. It's Ashton Genty and it's Tyler Warren, the guy you're talking about for Penn State, who wears number 44. I mean, that guy's a problem. You line him up anywhere, and he's a matchup nightmare. That guy's going to be a lot of fun to watch at the next level too. But yeah, the trenches, like it's any game, but when you see Big Ten powerhouse go up against Mountain West, usually you notice the biggest difference between the teams in the trenches. And Boise State's offensive line, they've only given up 12 sacks this year. Like, they've been pretty good in pass pro, and they've been good enough to let Ashton Genty run for almost 2,500 yards to this point in the season. They don't have Abdul Carter or Danny Dennis Sutton in the Mountain West. It's just different what Penn State has. So, I am worried about Boise State on the lines of scrimmage. I think Penn State's too big, too strong. I tend to agree with you here. I think Penn State wins this one by multiple touchdowns.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns to 17 points maybe.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at. Okay, so 50,000 units for you on Penn State. We'll give our Texas picks tomorrow during our pregame show, which is at Posse East. If y'all want to come by before the game, or you're looking for a place to watch the game, Posse East, right by DKR in North Campus. That's where we'll be. There'll be great food, great drinks, and hopefully a great crowd for what should be a sunny morning, but a chilly morning here in Austin, Texas. We'll save our pick later, or for that game until tomorrow. But the Rose Bowl, the game right after Texas, Arizona State, about the rematch between Ohio State and Oregon. The Buckeyes, despite being the lower seed and despite losing the regular season matchup, are 2.5-point favorites. Do you have any gold star lock for this one, Buck?
Yeah, I'm going to play another 50,000 unit play on the Buckeyes.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I thought the Buckeyes were the best team in the nation going into the football season. I still think they are. Okay. I think they've kind of hit their stride right now in their run game. Their quarterbacks playing a little bit better. Somebody's got to stop number 4, their wide receiver. If you let that guy get out of control, he will kill you. I mean, absolutely kill you. He makes big play after big play after big play. But their running backs make big plays too, and their defense is now pretty solid. I think this will be a close game, but I got a feeling they'll win by at least a touchdown in this game. I think Ohio State avenged that loss that they had against Oregon. I think they win this football game.
Yeah, that was maybe the best game of the college football regular season, right? I mean, Oregon 32, Ohio State 31, back on October 12th. Yeah, the same day Texas beat up on Oklahoma. The teams just traded blows for 60 minutes. It was a 1-point game at halftime. Oregon State took a lead with the $1:47 left. And remember, Ohio State had the ball. They were driving, but Will Howard brain farted. Like, he scrambled and didn't.
Time ran out,
yeah, didn't go. Like, Ohio State had a timeout. He just didn't go down early enough to take the timeout to set up a long field goal attempt for the win. And, time ran out on the Buckeyes. But that game was incredibly close. Ohio State's defense from that moment on has been sensational. They haven't given up a passing touchdown since that game on October 12th. Buck, today is December 31st. Ohio State has not given up a passing touchdown since October 12th on defense. They figured it out. Can they figure it out this time against Oregon? Because Dylan Gabriel had a great day in that first matchup. That's a big key. And look, I think Chip Kelly's a big key because against Michigan in that inexplicable Buckeye loss to end the regular year, he forgot he had Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Ibuka and all of these great receivers and just tried to play the game inside a phone booth. Then you see the game against Tennessee and it's like, oh shit, I got the best receiving room in the country. Maybe I should use those guys. And he used those guys.
Oh no, he'll use them against Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon gave up 500 yards to Penn State in the Big Ten title game. They gave up 350 plus to Drew Aller, who's like that Penn State passing offense is not as good as Ohio State's passing offense, and they torched Oregon. So
I don't want to see either one of them, but it's too bad. We'll have to see them after beating Arizona State. It's too damn bad because both those teams are fantastic, and we don't want to see that lefty at quarterback for sure. So I would need to get rid of him now.
I'm going to go with Oregon in this game. Like, I feel like everything I said has people believing I'm going to pick Ohio State, but I'm going to bank on last year for this, right?
Okay.
I'm going to bank on Oregon finding a way to get it done, to win twice against Ohio State. I'm going to bet on Dan Lanning against Ryan Day. I think Oregon has the coaching advantage. I think Oregon has the quarterback advantage. And those are two things I look at more than anything else when we're talking about two pretty evenly matched teams. And I do think we've got two evenly matched teams. So I'm going to go with Oregon. I think it's going to be another thriller, but I think the Ducks stay unbeaten. And I think a lot of folks will be wondering whether or not Ryan Day will be the coach in Columbus next season.
No, Ryan Day has saved himself. That game of the way they beat Tennessee has saved him.
I think you're right. But,
now, whenever he can't get boat raced against Oregon.
No, whenever Ohio State they want him fired. Like I think cooler heads are likely to prevail, and he's done enough to stick around for one more season. But if they lose as a favorite, because once again they are favored,
yes, they are.
There will be some crazies calling for Ryan Day's head, saying he's just not good enough to win the big one, and that's the standard at Ohio State. So, all right, we're on opposite sides of that one. And then last but not least, the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans tomorrow night. The 2-seed Georgia, the 7-seed Notre Dame. The Fighting Irish opened up as a 1.5-point favorite, but the early money came in on Georgia. And really since like the day after the matchup came out, Georgia has maintained itself as a 1.5-point favorite. I'm double checking to make sure I'm not talking out of turn. Yep, Georgia's still a 1.5-point favorite tomorrow night. Buck, any play for this one?
Yeah, 25,000 unit play on the Fighting Irish.
Little wrong team
Georgia.
favored?
Goodbye, Georgia. You're gone.
Wow. All right.
Notre Dame's running the ball right now too well with three different guys at running back. Quarterback's playing well enough. Secondary's really good. I don't know how Georgia throws the ball. Georgia has to be able to run the ball. ETN he's healthy again, healthy enough to play in this game. He has to be good in this game. If he's not, and Georgia can't run against this Notre Dame defense, they won't win. Georgia won't win. Georgia won't win the game if they can't run the ball against Notre Dame's defense. Because Notre Dame, I saw, I know what that Georgia defense is like playing against no matter what kind of running. That offensive line right now at Notre Dame's playing pretty well. And as I said, they have a couple different type of runners. I think they'll be able to run the ball a little bit better against Georgia.
What Georgia shows up, right? And is it the one that showed up against Texas in both games, or is it the one that showed up against Florida or against Ole Miss in like some of the games where Georgia just didn't look like Georgia?
I think Leonard is a better quarterback than what Georgia has right now in their back.
I do too, and I know you hate this. You hate this, and I'm sorry to do it to you. I don't know if I trust Notre Dame's offense. Like, they had that 98-yard touchdown run, which happened. Huge play. Jeremiah Love had it.
That dude has some speed. Does that guy have speed? Wow.
Yeah, he's a stud. He's an NFL running back. But outside of that one play, Notre Dame averaged 4.3 yards per play against Indiana, and they averaged 2.8 yards per carry on every other run in that game. So, of course, the play happened. Notre Dame won that game. They were up 27-3 at the 2-minute warning. Like, they dominated Indiana. But offensively, outside of that one play, they didn't do a whole lot. And you're not getting 98-yard touchdowns against Georgia. Georgia's run defense is different. So
yeah, you're right. I hate that. You sound like an old offensive coordinator I used to coach with who used to tell me, if Ricky didn't have that 75-yard run, he only would have had this many. I'm like, should I take that away from him? Should I take that away from our stats?
Even with that play, Notre Dame averaged like 5.7 yards per play against Indiana. And that's not a great number. So
against Georgia's defense. I just don't know what the Georgia's quarterback can do. I
don't either. I don't either.
Notre Dame's pretty good in that secondary.
Yeah, Notre Dame's defense is good. I will say this: they're banged
and Georgia
up
can't catch, and the kids from Georgia can't catch.
Notre Dame's defensive line is banged up. Riley Mills, who's their best defensive tackle, got hurt in the Indiana game, and he's not going to play tomorrow. They've got a couple of injuries on the defensive line. So
is that number 99? The big dude's not playing?
No, he's out.
Ooh.
So Notre Dame's defensive line is a little bit banged up. Georgia's offensive line is very, very good. But obviously the question is Gunnar Stockton good enough? Look, he put up some great high school numbers. He broke Trevor Lawrence's Georgia State high school record for most passing yards in a career. This guy was a very highly touted recruit, did a couple of good things against Texas. I just wonder, Notre Dame's had a week and a half to prepare for him. And I go back, very different situations, but look at Arch Manning. Like Arch Manning, when he came in off the bench against UTSA, he looked like freaking Peyton Manning or calculating Manning or debating Manning, whatever the hell I'm supposed to call him these days. He was awesome. But then the next game, when he actually started against Mississippi State, threw a couple of picks, like didn't look as good, did enough for Texas to win.
Once it sinks in a little bit that you are the guy.
But yeah, sank in that he's the guy and the other team could actually prepare for him, where, Texas was not preparing for Gunnar Stockton at all in that SEC championship game. Notre Dame is known for a long time that Gunnar Stockton's going to be the guy. Like, what does he look at, or what does he look like? I'm taking the under. The total is very low. I think it's like 40, 45.5. I don't think we get there. I don't see how we get there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that under in that game.
I'm taking Georgia, though. I can't bet against them.
Why am I betting for Penn State? Because I don't want to see Georgia until next year in Georgia. I don't want to see them on the boards, in the tournament, on anything. They need to go away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I'd rather see Penn State in a final than Georgia in a final. Yeah. I'd rather see Notre Dame. I'd rather see anybody on that side of the bracket in a final than Georgia. Because if Georgia gets there, that means Gunnar Stockton looks pretty good, because they would have beaten Notre Dame and Penn State to make it to the championship, more than likely. Those are two pretty good teams. So yeah, I'd be scared S-less if that's what ends up happening.
Don't want to see that group in red with the black G. No, thank you.
No, I'm good. Especially in that building again.
Oh, they get to be in that building yet? Oh, neutral site?
Yeah, neutral my ass. That's ridiculous. All right.
Site.
I assume no units.
By the way, let the people understand something. I like betting favorites, and this has been a great year betting favorites. I've had, with my cousin over the last couple of weeks, I've been out of this world with, teams like the Detroit Lions, NFL, the Vikings. I mean, it's like Vegas is there still will be building buildings because there'll be dopes that'll bet against, the favorites. But this has been quite the year for the favorites so far.
Well, it hasn't been quite the year. It's been quite the 3-week stretch. Like you were struggling betting on favorites for a while, but the favorites are starting to win, especially in the NFL. Favorites were 15-1 straight up and 13-3 against the spread in week 17.
Man.
And you look at the last 3 weeks, because the public generally bets the favorites, right?
Yes.
Favorites are 35-13 against the spread. That's 73% in the last 3 weeks in the NFL.
And what's killed me in the NFL, I've been afraid to bet the Chiefs because I'm just so worried that they don't have enough. And all they do is, it's not that they're just winning, they cover and win.
Yeah, they weren't for like 12 games. And then the last month, they, like everybody else, has seemingly been covering at will. So
I'll say this. I went to bed last night. I had a couple big plays on the Lions. They were down, I think, 11. Was it 11 at halftime?
Eight at halftime. Yeah.
Yeah, I went to bed and said, there is no way. They look like dog crap. That defense can't stop. They couldn't stop. Brock Purdy was throwing like blooper balls with his bad arm, but guys are so wide open they could catch him. He didn't have a lot of high velocity throws last night, but I'm like, what has happened to the Lions? And they get no pass rush. They got so many guys hurt. They're hurt on all the different positions. But damn, if they didn't come back offensively, I don't know how you keep up with them scoring. As long as they've got that offensive line and they've got that one running back and that quarterback and those receivers, that's a problem for everybody in the NFL still.
Yeah, 0 punts in that game for either team last night. It was pretty fun to watch, but Brock Purdy had a couple of second-half interceptions that did the Niners in. And yeah, that Lions offense is really, really good. That Jared Goff's not going to win MVP, but his name should at least be mentioned with the best quarterbacks in football right now with the job that he's done with that Lions offense. And since that 5 interception win in Houston,
yes,
a horrible choke job by the Texans, but Jared Goff threw 5 picks in that game. I think he's at like 20 touchdowns and 1 interception in the last like 5 games he's played. So he's been really good. That whole team's been really good. Jahmyr Gibbs is awesome. Same.
Yeah, I thought they're going for 4th down and all that stuff was going to come in and haunt them last night, and it didn't. Of course, their coach is saying we're going. That's just the way it is. What do we got to lose? But and I was really surprised the guys were still playing late in the game. With these playoffs coming up, that's just Dan Campbell. He's no, it's a game. We're all playing.
Yeah,
we all practice, so we're all playing. And I mean, obviously that's the way to go, especially when your offense. Now your offense has to score a bunch of points because your defense is hurting right now. So you got to get out there and with the live bullets and just go with that offense. I mean, their play caller is unbelievable. Some of the things that guy has schemed up. And Gibbs, like I said, Jaden Blue can be. He reminds me. Yes, he does. He still reminds me of him.
Yeah, like 1/10 of Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe.
He can be that type of player.
Yeah,
he can work his way into being that type of player in the NFL if he comes back again.
It'd be nice. All right, we'll take your thoughts. We'll get back into the Monday Night Football game. We'll get back into the NFL, but we're about to speak with Anthony Totri, who covers Arizona State for Phoenix Sports. But Buck, before we bring Anthony on to the show, how about another quick round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits. Now, you got to get over there because today is it. If you need those spirits, tonight you're going to need to pop that cork at midnight for the new year. Head on over to 34 Wine and Spirits where they've got all your champagne, all your they've got all the beer that you want. They've got all the liquor that you want, all the great wines there on the Southwest Parkway. If you got a big office party coming in that second week of January, once you get everybody back together for a new year, call on them. They're a wholesale distributor, of course, in Travis County. Call on them. They can get it to you, all the amounts, everything you need. They supply it for Circuit of the Americas. Believe me, they can supply it for your office party for sure. That's 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to 34 Wine and Spirits. Also, you can get your Altstat beer at 34 Wine and Spirits. So if you're going to be watching the game tonight, you're going to be watching the games tomorrow. Why am I saying if? Of course, you're going to be watching the college football over the next couple of days. That means you need a great beer to accompany your college football watching. Make that Altstat beer. It's the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Of course, you can get it at 34 Wine and Spirits, but you can get it wherever you buy your beer all across the Lone Star State. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. So if you're going somewhere tonight to celebrate the new year and to enjoy the college football, make sure you're showing up with the Altstat beer. And of course, we say it all the time, but it bears repeating a few times on New Year's Eve. Please remember to drink Altstat responsibly. Of course, enjoy the greatness that is Altstat beer, but be safe. Be smart, plan a sober ride home, be responsible with your Altstat beer. The official beer of TSU should be the official beer as well of you as well. It's Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. I just got a message from Anthony. He's setting up. He's in Atlanta. He just finished some press conference responsibilities, so he'll be on with us in about 5 minutes.
Cool.
So I'll give a quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes here while we've got some time, and then we'll dive back into that NFL game. But McCall Custom Homes, man, if you want to upgrade your home, how about that for a New Year's resolution? You want to make your home a little bit better for friends, for family, for yourself in the new year. Got to reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home renovators and builders, and they've been here in Austin for 40 years. They didn't start in California or Florida and then decide to move to Austin like everybody else. No, they've been here for a long, long time. It's a father-son duo that can turn your home into something truly, truly special. So if you want to upgrade that kitchen, if you want to remodel a bathroom, maybe add a second story to your house, maybe add some life to your outdoor space, whatever you think of, the pros at McCall Custom Homes can get it done for you. All you got to do is reach out to them. Our buddy Mike's big TSU fan, big Longhorn fan. He and his team will take care of you. 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580, or you can send Mike an email, mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It is McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Or you've done a good thing for me. You've got me, so I don't have to root for Notre Dame or Georgia. I just take the under and
There you go.
just watch them not score.
Where are these points going to come from? I get 45.5 is a pretty low number, but I got Riley Leonard's not very good. Georgia's defense is awesome. Gunnar Stockton, I don't know if he's any good. Notre Dame's defense is really good.
Georgia can't catch.
I think this is a 1st-20 type game
tomorrow. Could be.
I think it's like 20-17 or so. If you ask me for a score prediction for the Sugar Bowl, I would say Georgia 20, Notre Dame 17. That's where I'd be right now. And that's
we don't want to see Georgia. Why don't you just pick Notre Dame?
No, I think I'll be rooting. I'll be rooting for Notre Dame tomorrow. I'm not like we mentioned this a lot. I'm not card carrying SEC guy. Like, oh, I got to root for the SEC. If my school can't win it, I hope somebody in my conference wins it. No, to hell with that. I don't want Georgia to win it. They've won it enough lately. Screw those guys. So
I definitely didn't want Tennessee to beat Ohio State. I didn't want that to happen, and it didn't.
I wanted both of those teams to lose. Ohio State's a bunch of communists. I don't like them either. So I don't know. Like I'm rooting for Oregon tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know who I think is the better matchup.
You've seen that left-hander before, and he's got better players than that stumble bunch from Oklahoma that he played for that won that year.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, the ones that fall through the smoke screen?
Ohio State, I think, is a better team, but Oregon's got a better quarterback, and once again, I think they've got a better head coach. I don't know. I think both matchups would terrify me. Like they'd be.
Yeah. By the way, Oregon runs the ball pretty well.
Yeah,
that offensive line is good.
They're undefeated. They're the only undefeated team in FBS this season, and it's not like they played a total cupcake schedule, right? They had to beat Ohio State this season. They did go on the road and beat Michigan, which I guess not as difficult as that game has been in the past, but
only to Ohio State.
They did beat Boise State, who's still alive in the playoff. That's Boise State's only loss this season. They did beat Illinois pretty good, and Illinois ended the year ranked. So, and they of course beat Penn State in the Big Ten championship game. So yeah, no, Oregon's battle tested, and they've passed every test, and that's gonna be so much fun. That's the game of the day.
Well,
tomorrow,
I am rooting for South Carolina as much as I've been hearing about. They've been puffing out their chest. They play Illinois today, I believe. Is it today? Tonight? No, it's this afternoon, I believe.
Yeah, there's a few bowl games today. There's only one tonight because that's the college football playoff game, right? They want that.
Well, I'll go ahead and give you 25,000. I'll give you 25,000 units on South Carolina tonight.
You got 3 other bowl games today, starting at 11 o'clock. You've got Alabama against Michigan. Sorry about that, Crimson Tide.
I'm not taking either of those losers.
Couldn't get you in the playoffs, so you're stuck playing in the ReliaQuest Bowl today.
Hey, and you better beat Michigan.
Well, if they lose, they can just say they didn't want to be there.
Oh, yeah, that's always been the excuse.
Alabama's a 16.5-point favorite.
A lot of points right there.
You've got the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl in El Paso.
My favorite bowl trip. My favorite bowl trip.
That's Louisville and Washington.
I'll take Louisville for 50,000 units. Remember I said, well, I'll never bet Louisville. Remember that last year?
Yeah.
I'll take 50,000 units on Louisville.
Why?
Because that's one of my big plays of the day.
I know you just said that, but why is it one of your big plays of the day?
Because they played pretty well at the end of the season. They put up numbers. I like them.
They are actually underdogs today.
I'm still taking them.
Just 1 point. It's basically a pick 'em, but you got
I'll take Louisville today.
And then, the game you were talking about, the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. Number 15, South Carolina against number 20, Illinois. The Cox are 9-point favorites.
I'll take the Cox for 25,000 units.
And you also have Baylor and LSU playing today in the
and who
Texas
cares?
Bowl. No bet on that one?
No bet on that because for our guy at LSU, this is one of those that really doesn't matter. It's all about next year if you want to keep your gig at LSU.
At Baylor, a 3.5-point favorite there. That's at 2:30. So 4 bowl games today before the playoff game tonight. The last one kicks off at 2:30. And then, tonight, of course, you get the first of 4 college football playoff quarterfinal games. And we know that Texas is playing in the second of 4 college football playoff games. And joining us now to preview tomorrow's matchup between Texas and Arizona State is Anthony Totri, who covers Arizona State football for Phoenix Sports. Kind enough to join us here to preview tomorrow's matchup. Anthony, thanks so much for the time today, man. How are you?
Absolutely, man. I'm a little tired. Got in this morning just a couple hours ago to Atlanta, had a layover in Seattle, but we're rocking and rolling, man. It's great time of the year with bowl season. So I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you giving us some time. So before we talk about tomorrow's game, just what a ride it's been for Arizona State. I mean, I can't give enough credit to Kenny Dillingham for the job that he's done. He walked into seemingly an impossible situation to turn around, and he turned it around in the span of 2 years, right? I mean, Arizona State had recruiting sanctions with Herm Edwards. They went 3-9 in his last season. Hell, Arizona State went 3-9 last year in year one of the Kenny Dillingham era, and here they are, a team picked to finish last in the Big 12. They win the conference, they get the first round bye, and they are the home team in a college football playoff game. Just talk about the overall job that Coach Dillingham has done in this remarkable turnaround that he's been able to put together in Tempe.
Yeah, the turnaround has been magical. It's been a miraculous season for sure. And this is something that started last season, right? This is a team that went 3-9. They self-imposed a bowl ban the week of the season opener last year. So that obviously had an impact on the fans, on the seniors. But last year you were able to still see this team fight in some big games, right? They got a win over a ranked UCLA team at the time. They were in it with Washington up until the fourth quarter, where they had a pick six at the very end that obviously didn't go their way. But like you said, they went 3-9. Nobody expected much of this team going into this season. Everyone's seen it, right? This is a team in Arizona State that was picked to finish dead last, 16 out of 16. In a Big 12 conference that had teams like a Cincinnati, had teams like a Houston, even teams like a UCF. But this team really, really found their strength, right? Cam Scadaboo, Jordan Tyson, Sam Levitt, and they leaned on them. But, everybody wants to give credit to those three guys, and I think rightfully so. But this is an Arizona State defense that has played pretty well down the stretch against some teams like Iowa State that have some NFL caliber wide receivers, or a Kansas State on the road, or even a BYU. So this team, like Sark said, just about a half hour ago, this is a team in Arizona State that is playing as good as anybody in the country.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at them, the fact that they have so many guys transfers, that have come in, and you've got to gather all these guys together. And not only do you have to get them situated in a new environment, I mean, still football, but new system, new players around them, new home, away from home, but they've done it in such a hurry, which, I mean, that's just such a credit to that staff to get these guys. And then playing championship football, as you said, they're playing so much better now than they were in the beginning of the season. This is a team defensively and offensively. This offensive line is stout. This defensive line, I don't know if it's one of their strengths, but the linebackers are pretty good. Secondary is okay, but this offensive line is really, really talented.
Yeah, this offensive line is a group that goes as their starting center goes. Lee Fautanu, he was a transfer last season. They also have a guy at guard in Ben Coleman that didn't play a lot last season because of injury. You got Josh Atkins at left tackle, which is kind of an interesting situation because all of camp, it was Emmett Boley was supposed to be the left tackle, and then they roll out there against Wyoming the week before even the start of the season. Josh Atkins, he goes out there, he starts. You have Mad Maxie Ian Etcher at right tackle, and this is a guy that was a JUCO player. He's a big dude, but he's playing at right tackle. But it all goes as Lee Fautanu goes. He's an all-conference type of center, the best center in the Big 12, and they've done a remarkable job. But they're going to have their hands full tomorrow against an SEC-sized and caliber defensive line in Texas.
Yeah, Anthony Totri from Phoenix Sports joining us here talking about Arizona State, one day away from the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. Anthony, got to ask you about Cam Scadaboo. I mean, the numbers kind of speak for themselves, right? 1,500 rushing yards, 19 rushing touchdowns, more than 500 receiving yards as well. This guy has been the total package for Arizona State. You've watched him up close and personal in every game this season. What makes him so special and what makes him so hard to stop?
Yeah, I'll start with the first part of that, right? What makes him so special? And I think the thing about Cam Scadaboo that makes him special, and it's going to sound cheesy, it's going to sound corny, right? But it is the fact that he has a chip on his shoulder, right? This is the kid that it's hard to believe was a 0-star recruit coming out of high school. He had 2 offers. He had Sac State and he had William and Mary. Those were his 2 offers coming out of high school. And Kenny said it at his press conference again just a little bit ago. They didn't have to. There wasn't a lot of competition to get Cam Scadaboo from Sac State to Arizona State. Last season, the kid was the team's best punter at ASU. A lot of people don't know about that. He threw a touchdown in the UCLA game. He was doing everything for the Sun Devils when this was a 3-9 team. So now, obviously, with this being a team in the college football playoff, everybody's starting to see what Cam Scadaboo can do. But he'll do it all if it means that this team will have a chance down the stretch. And that's what's made him so special. Now, what makes him so hard to stop is just his balance and his ability to just fight off the first defender, right? There have been a lot of Texas defenders all week saying that it's going to take, gang tackling. You're not going to just bring down Cam Scadaboo one at a time. You really do have to go in kind of a horde. This guy doesn't go down easy. He looks for contact. He's like an old school runner, right? He's an old school running back. He will find contact because he enjoys it. And that really not only feeds him, but it feeds that entire Arizona State sideline.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. The only way to stop him is to make him have to bubble his runs before he gets to the line of scrimmage. So you'll have to get penetrations on this offensive line and make him have to maneuver in the backfield because once he's got his head of steam, and especially the ones where he's got a clear hole and he's into your linebacker, there's going to be some major collisions with he and SEC linebackers tomorrow. But I don't feel good for anybody in the secondary. And Texas has got some hard-hitting guys that play safety, that like to come up and go bone to bone with guys. This is you won't win this battle all day. This is one that'll hurt you if you're a secondary guy, when you still have to backpedal in coverage after you've gone head-to-head with this guy after a couple of those deals. And now you've got to maneuver your body and twist and turn. You'll be hurting during the course of the day. So Texas will have to do a good job at the line of scrimmage with him and not let him get into that linebacker secondary area. Anthony, what I'm surprised about is his how fluid he is when it comes to pass catching and how easy it comes to him. He just looks like such a natural athlete. He looks like a guy could have played soccer, basketball, baseball, you name it. He can play all the sports.
He's really a natural athlete. Like I said, a lot of people don't know this. Last year, he punted in a number of games for this team. And he was it was clear he was the best punter on this team last season. He threw touchdowns. And I think he even saw it in the Big 12 title game. Kenny's not afraid to let scat be scat, throw a pass here or there. I wouldn't be shocked if you saw it in the Peach Bowl tomorrow.
Sure.
They're going to do whatever it takes to win that football game. But like you said, Bucky, he's a natural athlete. He is willing to do whatever it takes, not only to help his team win, but also to help boost his draft stock. That's something that Kenny said again at his press conference just a little bit ago, right? There's a lot of people going into this season that didn't think Cam Scadaboo was an NFL caliber running back. I would say at this point, he's a day 2 pick from what we've seen. He's a 2nd round, 3rd round guy, especially with the fact that he can catch the ball, he can run the football, he can block for you, and he's willing to do it on special teams too. This kid really is the whole package. And kind of like you said, you got to feel a little bit worried for some of those Texas guys in the secondary, especially if you let him go kind of early on in this game. This is the last guy that you want to tackle in the 4th quarter, man.
Yeah, well said. Anthony Totri from Phoenix Sports joining us here on Bucky and BK. Anthony, you said it. I mean, Cam Scadaboo has kind of become a household name amongst college football fans for the season that he's had. The quarterback, Sam Leavitt, not really a household name, but he's done just about everything that's been asked of him this season, not turning the ball over. He's been pretty good with his arm, pretty good with his legs. What makes him good, and is he good enough to maybe help Arizona State pull off an upset tomorrow?
Yeah, I think at the start of the season, you could always see the potential, right? This is a kid that he transferred in from Michigan State. And he wasn't guaranteed anything, right? Jaden Rashada was still on this roster, a former 5-star, now I believe a 3rd-string guy over at Georgia. And he won that competition just outright. He was that guy. And the first 6 games that he played, you could see, like I said, the potential of what this dual threat quarterback could really be like. Kind of needed to hone in on his deep ball a little bit, needed to maybe get his footwork under control just a little bit. But the last 6 games of the season, he has been on an absolute tear. Touchdown to INT ratio of 13-1. This kid has thrown for over 1,200 yards in the last 6 games, doesn't turn the football over. He's making plays with his legs, and he's finding guys not named Jordan Tyson, right? You saw it over the last 2 games that they played, especially in that Big 12 title game. And then in the Arizona game down the stretch when Jordan Tyson did ultimately get hurt, there were a lot of question marks, right? Is there another guy that can really be that playmaker outside of Cam Scadaboo and Jordan Tyson? Xavier Guillory, Melquan Stovall, Shimon Mateer, they've all really stepped up for Sam. But you're going to have a bigger test than Iowa State in that Peach Bowl tomorrow against Texas. So that really is the question, right? I think everybody feels pretty confident that Scat's going to do what Scat's going to do. But it really is going to fall on Sam Leavitt's right arm if Arizona State hopes to advance.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to fall on his feet because he has been a willing, I'll take off and run with the ball guy. If you give him the opportunity to do that, if you're back there with your back to him, he will take off and run. And he's more than a capable athlete when it comes to running because he doesn't run for 4 or 5 yards and slide. He's very similar to what we saw with Cade last week against Clemson. He will take off and he can make big plays with his feet. And he's got this confidence about him that was building throughout the year. I don't know if it's cockiness, but he's very confident. Your team feels like it feels pretty good around him with his confidence too.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked to Kenny on the PHNX Sun Devil show about a month ago, just kind of getting a feel for, how has Sam progressed? What's been the biggest development that you've seen, right? Because the numbers are there, you watch it, right. You see it. But for him, it was really the mental side of being able to lead this team, right? Sam is kind of like everybody's seeing. He's a very confident guy as a redshirt freshman. He transferred to Arizona State as a backup for Michigan State with an alpha personality. That's who he was. And Kenny said, it's not the easiest thing in the world to show up as an alpha and not have anything to back it up, right? Guys looking at you like, who does this kid? And Cam Scadaboo, we had him on the show a couple weeks ago. He said when Sam first got here, nobody liked Sam and Sam didn't like anybody, right? Yeah. But when you get in the foxhole with those guys, when you're going through those summer workouts, those fall camp practices, and then you start to see this guy on game day be able to win ball games down the stretch in the fourth quarter in big time moments, that's where he's actually progressed the most, being able to lead this team, be able to center himself a little bit more with that alpha personality. So a lot of people on a national perspective are seeing what Sam Leavitt is from a personality perspective now, but this team, Arizona State fans and Arizona State media really have seen it from the jump.
Yeah, Texas, with Quinn Ewers, we understand this guy's has a lot of experience. He's been playing for a while. So everybody has confidence in the program in him. He'll have his do's and don'ts during the course of a game, but Sam just, whether he does something wrong, he comes back and he's the same confident guy. And that's hard to see in a young guy. You'd think that you can screw up his confidence early if he does make a mistake, but he seems like the same guy from the first quarter through the fourth quarter, no matter how he plays, but he hasn't played bad for quite a while. It's been a long time since that Texas Tech game. He's been confident ever since then. And no matter how he plays through a game, in the fourth quarter, I still see the same guy I see in the first quarter.
Yeah, he's the definition of the next play mentality, right? And I'm glad you bring up the Texas Tech because I've seen a lot of fans and national media want to talk about the Cincinnati game. Well, Sam Leavitt was hurt. He didn't play in that Cincinnati game. Sam Leavitt has only lost 1 game as a starter this season, and it was his very first road conference game against Texas Tech. Like you said, turned the ball over pretty early on in that game. Arizona State blinked, and they were down 14-0. This is not necessarily a team built with Cam Scadaboo as a running back to realistically climb out of a hole like that, especially with Leavitt still getting his feet wet kind of as a starter. But this team really since then, with Sam Leavitt at the helm, they're a tough team to beat. They get in their groove, and they really force opposing teams to play their brand of football. So I think that's another part going into that Peach Bowl tomorrow is the coaching kind of matchup between Kenny, between Sark. Does Kenny try and force Sark to play his brand of football, or do you see Sark kind of control the game like they did against Clemson with Blue and Wisner? So it's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Anthony Totri from PHNX Sports. I've been calling it Phoenix Sports, but I got to spell out the letters so everyone can find you. A couple more for you, man. First of all, kind of a 2-part question. Sorry to do this, but What scares you the most about this matchup for Texas, or with Texas, I should say, from an Arizona State standpoint? And then what gives you the most confidence that Arizona State has enough to shock the world tomorrow?
Yeah, I think obviously starting with the what scares me the most about this matchup for the Sun Devils is something that Bucky kind of alluded to earlier, and it's the Arizona State defensive line. This is a group that against some Big 12 teams, they've been pretty good, right? They're one of the best teams in the Big 12 in terms of stopping the run, but they're not necessarily the biggest group in the world. And a lot of people know that Texas has got two staple future NFL tackles on their other side. So it's going to be concerning to me for a team in Arizona State that, yes, has been able to stop the run, but they have not been able to get a lot of pressure all season long without necessarily sending extra bodies, extra guys. So if you're not able to go get to Quinn Ewers, if you're not able to make him uncomfortable, then I think you're going to see Ewers just sit back there and unload and find his targets, which obviously would be a recipe for disaster for Arizona State. So I think the offensive line for Texas and then the defensive line for Arizona State is something that scares me. But I think something for me that gives me confidence going into this game for Arizona State is the fact that the Sun Devils are 6-1 in quote unquote close games this season. It has not mattered who they've played. It has not mattered, whether or not Scats got going or hasn't. There's been games where he's been held under 100 yards and they found ways to win this game. So if it's a close game in the fourth quarter, then I think Arizona State fans are going to feel confident just based off the fact that they've only lost one game with Sam Levitt at the helm all year long. Why wouldn't you be confident? Whether you're playing SEC, Big 10, Big 12, ACC, this team has beaten the best in their conference, and they feel like they are one of the best 8 teams in college football.
Anthony, my last question to you is, how good was the wide receiver that it won't be playing? I mean, how much do you miss that guy?
I mean, Jordan Tyson was playing like a top 3 wide receiver in college football in the last 6 games of the season. If you go look at his numbers, if you go turn on the tape, this guy was averaging 8 to 12 catches a game in his final 3 games before he got hurt. It's truly just heartbreaking, especially watching him go down with the collarbone injury in an Arizona game that Arizona State was already dominating. Obviously it's football, guys get hurt, but it's certainly it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, especially if Arizona State needs to claw back in this game. Jordan Tyson would be your number 1 wide receiver. All signs point to Tyson coming back to Arizona State next season and being that number 1 wide receiver with Sam Levitt. So that's huge. But you're going to miss having that guy out there, especially in a game that could turn into a shootout.
Yeah.
Anthony, got about 60 seconds left. Would love to get a prediction. Texas currently a 13-point favorite in this game against Arizona State. We promise we won't tell all of your PHNX sports fans if you pick against the Sun Devils, but would love to get your thoughts on how this game shakes out tomorrow.
This is going to be, I think, one hell of a football game. I think there are a lot of people that look at what you got left in the college football playoff quarterfinal matchups. I think this has the potential to be one of the most fun games between a hungry team in Arizona State and a real behemoth in Texas. But I have, at the start of the season, like a bunch of people, didn't know what Arizona State was going to be, and I picked against them. I can't do it. I can't do it in this one. I got to roll with Arizona State, 34-33. I think this is an absolutely phenomenal game. I think Arizona State gets the ball one final time and they find a way to go put some points on the board and close it out. But I will say, I'll hedge my bets. I could very easily see Texas on the other side jumping out to a big lead and just making it too tough to come back from.
Yeah. You think anything over 100 yards for Scatterbo means they win?
I think he's going to need more than 100. I think he's going to need probably a $150, $175 all-purpose for Arizona State to get it done.
We can't see the 150, the 175. We can see 100 or 75.
I could see 100 on the ground, and I could see 50 to 75 through the air. But that's just because without Jordan Tyson, Cam Scatterbo is the second leading receiver on this team.
Okay.
Spoken like a true Cronkite school grad right there, Anthony. Good stuff, man. Enjoy the game tomorrow. Happy New Year, and thanks so much for spending a couple of minutes this morning.
Thank you, Anthony.
Appreciate you guys. Again, happy New Year, happy holidays, man.
Stay
Same
safe, buddy.
Y'all make sure to follow Anthony on Twitter. You saw his handle on screen, doing great work for PHNX Sports. And yeah, good stuff there. He's going with the upset, but he went to ASU. He covers ASU. So, all right, sometimes you got to pick your team. I get it. I know the deal.
Yeah, I don't pick my team. I mean, I pick my team too. That's tomorrow, though.
Yeah, well, you're picking the better team. I don't know if you'd be picking Texas if they were 13-point dogs in this game. You're picking the 13-point favorite in this game.
There you go. I'm picking the favorite.
That's what you like to do. All right.
All right, I got to get going, boys. I'd like to spend some time with you. I love you guys. Happy New Year to all of you. Please be safe. Wags, and especially you while you're walking around with your pint of Tito's in your back pocket, roaming this neighborhood, pulling that pint out, slamming it at 12:15 tonight. Tomorrow morning, please be careful.
I don't even drink that much anymore.
Oh, that's what they all say. That's what the last drunk said. That's what the last homeless guy said. I don't need your $5. And Rodney, do not try to do anything to anybody's goat. Don't kill any goats tonight. No sacrificial lambs.
I'm not in a competition. I ain't killing any goat.
Thank you very much. By the way, BK, you to be safe too. I got to go, y'all.
Be good.
Take care, buddy.
There he goes. What the hell did you get him on tonight or this morning? Jesus.
I don't know, man.
Good interview, man.
Yeah, Anthony, good stuff there. Talking about Texas, Arizona State. I'm sure you guys will preview that game during your show. But we opened up our show talking about the wild story out of Vista Ridge High School, which it sounds like you guys have heard of. I mean, it's become a national story, and it's happening in our own backyard. So
yeah, I actually, because of the trouble that me and Trey got into about 5 years ago, I was reluctant to talk about it. But then I saw the idiot Trey talk about it open in public last night on the internet. I don't know if because they're minors, I'm pretty sure we can't use their names. We have to keep their names out of it, but we can talk about the
public record now.
It's public record, but still, I mean, I am not putting myself up for a lawsuit. So
no. I'll say it. The Van Landingham family sucks, and Aubrey Van Landingham is a piece.
There you go.
Shit.
Well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I think you mentioned it this morning too. So.
But the whole thing is, I mean, you hear about these cheerleader scandals and all the different whatever, and we see this, and guys, I see this so much to where it's like parents are living through their children.
20. You've seen goats killed.
Well, no, not that, but okay. I mean, I'm talking about with high school athletics to where it's like parents, come on. I mean, yeah, the kid did whatever. I mean, I don't think the kid concocted this on her own.
This wasn't the first attempt. If you read the story or followed the story, this was
I know.
Multiple attempts to kill this baby goat, the damn goat.
Yeah.
What was it? A midget goat? Not so fast, baby goat. Not so fast.
Talk about getting somebody's goat.
Yeah, that's why I don't have many problems with calling her out, because she this was clearly
you're a sociopath.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. This was not like an accident here. This was something she tried to do multiple times and then succeeded.
Times. Okay.
Yeah, man.
To me, and what the logic, the rationale was because a 15-year-old cheated? Cheated at what?
We don't even know. That's just what she said. 15-year-old may have done nothing wrong here.
PEDs and the goat or what?
I really wasn't going to talk about it, but it's literally our back.
It's right here. It's over here, right down the road.
Right here. We kind of have to talk about it. Yeah. But and then also, like, to me, I don't want to pick on this generation, on my kids' generation, but I do feel like parents like me are kind of liable, because there's a lot of us that are reluctant to tell our kids no, right? And I'm spitballing here and I'm speculating, but it sounds like the 17-year-old was not told no a lot. All right. Was not told no a lot. And then something happened to where it didn't go her way. And you know what? We're just gonna off a little goat about it. You know what I mean? We're gonna off a little goat so that you cannot get your gold little ribbon or is it a blue ribbon? It's a blue ribbon over a blue ribbon goat. You know what I mean?
$50,
Place
$50
trophy.
gift
James
card.
Harrison talked about it, Rodney. You don't give 7th place participation trophies. That's what happens.
Well, and I will tell you, because one of the things that I'm most thankful for as we go into 2025 is that look, you guys know, and a lot of folks that check in, I've got grown kids, I've got grown women, and both of those have amazing jobs now. They have health benefits. They have all of these 401ks. They have all this shit. And you know what? I had nothing to do with it. They went and earned it on their own because we tried to teach them the right way. We didn't. I mean, yeah, you do for your kids, but
Sure,
they went and did it on their own.
Does, right?
That's what's
but
lacking. And that's why you have these kind of things that happen.
I guess you don't reinforce an ideology to where if something doesn't go your way, your number one move is to off something or to take the life out of something, right? Like,
yeah, but y'all's last name isn't Van Landingham, so you're not douchebags.
Thank you.
That just sounds like a rich a-hole name, doesn't it?
Kind of does, doesn't it?
Van Landingham? Are you kidding me?
The Van Winkle shit team, right?
What does Vanilla Ice have to do with this? Why do you bring in Vanilla Ice to this conversation?
What are you thinking about the Winklevoss twins from Social Network?
The Winklevoss shit team. That's what it is.
Oh God!
The Finkel, you get a damn job before the sundown, or I'm shipping you off to military school with the damn Finkelstein shit kid. That's Cheech and Chong. That's what it was from. I forgot that liner.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm sure y'all got a lot to get into.
Thank you for leading with that, BK. Appreciate it, man.
Hey, that's Bucky's fault. You asked what I had Bucky riled up about, and that was what Bucky was riled up about today. So it was wild. But no, y'all got plenty to get to. So happy New Year to the two of you and your families. Happy New Year to everybody tuned in. We'll have some programming tomorrow. It'll be a pre and post game show. So we're treating tomorrow like game day. And then the normal lineup, of course, is back on Thursday.
Don't forget our picks, gents. We got to put our picks out there.
That's right. That's right. BK, what time is pregame tomorrow?
Pregame will be 9:30 to 11:30.
9:30 to 11:30.
It'll be Bucky and I at Posse East, and then it'll be Rodney and Zay doing post game.
Yeah. I don't know why you're asking, Rodney. We already had the meeting about this.
We did?
Yeah.
Oh.
Did?
No.
we don't do meetings around these
I have
parts.
people asking me, and I'm like, yes, we're doing pregame. I don't know when, but yeah, there'll be one. Yeah.
And shout out to you guys for working today, because we're the only local sports station working. It's not like Texas is playing in a playoff game tomorrow or anything. So why would any other station be on the air today? That would make sense.
Is there a game tomorrow?
Seems to be a theme.
Basketball game tomorrow,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's it.
Right?
That's it. All right, boys. Happy New Year. I'll be listening.
Here, man. Be safe.
I was unaware of that. I did not know that we were the only station on today. So that's
I'm not surprised.
After one hell of a slate in the NFL, a back and forth. You got fantasy football championship week to talk about. You also have, well, I mean, I would say the number one thing is the Horns in Arizona State. But if you don't want to talk about that for some reason, you have the fantasy football championships, you have a great NFL slate. And if you don't want to talk about any of that, we kind of had an incident that we just got done talking about in our backyard. So there's a lot to break down that's going on in our fair burg. What the hell? Why can't you get up and talk about it? Well, thankfully, nobody else went in, and it's just up to us, man. Rodney, how are you, partner in crime? It's good to see you, sir.
On that thought right there, a buddy of mine texted me and said, it seems like you guys are the ones that always seem to be on when everybody's off. And he's like, so I guess it's easier for y'all because you have home studios and all this other stuff. I'm like, no, I think we just give a shit more.
Yeah, that's how I think everybody, I don't think it's ease of access. No. Of course it does. I would think that
helps
have some, I guess a little bit or a little bit of an episode for it or whatnot. Yeah. But I mean, my God, it seems like mostly, it is about giving a shit and wanting to talk about, the burnt orange faithful here. I don't know. I'm thankful. Thankfully, nobody came in and just brought all eyes on us today. So.
Well, and I think a lot of that has to do with, I mean, we understand our responsibility to all the great folks that listen and to watch.
Got to give the people what they want.
Yeah, man. And it's like, I mean, and I know it's easy to channel surf and do other things, and that's fine. That's great. But people have really found, what are we going into year 2, I think, that we're diving into.
Yep.
People have really found their home right here, man. And that's, we appreciate that. And thank you all for being a part of this growing, man, this is a media metropolis that's happening right here.
A media metropolis. Put that on a damn shirt. No, so actually we got a really good compliment from a buddy of mine, John Denny. So he was a new member that signed up a couple of days ago, or yesterday, in fact, and then also gave the entire programming of you, right? And this is a Midwest dude, so he's a Big Ten guy, okay? And he thought that our programming was absolutely on point. And the fact that we have an app too to listen on the go, to where, because a lot of times people can't just anchor down and watch an 8-hour programming, all damn day. The fact that we have an app to take it on the go, and we're not or our viewers don't have to feel like they're anchored. They can take us anywhere they go. It's a big benefit. We're a huge hit, Rodney, needless to say.
So just recently, BK has allowed me to with my Monday night Revved Up Livecast to put it on the app, and it's not something. It's not podcasted or anything like that, but I get a lot of people that have reached out and they're like, dude, we just like listening to the audio part. We just like listening to that on that TSU app. And that is, man, it's a good alternative if you can't, if you're on the move, because people do travel a lot. And hey, my forte says it right there. You give a shit or you have no life beyond the show. It's a lot of both.
Well, I mean, this is kind of like a labor of love, is it not?
It's a total labor of love,
right?
I mean,
we've been doing this thing for over 10 years, and for a lot of people, the novelty wears off, right?
Mm-hmm.
You sit here and you see the microphone, you see the studio, right? For me, it was seeing the studio the first time. I'm like, holy shit! Like this is where it all goes down, right? And then you sit in the chair for the first time, and you just look around the room. You're like, man, this is you adjust your mic and you look back at the producer shed and you think, man, what do you got to do to get there? Don't worry, kid, you'll be there just a little bit. You ain't going to the chair first, my guy. No, and that's kind of like the whole novelty of radio for me. And then I don't know, it's just you're not gonna make a lot of money. It's not a lucrative career, right? And, unless you're up there with like SVP or Mad Dog, and you basically got your own damn network. We kind of do, but we're in the gestation period. We're still growing, right? We still got to grow, and then that's when that return comes back on us. But no, it is. It's, I would say if anyone that's in sports radio, not just sports radio, but just radio itself or entertainment itself, I would say it's a labor of love. I mean, it's an oversaturated market. Everybody's doing it. And, you don't just have to be good. You have to have a connection with your fan base. And I think that the rationale there, or it's not even rationale, rather, it's been out there and established already. We provide, to go back off of what you're saying, with the one person being open, or the one crew being open today and on the radio, and it goes back to just giving the people what they want, man. And honestly, I think when they talk about Texas Sports Unfiltered, they mention the community first because of how much interaction that we actually have with all of our fan base and I say listeners, but they're not listeners, they're interacting, you know what I mean? They're part of the show, like they're I think I have a problem when people say listeners with our community here, because that they're not just actually sitting there absorbing, they're interacting with our show, and that's what makes the content great.
Yeah, it's our crew. And I mean, for me, it's always been, it was always a lifeline. Man, I wanted to be a country DJ is what I wanted to be as a kid. I mean, and that's why.
Did you have a major influence as a country DJ growing up? Was there somebody that was on the air that you couldn't go without hearing?
In different markets. I mean, there were guys, because we lived on the road car racing, so there were people in San Antonio, Corpus. Look, Bob Cole is a guy where we sit here and we talk about Bob Cole all the time. And I've been listening.
He really is an institution.
Listen to Bob Cole for years, and it was one of those things where, And I wanted to do that, and then kind of all the old radio stations, and then to get to be on the radio, that was great. And again, we love those times, but I just think where it's gone full circle for all of us is that now we're doing this, and we're on the radio. Call it whatever. I mean, I was talking to a lady the other day, and she said, "Oh yeah, you guys on the radio?" I'm like, "Yeah." Yeah, I mean,
it's the airwaves.
It's the same thing.
I mean, I think that we need to understand that terrestrial radio is
fading.
It's got to transition at some point. I won't say that it's dying. It's flailing. I don't know if it's necessarily dying. I don't know if terrestrial radio will ever die just because of the necessity of it, right? Like when all else fails, you're going to need some type of communication, and it would be stupid to turn that off, right?
Yeah. And I got to tell you, when I'm out in the middle of nowhere and I'm driving around, I will flip over.
Sometimes the only thing that comes in is that AM dial,
radio.
Right?
AM radio. I will flip over to AM radio just to hear that. I mean, whether it's WOAI or one of these stations that are blowtorches, it's like you turn that stuff on and you hear that crackling and all of that. And it's really great. And, like CB mentions right here, I mean, look, I was a blitzer. I mean, when Bucky and Aaron first started, hell, I was one of the blitz guys that would call in, and we've kind of grown that. And I think Delgado hits it on the nail right here. It's not just community, but culture is what Texas Sports Unfiltered.
We do, man. We got a really good culture here. Where do you want to go first, amigo? But there's a lot to break down. Great battle last night. You want to talk about slugfest, man. San Francisco and Detroit kind of giving us a nice show for Monday Night Football, but the Lions actually prevailed at the end there. And Purdy did it for me, my guy.
Yeah.
2 points victorious. A total of 202 points for the collective week 17, and you get to take home a championship. Now, unfortunately, I didn't win the first place prize for my huge league, so I'm pretty sure a good portion of this sum will be paying out my
there you go.
My ante for
reciprocate.
But still, man, we didn't, at the end of the day or at the end of the year, we're still in the black. We're not in the red. You know what I mean? We're playing on house money. So that's what it's all about.
That's what I'm talking about. Coda text line open 512-228-9328. Our man Tom McKay checks in. Yes, you are the only station live today here in Austin. So could you please offer some humor? Stop being serious. Life is too
when am I humorous?
He's like, have some fucking fun, says our
usually all I have is nothing but serious chats. I don't really have that much fun anymore. My wife took the fun away.
Come on, man. Don't be doing that.
I'm joking.
I know. Here's what I'm interested in. I mean, with the Detroit win last night, because I have to tell you, Wags, now that we have this final week set up between Minnesota and Detroit, this is for the number 1 seed in the NFC, and I think that's going to be really, really important. Playing in whoever's going to have the home field advantage here.
Who's leading Minnesota to play for that number 1 spot?
Isn't that crazy? Sam Darnold.
Isn't that crazy?
And the fact
isn't that crazy? Some asshole on these airwaves said that Sam Darnold would lead his team to a double-digit season.
Yeah.
That crystal ball was pretty crazy, wasn't it?
And now with this all on the line, and I see a lot of chatter now where people are like, okay, what do you do with JJ McCarthy? I'm like, man, I don't even care about that dude. There's a lot of work for Minnesota to get done right now to be worrying about what you're going to do with JJ McCarthy. and with Detroit, I really think Detroit and Dan Campbell, they really willed their way to the win last night, but there's still a lot of work to do. And with this game on Sunday coming up, this is a playoff game. This is a playoff game, Wags.
You're paying Sam Darnold, are you not? If you're the Vikings,
man, I would. If you don't, somebody else is going to.
Right, somebody's scooping this dude up.
Yeah.
Now, and let's keep it 100% here. Let's just be real about this whole scenario, whole situation. I think Sam Darnold's got talent. You guys hear about me talk about his arm superiority. I think he's also benefiting from being in the perfect situation.
Absolutely.
He's got a really good line. He has a fantastic arsenal of weapons to work with. And he has a complementary running game. With a defense that can get to You know what? I think this defense can get on a championship tier. I think they can. I think the defense is better than Detroit's, but I think I think their offense is just so damn good right now. They're firing on all cylinders, and they're hard to stop. They can score in multiple facets, and they're getting Montgomery back. They're getting David Montgomery back. So Gibbs has been able to kind of put the team on his shoulders and give them enough balance to make this damn offense basically hard to stop. I mean, you got Amon Brown St. Ra, Brown. I think I said that right. Yeah, Amon Ra. God, I can't even think of the damn's name, the player's name. But anyway, he's one of the fastest dudes, or one of the best dudes, wide receivers in the damn league. And then you got Reynolds, who's one of the fastest wide receivers in the league. I think I heard somebody say that last night on television that there's a chance that he could actually be a 4-1 wide receiver, which makes him the fastest person in the league. If that's the case, then yeah, just nothing but talent, nothing but speed on this damn offense here with Gibbs and Reynolds there. And then also you got Hawk. You got Hawkinson was with the not Hawkinson, Laporta. You got Laporta there to give a good mid-range game and a good red zone game for Detroit. And look, man, if you really want to talk about the stalwarts of the NFC, maybe they are coming from the north. Maybe both teams are representing for the NFC here when it's all said and done with. But I just think there's too much parity in the NFC.
I think with both of these teams, and I think the relevance, obviously we understand how important this game is going to be on Sunday, but I think both of these teams, you need to have the home field advantage. And I mean, that sounds like a cliche, but
that's not going to happen though.
One of them. I mean, I think especially for Detroit right now with that battered defense that you have, again, the offense, we saw it last night, how explosive it is and can be. But the whole thing is that defense is so beat up. I think you have to be in the friendly confines of your own place. And I think for Minnesota, the same thing, because I hate to say this, Wags, I'm not totally sold on either one of these. Where I've been told
who with your team are you finding steam with the Eagles or something like?
No, man, I'm really finding a lot of steam in the Packers and Tampa Bay and the Rams. I think that
now I know you've been on the Rams for basically half the season, but I just don't think that the Rams have I don't think they have the mustard, man. I just don't.
The injury thing, and this is where we come back to, and I think that's what can derail the Rams. But I do think, just kind of like with the whole conversation on the other side with the Bengals, because now, I mean, if the Bengals get into the playoffs, I think that they can be somebody that, especially Kansas City, because for the Chiefs, that's kind of been a little bit of I don't want to say an Achilles heel, but in all the success that we've seen.
No, but you're right. I think the Bengals are kind of conjured and engineered to beat the Chiefs, right? Like they have that high-powered offense, and if you're going to get in a boat race with them, that's one of the best teams to do it with, right? You have whether it's Chase or Higgins, you have a wide receiver that can put up 150 yards at any given game. So, yeah, you have an offense that can put up any amount of points that the opposition does.
And it really does feel. I mean, you mentioned it right there, and Rob alludes to it right here on the chat line. I mean, it does seem like the NFC. I think anybody. I think the Commanders, and again, I mean the Commanders.
I don't know. So you say that, but I don't know if the Commanders are there.
I don't think the Commanders can. I don't think that they can.
I don't think the Commanders can. I don't think the Rams can.
What about Tampa Bay? Now Tampa Bay is the one where it's like,
if there's a team that I don't have a pulse on that well in the NFC, it's probably Tampa Bay. I thought Tampa Bay was going to be out of it. I really did. I didn't think that they would be able to find their way in, and then here they are. Baker moneymaker. Throwing 5 touchdown pass games and ascending, to the heavens as godlike quarterback play, and then getting the damn Buccaneers into the playoffs again, man. Yeah, what a ride. I don't know if I can give the check or the green light to Tampa Bay as being a scary contender. I mean, they're I mean, of course, they're hot right now, but I think the dominant two teams for me Minnesota and Detroit.
I do agree with that part.
I think I'm giving the edge to Minnesota at the moment.
Whichever one does not get home field advantage could get bounced in round 2, because I don't know, man. It's Detroit. It has been. I mean, they have been really, really good, but I think the injuries are going to mount up, and you look at the game last night. I mean, the 49ers right there, but the 49ers are kind of that duplicate situation where they've just been so beaten and battered.
Right. Yeah. They've had a tumultuous year in terms of injury, right? They've been plagued by the injury bug.
And Philadelphia, I mean, and I'm taking out the whole thing right here that I totally despise the Philadelphia Eagles and everything about them. It's just, I am not confident in them that they're going to be able to keep their shit together, is the only way that I can put it, to avoid stepping on themselves and doing the things that Nick Sirianni and Hurts and those guys have done. I just don't think that Philadelphia is ready to make a run. I just don't think. And Philadelphia may be the one to get bounced by Green Bay or Tampa Bay or one of these other teams that we're talking about. I mean,
I think Philadelphia's primed, but I don't know if their emotions are going to be, the cause of doing them in, so to speak. I think they got, like every other team, they're kind of dealing with some injuries here. They got some players that they need to get right and need to get healthy. But there doesn't appear to be a meltdown that there doesn't appear to be a meltdown that Philadelphia is having. Now, I don't know if Hurts is going to roll out against the Giants. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Kenny Pickett. But look, like everybody knows that this week's going to be the Saquon Barkley show anyway. So
at least for 102 yards.
Yeah, that's and he's not going to stop there, right? It's not going to stop it. It's probably going to get 202 yards. No, but I don't think that Philadelphia has the Joes to actually get it done. Like, I mean, you're talking about two of the top teams right now being Minnesota and Detroit in my eyes, man. I know that there is a lot of parity. There's more parity in the NFC, but at this point, it just feels like I can't call it a two-head race. I can't sit here confidently and say that it's a two-headed race, just like it's
like a five-headed race, to be honest.
But if there are, out of those 5 teams, if there are 2 that could be solidified as the tops, they're coming from the north, and it's Detroit and it's Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely. Wags, before we hear from Covert, speaking of Philadelphia, did you hear Micah? Micah said, take away the scoreboard. There were only about 5 plays in that game that beat us. Come on, man. 41-7. 41-7, and yet the Cowboys still continue to grab headlines.
What did he say? How many plays?
He said, taking away the scoreboard, it was really only about 5 plays that beat us in that game. Yeah, 5. No, let's see. What would it be? 41. I think that would actually be 6 or 7 plays, not 5. 6 or 7 plays, the scoring plays.
I mean, pride's a motherfucker, right, Micah? It stings in your mouth, and they're punching you in the mouth. We get it, man. It sucks. It hurts to lose. And this dude, I mean, if there's one underlying tone from this season, or I guess silver lining from this season with the Dallas defense, it's the fact that Micah Parsons, when he's on the field, he produces, right? That's the one thing that you're going to get. And maybe it's even a bigger dilemma or debacle for Dallas now, because they've seen just how much of an impact that this dude can make when he's on the field. I mean, you can't deny that Dallas's defense trended up leaps and bounds once Parsons got back on the field in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Again, I probably too little too late. The damage was done in Dallas in the Big D, but you can't deny that this dude is one of the X factors, not just on the team, but in the damn league.
Yeah,
so I mean, Dallas, you might want to be looking to sign this dude back up.
This is a dude that you really need to figure out a way to get him signed in. I mean, even with all the distractions, I mean, that's part of the Dallas Cowboys. And I think now the question that keeps popping up, is McCarthy going to come back? Does McCarthy want to come back? Hell, the ball's in his hands too. It's like Jerry may not want to bring him back. Well, hell, maybe he wants to go somewhere else. Yeah. And I think there will be some demand. I mean,
how many people want to work for Jerry Jones? Excuse me.
I'd
work early morning this morning. Excuse me.
I'd work for him. Yeah, you've been working too hard. You've been working.
Man.
Too hard,
been out and about. Been doing some things.
Yeah, doing some things. Speaking of doing some things, New Year's coming up. New Year's Eve tonight. You got to if in your 2025 future is a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, guys, there is one place to go. It's our friends over at Covert Bee Caves. What a massive dealership out there in the beautiful hill country of Central Texas. Take a look at some of the offerings from our friends at Covert Bee Caves.
It's a family atmosphere. It's not just when you stop in, you buy your car.
From communication to expertise to professionalism, it's exactly what I expected from the Covert family.
So they make it so easy for me. That car that I wanted, they found it, and I didn't know if I can afford it, but they make it possible.
You'll see that they really will move mountains. They're going to do what they need to do to get you what you want and make sure you're happy with it.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Genuine originals right there. It is Covert, the Covert family, covertbeecave.com. Also, Texas with a little bit of a football game coming up tomorrow right around noontime. And
Did you
again,
say genuine?
Genuine. Passes.com. We got to tell you about them, friends. We talk about them all the time here at TSU. Passes is the content creator company that the Texas One Fund has partnered up with. It's giving Texas fans behind-the-scenes access like you have never experienced before. Of course, you've heard of the Texas One Fund, and you know that they are everything that they do for the University of Texas. And now you can donate to that Texas One Fund and get something back in return, friends. VIP experiences, memorabilia, tailgate stuff. And not only that, you're not just donating to help the future of Texas athletics, you're also getting that really, really cool stuff. Check it out today at passes.com/Texas One Fund. Sign up and get closer to the game than ever before. Again, that is passes.com/Texas One Fund. Elevate that fandom, elevate that Texas fandom as Texas gets set to take on Arizona State tomorrow.
Yeah, and while you're at it, why don't you elevate your accessories for your new truck that you just got from Covert there with our friends from Real Truck. Let's hear a word from our friends at Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic. And finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories. And bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Absolutely.
That's right. And if you make a purchase of $100, you're going to get that hat that we've been talking about. Pull it out of that stocking stuffer that we've mentioned for Christmas and make it and break it out for the new year. Bring in the new year 2025, my dude. Also bring in a new year with audiovisual consultations. Give them a call. It's primed. It's great. It's perfect for hockey. It's perfect for college basketball. And it's bowl week. I don't know if you'll be able to get, the setup of your dreams just in time for the game tomorrow, but you give them a call and probably get on the schedule. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. They've been providing the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years, since 1988. They've been setting up everybody with the viewing that they want, the viewing of their needs. Just give them a call, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Tell them that the crew from AV Consultations sent you. Or excuse me, we might as well call ourselves the crew from AV Consultations. We all of us have an AV Consultation studio, but tell them the guys from Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you.
We're just under 30 minutes away, man. It's about getting set to be bowl.
Are you going to watch Alabama, Michigan?
You damn right.
I'm looking forward to that. On the game? You got any action?
No. And who would have thought
You're such a loser. You're not betting on this game.
When I'm banking this whole thing on Ike's thing. That's the only thing that I am relevant in at this point. So
he hit me up the other day. He was just like, well. Looks like you won. I'm like, won what? You know what I mean? I'm half out of it, man. I'm sitting here thinking that he's trying to help, give me a tip for like fantasy football or whatever. Oh, glad you won, dude. Cool. And I was like, I don't need nothing. He goes, what are you talking about, you idiot? You won. I'm like, oh, I won the pick'em thing. Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Sun shines on a dog's ass every now and then, amigo.
Hey, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. The ReliaQuest Bowl, Alabama and Michigan. I mean, great matchup if you look at it from a traditional standpoint. However, I'm not sure if playing in Tampa, Florida, at Raymond James Stadium at noon come on, man. What
we got what last time I looked it was 15. I don't even know what it is now.
I don't know what it is, 16, but it's
16 in the hook. 16 in the hook. Yeah, 2-score game. 2-touchdown game rather.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell I'm putting any money towards Big Blue on this. I think they won their Super Bowl. They had their miracle against Ohio State, and I think they're I think it's all house money from here on out. If we're talking about our cousin's home, right? So, look, I'll watch it for entertainment, but I know that I was giving you shit just a minute ago. There's no way in hell I got money on this game.
No, it's definitely. I mean, it's either that or The Young and the Restless. So I'm going to watch that. I'm going to watch that because I think that's a better thing. We'll watch Alabama. We'll call that The Old and the Grumpy instead of The Young and the Restless. What do we get from Alabama here? With Kalen DeBoer, his first year coming in right here, and Alabama's still pissed off that they missed the playoff.
I would think that you get a Milrose show here, right? You got to. I think that this young man wants to give his stock a little bit more value or added value if it needs any. I don't know what one game is going to do, but you're going up against Martindale's defense. This dude's got a pro mindset as it is, and regardless of the record of the Wolverines here, you got to take that into consideration that this defense can be a championship caliber defense at times. They struggle to muster points and yardage on the offensive side of the ball. But if they had a complementary offense to go with this defense, Michigan would be back up in the conversation with everybody else for at least a spot in the 12-team playoff. It's just their offense was absolute dog shit this year.
Yeah, and it's way too early to be previewing, what's going to happen next year in college football. These are two programs that I'm very interested to see what happens next year. Now with the NIL and Michigan already making moves and all of that. I mean, what happens there? Then you have the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl with Louisville and Washington. Hey, Washington, how are you doing? The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, South Carolina and Illinois. I'm curious if Alabama and South Carolina are just going to come out and bludgeon these opponents because they feel like they should have been in the playoffs. So that'll be interesting. The Kinder's Texas Bowl, the fighting Baylor Bears against LSU. No
way, dude.
You'll have that. You have all that, and by the way, then you have a college football playoff game. So a busy day. I hope people are, get a little, checking in for work on the app or whatever. You get to watch
the line for LSU and Baylor, right?
I have not seen the line for that.
Baylor's favored.
Why?
Or am I seeing this wrong?
I don't know.
Baylor favored 3 in the hook.
Oh my Lord. That is what I see.
You want to conjure up some emotions, amigo. What the hell's going on in Kelly's camp here?
I'm telling you. Isn't it? I mean, we can talk about highlights of 2024 and all this crazy stuff, but I mean, Texas and Oklahoma going to the SEC is a big deal in 2024. Look how the SEC has changed in football right now. Alabama missing the playoff, LSU. Look how these programs have changed.
So
in
that was going to be my question. My question to you was, what was the biggest letdown game of 2024? Right.
If I can keep it right here in my backyard.
I'm sorry. Let me focus in on that. In the college football landscape, what was the biggest letdown in 2024, in your opinion? Doesn't have to come from our 40 acres, of course.
It's coming from the 40 acres. When you had the October 12th game, the buildup and everything that was there about Texas to solidify themselves. And look, Texas is an SEC power. There's no doubt about it. They're in the college football playoff, blah, blah, blah. But I really thought that on that October 12th game at Darrell K. Royal Texas Memorial Stadium, you go out and you slay the giant in your own backyard. Man, that's huge. But, man, they came in and they whooped you. You got whooped in your own backyard. And to me, that really was the biggest letdown for me in college football. Texas fan or not, that was
I would to me, I think the biggest letdown in college football has to be, in my opinion, the Ole Miss loss to Florida. Ole Miss had absolutely their future right in front of them. They were steering the damn steering. They had their hands on the steering wheel, and they squandered it. Jackson Dart, had a meltdown and threw interception after interception to the Gators excuse me. They had Lagway that game. That was the game. That was the week after they played us. But they were able to come back and put a whooping on Ole Miss and absolutely upset them and derail their chance at being in this 12-team playoff. And which I would have thought that Ole Miss actually had I thought they had the mustard. I thought they had the team to actually beat Georgia and kind of set the tone for this whole playoff thing and steal it away from everybody. I don't know if they would have been number one going in over the Ducks because they already had a loss going into the damn playoff anyways, and the Ducks didn't pick up one. But I thought Ole Miss, if they did not lose to Florida and got in, they could have ran the train on them. They could have put it deep a long way into the playoffs here. Not really ran a train. Jeez, verbiage today, amigo. Good thing it's a new year.
It's a good thing we're the only ones on the air today.
What's Troy got cooking? Now,
that's a lot of plus and minuses and shit on there. I see a lot of pluses. Underdog.
That's not plus minus. That's what we call prop betting here, man.
Yeah,
get on Underdog and take Milrow for a plus 500 or 577 in the hook. And then you got, I guess, a touchdown. All you got to do is just score one touchdown. Then you got Bernard plus 8.5. And then you got Jam Miller receiving. You got Zvada for a 1.5 field goal. All he's got to make 2. Damn. Yeah, Troy, I think you got me on the one here, Mago. I think you got me.
As we embark into the college football playoff,
Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. Underdog Fantasy.
With tonight with Penn State and Boise State, I think a lot of folks are hanging, with Ashton Genty and everything there with Boise State. I'm sorry. I think Penn State's going to handle business.
I think Penn State's going to roll, amigo.
I'm here to tell you, and again, take the whole Texas part out of this. I think if there's going to be an upset, I think Georgia may be the one to go down. I think Georgia may, if anybody's going to go down, it may be Georgia. There with Notre Dame. Am I totally sold on Notre Dame? Not so much. But Georgia, I just I don't know, man. I think they've kind of made themselves susceptible to getting beat. And I know a lot of people want Texas to get beat. And really, I saw something this morning where Desmond Howard was saying all the pressure is on Texas. And I really don't think it is. I truly think, Wags, Texas is going to come out and handle business tomorrow. I really think we're going to see this Texas defense stifle Scatapoo, whatever his name is. And you take that dude out of the picture, and I mean, there's not a lot there. Look through their stat line. I got all their stats right here, and I've been breaking this down for about a week. Scatapoo, everything runs through Scatapoo. And I really think Texas is going to take care of business. I mean,
well, what's the one thing that you think that PK's got to do to come out on New Year's Day and actually stop Cam Scatapoo?
I think you got to do it early. You got to do it early, whether you're going to stack the box, whatever you're going to do to try to do that. I just think that where Texas is going to have the edge to stop this dude is what we've been talking about throughout the year, Wags, to where you're going to have these fresh rotations. You're going to have all of these different looks that you're going to be getting from the Texas defense. I mean, I think Ant Hill's going to have a hell of a day tomorrow. And I think that
he's going to have to, if he's going to want to be a nightmare for Scatapoo. So look, this dude, what I think it's a 13. The line's 13 right now for the Horns. And they're without their top wide receiver. Arizona State is too. So you're going to see a Scatapoo show, right? Honestly, if Arizona State wants to make a run at this thing, and like Scatapoo's got to have the game of his life. He's got to go for 300 fucking yards. And I know that's hyperbolic speak, but he does. He really has to have like the game of his life, at least 200. He's got to essentially put the Sun Devils on his back and run against the toughest defense in the nation, which I just don't see happening, Rodney. There's a reason that this line is 13 or it's as large as it is. I think that you could be, how Clemson came out and gave the Longhorns a decent run for a little while there. But honestly, I never felt like the game was out of hand for the Longhorns. It was, I mean, I don't know if this was how it actually went down, but it felt like, Flood and Sark were kind of just messing around and seeing what they could work on in the game, right? They could go to Wisner or Blue and get 4 or 5 yards per clip anytime they wanted to on the ground with the offensive line, just moving mass, just plowing mass all around, last week. But they elected to just work on or it felt like they were just working on some things. If that's kind of the mindset that they're rolling out here for Arizona State could come back and bite them in the ass. But if the Longhorns just come out there and take care of business, they're going to push Arizona State all over the field.
I think so too. And I mean, the whole thing is there with Scattaboo. I mean, you talk about, and look, great player. I mean, he's had a great year. I mean, absolutely not taking anything away from him. But Sam Levitt also, good year. But I mean, you don't have Jordan Tyson. That's your number 1 wide receiver. That dude's hurt. I don't know.
If that's true. I couldn't remember his name, but they don't have Tyson, so you're going to get a lot of Scatterman.
I mean, what else do you do? I mean, that's the whole thing right there, and it's not.
Well, if you're Arizona State, how do you stop the Texas offense?
That's a whole other thing. I've seen some different analytics and different comments to where it's like, well, Texas is going to have to go down the field and do all this stuff. Why? I mean, you can sit there.
How do you stop Wisner and how do you stop Blue?
Exactly. And if you do, well, they'll hit you with Gunnar Helm going across the middle. I mean, I think this could be another huge Gunnar Helm game on the offensive side.
You kind of just alluded to it, right? Like Sark likes to come out and do a high tempo offense and kind of wear the defense down through passing plays, and then lean on his running backs to kind of just basically knock the defenders over that are sitting there leaning on their hips. I think if you do the reverse tendency, or if you change up your tendency a little bit and go run heavy first and make Arizona stop the run, I think of course you don't want to be so predictable to where you're setting up your passing attack through your running attack, like you're predicated off of your ground and pound for your passing play. You don't want it to kind of be predictable, but at the same token, when you can move the entire defensive line all around and get 4 to 5 yards a clip, it doesn't matter what you do. It's the execution portion of it, right? Like just go out there. You don't have to be cute about it. One, keep plays closer to the chest anyways for the opposition that's going to be meeting you in the semi here. Get past the quarterfinal, blow Arizona State out of the way, and let's show the committee that you should have had the bye in the first place.
Yeah. And that's where, I mean, I really think, I would not be surprised at all tomorrow when this game starts, because we're sitting here talking about Contavious Wisner and Jaden Blue and all the different things and the underneath using the tight end and all that. By the way, I saw that Gunnar Helm was like ranked the number 5 tight end in this draft. I'm like, what? Come on, man.
Anyway.
You
don't think that's a good... I mean, hell, I'll take top 5.
I think it should be higher. I think it should be like second, maybe first. But again, the body of work.
Good. He's pretty good, as they like to say.
Damn good. He's pretty damn good little tight end that you got right there. But in this, I wouldn't be at all surprised, Wags, where you come out this Texas offense tomorrow, and you come out and you go straight down the field. Take the big shot. Take the big shot early, because like we and a lot of other people are talking about, is Texas is going to lean on the running game. And yes, absolutely. We want them. You want them to do that because it's been extremely successful. But take the shot. Isaiah Bond's playing. I mean, take the shot. Take the shot. I don't know. But I do think that Texas is going to handle their business. And I think they're going to handle it really quick. And I think they're going to handle it effectively. And
are there any concerns that Arizona has that kind of give you some pause?
Or
do you think Longhorns should seamlessly win this?
Wags, going back to the Scattaboo thing, I think if this is a 24-20 ball game and we get to the fourth quarter or whatever, that's where Cam Scattaboo is going to get you, because that's where that big dude can start.
Well, I mean, that's but I mean,
that's the concern.
That's the perfect. You're giving the perfect scenario, but
for Arizona State, right?
Okay,
exactly.
I don't think any of that shit's going to come to fruition at all.
I really don't think so either.
I don't even think the line for 13 was large enough. I think it's going to be at least 21 points here at the end of the day. Maybe I'm overzealous a little bit, but I'm very confident, absolutely confident. When I saw the path to the semis, I thought that, Georgia, clearly they had a decent, lie there, but Penn State had a good lie and Texas had an excellent lie to get to the semis there. Unfortunately for Georgia, though, they're rolling with Stockton and not Carson Beck, which, you got 3 weeks basically with Stockton, as QB1 there. And so maybe, he's up to speed and that offense is firing on all cylinders now for Georgia. We'll see what the Dogs can do, though, but you kind of alluded to it. They are one of the stalwarts that could be toppled at the beginning of this thing or upset from Notre Dame. And it's not so much that Notre Dame beat the brakes off of Indiana for me. Or the fact that Stockton's, at the helm for him. I think I'm seeing the the toughness and the tenacity in Notre Dame's defense, right? That, the national pundits have been talking about it all year long, but I'm just, all right, there's some holes in this defense, right? But I mean, hell, you got, local talent like Leonard Moore being able to step in and fill big shoes for that, championship caliber defense there. And, they got them firing on all cylinders, amigo. They're ready to rock. And I'm not going to call I'm not brave enough to call an upset because I think Georgia's too good of a team collectively to sit here and think that, just because of the loss of Carson Beck, they're going to fold. Etienne's one hell of a their trench warfare is spectacular. I mean, they probably got some of the best, linemen in all of college football. That's not a hot take here. That's just everybody knows that. And when you have that, that's the recipe for success. And as long as you have that recipe, you're going to cook up a good meal, amigo.
Absolutely. And that's why with the way that this lays out, and again, I'm not ballsy enough to say that Georgia's going to lose. I just happen to think that if there's going to be an upset, that Georgia is more prone at this point. And I've seen, I see a lot with Oregon and Ohio State. It's like, what if Ohio State upsets Oregon? Well, who
is that?
Would that be so surprising?
I don't know if that's an upset though.
No, it's not. It's not. I mean, 1 versus 8. Yeah, on paper it would be an upset. But look, come on, man.
These two teams played already this year, so it's what's the old adage? It's hard to beat a team 3 times.
Exactly.
I think the same thing can be said, beating a team twice. So
and if this playoff was set up differently, I think structured in a better way, this is a national championship matchup right here. I mean, this could be a national championship game right here, and you're getting it in the quarterfinals. And that's something for the committee or college football or whoever the hell's going to to work on to try to avoid having this in the quarterfinals. But Texas is going to take care of business, man. There's no other way around it. I mean,
I was about to jump on Jose's ass, be like, Jose, what the hell are you playing fantasy sports for still? Question, guys. Start 1, sit 1, drop 1, right? That's what he leads with. And then he hits us with the fireworks edition. We're rolling with Roman candles, black cats, and artillery shells. You got to start 1, sit 1, and drop 1. I love the topic here. Start 1. Are the Roman candles the one that?
Yeah. You just hold it. You hold it like that, and it goes. We used to get those for the kids and sparklers.
Put on the ground.
No, those are bottle rockets. I think those were.
No, Rodney. A bottle rocket is what you would put in like a wiffle ball bat and shoot it at people.
Oh well.
I'm talking about the ones that go up in the sky and explode.
Yeah, it's a Roman candle, the one you hold. It's that long thing like that.
You don't hold a Roman candle when it goes up in the air and you can see it from Baker Park or whatever.
Oh no! Those are the other ones, like at the big fireworks displays where they fire those things.
That's the shit I'm asking you about.
Oh no! The Roman candle that I'm used to, but I'm old, dude. I'm from the country. It was you held that thing, and the Roman candle would go.
Yeah, that's okay. So that's what a Roman. I don't know my pyro here.
Yeah.
But that's
old
okay.
school.
So a Roman candle, I'm all about that because it's kind of like the bottle rocket. You can hold one Roman candle, and then I'm not giving out bad advice here. This is what we used to do back in the day. You know how the wiffle ball bat has the hole in the middle?
Yeah.
Right? You would take the bottle rocket that you were talking about, the skinny little thing, and you'd put that in there, and you'd act like it's a damn bazooka, right? And you light it, hit me. Good, fire.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you play. I mean, I don't. It's not safe to do that, but that's the type of shit that we would do back in the day. You want to talk about old age? That we'd be playing, war with fire rockets and pyro, small pyro, not crazy pyro where you're gonna blow stuff up like JPP, but
yeah,
still.
blow your finger off. And when it comes to black cats, I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna say sit black
the black cat. Sit the black cat, man. That's boring. It's like, you light it and throw it.
Now what's the artillery? Are the artillery shells the one that Jose's talking about, to where it goes up and pops?
Let's see here. The cannon you load with a ball, and it'll see that kind of. It's still okay. It's the
I'm
one.
Gonna say
that's the big one.
Or the ones you load can. All right, so I'm gonna say sit.
Black cat.
I'm gonna say sit. The black cats drop the artillery shells just because they make me and my dog piss my pants, and I'm gonna go with the Roman candles because you can have a decent type of warfare with the small pyro Roman candle. And a Roman candle, as long as you keep it, toned in and away from people's eyes and face, you're not going to hurt anybody too bad.
Yeah. The black cat's always the one where, and I'm sure it still happens. I mean, I don't know. I can't pop fireworks. If I attempt to pop a firework in my neighborhood, Johnny Law shows up, and it's
your
like
HOA. We have the same HOA, do we not?
No, I think no, we're different. We're different. But
I mean, people, 3 doors down, but have a damn concert for a fireworks show. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a holiday. They just want to go out and buy. Anytime that the stands are selling fireworks, they buy the entire damn catalog out of it or inventory out of it and bring it onto my damn cul-de-sac and blow everything up. So,
and they don't clean up their mess, probably, right?
That too. They don't clean their damn mess up, and it blows in everybody's yard and shit. That pisses me off. There I go, sounding old again.
No, it's true, because in our neighborhood you can't do it, but I can go to the neighborhood behind us, which over there apparently you get away with do whatever the hell you want to do.
So I think you're referring to my neighborhood.
No, because you're over there. I'm talking about the one that's behind me. It's that way, and you're over there.
I think you're talking about Troy's neighborhood then.
Oh, I don't know, but I don't want to say the neighborhood because I don't want to.
You ain't trying to dox anybody. I got you.
But the whole thing is, I go driving over there. I'll go out there tomorrow morning, and there's going to be shit sprawled all along the thing. I mean, along the highway or the thoroughfare. I'm going to be having to avoid all these things sitting straight up that look like a dildo. Where you pop those things. Oh, can we say that on here?
Yeah,
that you pop those things out of, and it's like, dude, pick up your shit. Pick up your mess if you're going to sit there and do that.
If you want to play, you got to be able to pick it up too, right?
Yeah. And with the black cats, it was always back in the old days where you had a cousin or an uncle or a ballsy friend where it's like, watch this, they light the black cat and they hold it in their hand. I'm like, dude, that ain't making you manly to me. That's making you stupid than you already are. Yeah. Don't be JPP. Come on, man.
JPP. Yeah, as LB says, he did continue to play football.
He did
at a high rate, as a matter of fact, too. Yeah, I mean, what do you got? Anything festive going on? You going to any parties or anything that you haven't invited me to?
We were trying to figure out what to do, as a matter of fact, because game night or New Year's Eve for us has always been game night. We do
board games?
Monopoly. Yeah, board games with the girls. But now the girls have found their own.
Yeah, I was gonna say the girls ain't staying home, and
they ain't got time for us. And we were sitting around there. I mean, over the weekend, I found a really cool party that I would have loved to taken the wife to. It was really cheap. I called them up, and they're like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, we're at capacity." It's like right down the road. I mean, over in that Bass Pro Shop area of Round Rock.
Well, if I get into anything, man, I'll give you a call.
Yeah, please do. I mean, because that's the whole thing. We were having the conversation last night to where Tracy's like, even though that we never go anywhere, I'm kind of disappointed that we're not doing anything.
Dude, I don't even like to mess with shit. I don't even like to be on the roads. I tell Reed, if Reed's going, we've already made our rule. If you're going to be out, just let us know where you're going and stay off the damn road. Like, we get it. You're probably gonna, drink. You're probably gonna do something stupid, but just minimize that stupidity. Okay, like just be at a house. Just stay at a house, and if you need a ride, I already know you're doing it anyways. Call me. I'll come pick you up and take you to the next damn spot, and we can go get the car tomorrow. Like,
right.
Seriously, like there's, as long as you articulate and relay that they're doing it and they're not going to get in trouble. You hope they don't do it. You don't condone what they're doing, but my God, you're not going to put them in parental jail. They should be able to be, mature enough and give you the damn call and say like, hey, we're heading here. Do you think you can, give me a ride over there? I got something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not in the state to drive. So again, that's my parental PSA. Please talk to your kids to let them know that you know what they're doing, and just, be the bridge for tonight. Just be like, hey man, how can I help you be safe and doing whatever the hell you want? You're not condoning and giving them an invitation of doing what they're doing. You really are helping them, because remember what you did. Okay. That's what I'll say to you. Remember what you did.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that.
Yes. And that's adults too. I mean, we're talking about kids, but yeah, you guys just kind of take care of yourself.
So many ways to arrive alive, man. Give a call.
That's it. We need you guys to be a part of the Texas Sports Unfiltered family, because like it said earlier, man, this is culture right here. And without all of you, this thing just doesn't run the way that it's supposed to. So you folks be safe. And like I said to the wife, I said, look, if we can't go anywhere, if we can't do it, there's college football on tonight.
And that's the thing too. There's also college football on tomorrow, and we kind of got to work tomorrow. So I don't even think I'll be having any champagne or wine tonight. I'm not really that big of a drinker anyways. But I might, I've been sober for about 3 months, actually.
Dude,
I'm completely so. I mean, not California sober, like completely sober. I might have to walk into the clouds tonight because of the fireworks.
And by the way, protect your pets, please.
Yeah, that's the thing. Me, Rodney, and Bianca, we're probably going to be in the closet tonight. You know what I mean? Just sitting there, trying to bite our damn ear because of the fireworks. So make sure the pets are inside and doing okay, and close to you or mom. But
it's odd. We start the program talking about the untimely passing of a goat, and we end the show with take care of your pets. So, not to sound like Bob Barker and Drew Carey.
But I thought you were going to, we were going to Jeff Howe, who is the GOAT himself. That's where I thought you were going.
There's no doubt about that.
Speaking of, the greatest of all time, Jeff Howe. Jeff, did you hear the story?
No.
The Vista Ridge, you haven't heard from, okay.
FFA gone wrong. FFA became like cheerleader thing.
Here. Jeff, we have a little bit of a backyard brawl, no pun intended here. There was a young lady, a 17-year-old, who I will not name her. She killed the goat of a 15-year-old student who was in the same competition, the same FFA competition, because she thought that the 15-year-old, and again, this is speculation. We don't even have proof of anything. And I'll send you a link to the story, but I'm basically paraphrasing and giving you a synopsis of the story. But the 17-year-old killed the 15-year-old's goat because she thought the 15-year-old was cheating. Cheating at what? We don't know. But
and didn't want to lose.
She went with.
Yeah.
She's facing 2 years in jail.
Right.
And this is a felony charge, so she's not allowed on Vista Ridge campus or Leander ISD.
Oh, this
campuses.
is a local story.
Oh yeah. Wow. This is in our backyard, man. That's the reason why we're talking. I don't usually talk about minors, but this is the reason why we're talking about it.
Was this an incident revolving around the Williamson County stock show, which I know is a huge deal?
I would assume it would have to be.
That's my assumption.
We're getting to that time of year, around that time of year.
Yeah.
Man, look, I grew up in Florence, right? Rodney, you're old school Lockhart, dude. FFA is a big deal, right? Show animals is a big deal. People, when you show a goat, lamb, whatever, you're pumping thousands and thousands to tens of thousands of dollars into these animals to get them ready to show. Yeah. But Well, I mean the payoff, Wags, is, I mean, if you get a grand
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, you're talking. I'm in shock because you're talking to a dude from the East Coast,
Right.
Like FFA's big there in Maryland.
Well, it's huge
farming's big in Maryland. Agriculture's big in Maryland, but it's nothing like Texas.
I've known that. I mean, I guess it's competitive because of the prize money, but I never heard about murdering animals, dog, to get ahead. That's that's wild.
Yeah. I see the stuff with I know it's happened in Texas with like the cheerleader stuff where you get the jealous cheerleaders or jealous moms or whatever, and those things kind of go a little south. This is goats, man. Not even a steer. But right?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about someone taking the life of something for a competition.
Chickens. You showed chickens. I think my niece did showed rabbits at one time. Showed a rabbit.
How do you show chickens though? Like that is a legitimate question. Like, what do you their hooves or whatever? Like the rooster's talons?
You try to make them healthy. You just try to make them healthy.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Look at the beak on that chicken.
Here's the deal with that, Wags. The closest I got to, the FFA as far as the show animal stuff was when my dad would let me know so-and-so shot a deer. It's time to go process it. We're going to get some meat. That's about as close as I came to any of that stuff.
You clean the meat.
Yeah. I mean, I'll eat the end product, but as far as I'll let somebody else do the legwork. But man, yeah, all I knew was when it was Williamson County stock show time, that was usually the time that 75% of the kids in school were out, and it was time to let's all sit around and watch movies or something because there ain't nobody here. So
Jeff, you remember in school where they had those cool jackets? Remember they had the blue jacket with the yellow pouches and the big yellow thing on the.
I trying to think of how far I made it in the National FFA organization. I think I got two of my FFA degrees.
Nice.
I think.
Did you ever win a blue ribbon?
No, I didn't. I didn't do so there's two, and I forget what they call it. I think one is like leadership development events, and the other one is like vocational, which is like shown animals and meat judging and stuff like that. I did the leadership development events, which is like parliamentary procedure, and there's a couple other things. So I did that my freshman and sophomore year.
A savant of his community. Look at this young man.
It's one of those deals, man. You had to have the proper ag and or home ec credits to graduate. So
yeah, man, I did FCA. I mean, I did Fellowship of Christian Athletes, and I was the one that they would send out to buy the beer illegally, for FCA. All right, there we go, right there. All right, boys, I got to watch Alabama and Michigan. They're starting right now.
I actually got to take off. I got to run some more errands, man. It's been a busy morning.
All right.
Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, fellas.
Happy New Year, guys.
Tomorrow.
Thank you so much. There goes the Chaos Theory portion of today's programming. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. It is only an hour. Jordan, do you ever do any FFA participation at Lake Travis University or no?
Hell no. I didn't. They I don't know. I was just.
What was the FFA program like at Lake Travis? Like, it
was, I'm pretty sure it's pretty bougie for most FFA programs. So the way the Lake Travis campus is kind of set up, it's like a kind of like a rectangle shape.
Mm-hmm.
And there's this big ass hill in the back, like big ass hill. They used to make us run up it for football. That's how big it is. And you kind of understand the slope of it from there. And at the very, very top of this hill is a baseball stadium, which I'm assuming you've been to.
Yep.
And behind there is the track stadium with like the track and field locker room. I think lacrosse is a locker room somehow, even though it's not a UIL sport still.
Mm-hmm.
And behind that is the ag building for FFA and the EAP building for when you got in really bad trouble.
Is that where you had to go, Jordan? You had to go to the alternative school?
No comment. But no, the ag building, that was pretty bougie. Like, man, I remember, so the neighborhood I lived in, the high school campus backs up to it to where you can take a cut through. And instead of like my parents having to drive out into the school campus to pick me up, you could save time by just having me walk up to that cut through in the neighborhood and they pick me up. So that's what we do. But you'd walk past the ag building to go through that cut through. And I remember seeing like they had like F-250 dualies. They got, some nice trucks. I'm like, man, who owns this?
Yeah.
And there's like Lake Travis stickers on the side. So like maybe they had some donation to the ag thing. I don't know how that worked. I do know a few kids who like would have like pigs and other animals or stuff that, they could get huge scholarships for or whatever. And like, I thought that was cool, but I mean, you're out of your mind if you think I'm going to go pick up cow poop or pig poop before school at 6 a.m. and then come back after and go pick it up again. I'm not doing that. Like, I don't know. I see why people like it. We're interested in it, but that's not me. I wasn't going to do that and I mean, maybe if I knew I was going to college, but I never really had a great sense I was. So yeah.
My niece was really big at FFA when she was at Hendrickson. But I'll tell you before we move on and close this portion of the show. The FFA/ag program was so big in Florence, America, Jordan, that like it trumped athletics because my high school alma mater, it was the only for a long time, and I don't think it's the only anymore, but it's one of the few ag buildings, high school ag buildings in the country that has its own on-site meat processing facility. Yeah. So like,
I remember you telling me about this.
So basically like, if you can be like a certified butcher when you come out of high school, like have that certification, you can go to like be like the main meat dude at HEB or Costco or wherever coming out of high school. You got those certifications. So
yeah. Hey, I mean, is Florence, America, who's pumping out all the 5-star meat judgers A&M keeps getting?
Dude, I'm not kidding you. It's like, you remember that King
A&M that's supposed to have like the #1 meat judging program in NCAA or something, right?
You remember it was supposed to be the last King of the Hill episode, but it ended up being the second to last because of a scheduling snafu. But where Bobby Hill got handpicked to be on the Heimlich County Community College meat judging team, and they had to go up against Texas A&F in the finals. There were multiple kids out that were in my graduating class and kids I went to high school with that went to either 4-year schools or junior colleges, basically got their school paid for on meat judging scholarships. Not joking, man. Not joking. So,
jeez. Oh, it was Texas Tech. That's a good meat judging program.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, 2 people I went to school with, they went to, I want to say it was Clarendon Community College on meat judging scholarships, and then went to Texas Tech from there.
Was it like did Tech tell them like go to this community college?
Pretty much, yeah.
Damn, they're recruiting meat judgers out.
Like how Ole Miss used to oversign and be like, hey, won't you go play at Northwest Mississippi or wherever?
Yeah, you've been sentenced to Scuba, Mississippi, my friend.
2 years from now, you'd be with us in Oxford, or you'd be in Starkville or wherever. Yeah. Clarendon Community College or Texas Tech was oversigning on their meat judging team. Anyway, enough about meat judging. Let's talk about any of these bowl games today, Jordan, which, if you're in a non-CFP bowl, this is why I didn't make a big deal out of the Cam Ward stuff. If you're in a non-CFP bowl, you're in a glorified exhibition. So other than for your fans and for football sickos like me who will watch it, doesn't really matter. Any of these bowl, I apologize who asked, by the way, Jack Burton, Daryl G, CB, Stephen Delgado, Antoine. I see you all in here. Appreciate you hanging out. Jack Burton asked, Bama, Michigan about to kick off. Who y'all got? Jack, I'm going to be honest. I don't really care.
Who's sitting out that game? Is anyone sitting out?
You know what? I think Bama is full go. I believe Mason Graham, I think, is not playing for Michigan. I thought I saw something about that.
I'll figure this out.
But
I doubt Will Johnson's going to come back.
I don't really care. I mean, if you're Michigan, winning the game, beating Ohio State, who cares what happens in your bowl game? That made your season.
All right. Bama isn't missing anyone to sitting out for the draft. Everyone's just in the portal or is hurt.
Yeah, they do have some dudes in the portal.
Michigan, Donovan Edwards is sitting out for the NFL draft.
I sworn Mason Graham was, but
Khalil Mullings, it just says opt out instead of NFL draft. I don't know. They saying he's not getting drafted. Colston Loveland. This is by collegefootballnetwork.com, by the way. Colston Loveland is sitting out for the NFL. It says Miles Hinton sitting out.
Yeah.
Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant are both sitting out. Josiah Stewart sitting out. Will Johnson.
I didn't know. Okay. So
and everyone else is for the portal.
And I know Will Johnson's hurt. So basically, you're taking the top 4 guys off Michigan's defense plus their tight end. Yeah. Basically, Alabama's playing the Michigan JV today.
Yeah. It says it's 76 degrees in Tampa. Y'all said it raining, or let's see.
No, Jack corrected himself in the chat. He said it's raining. It's apparently
80. Yeah, it says it's raining on here. 84% humidity. Oof.
That's Tampa in late December, early January. Yeah, man. I
think it looks like it's supposed to rain this whole game, so I'm probably going to turn that on after we get off this.
This is
forgot that it was even today.
Yeah, this is the former Outback Bowl. It's the ReliaQuest Bowl now. It's played in Tampa at Raymond James.
Man, I remember watching this exact game. It was like the first year of the CFP era that Bama missed the playoffs, I'm pretty sure. And it was Bama versus Michigan. That might have been the Rose Bowl. I don't know. They played in a non-CFP bowl, and I remember Jerry Jeudy playing.
Yeah, it was Sark's. It was Sark's first year as Bama OC in that 19 season where they lost.
I watched that game at my grandparents' house. I don't know why I remember it that way.
It was at the Citrus Bowl. They played in the Citrus Bowl. Yeah, I remember that because Alabama dog walked Michigan, and I don't think that shocked anybody at the time.
Yeah, no, give me Bama. Think they're gonna want to come out and prove why they should have been in the CFP or something. I don't know, but I mean, who's even playing QB for Michigan, right?
I don't. We didn't get to talk about this yesterday, but did you see who Michigan picked up in the portal? Because they kind of did what you and I talked about it. What they probably would do is get themselves a 1-year stopgap, just so you don't have to just throw Bryce Underwood to the Wolves year 1. They picked up Mikey Keene from Fresno State, which for what they need, Sharon Morris said it's going to be an open competition, but Mikey Keene's the perfect kind of guy I was thinking of, and somebody that's not going to threaten Bryce Underwood. He's only going to be there for a year, a veteran guy. And then if it works out, hey, you got you a nice 1-year rental. If it doesn't, then at some point you turn it over to Bryce Underwood and you start the future. So
damn, I don't know why. I completely thought they got the cat from Maryland, but I think he went to Wisconsin now that I think about it. But, man, Michigan's transfer class, not bad. Damon Payne came from Bama, portal to Bama, and they're playing each other in the bowl game. Fun fact. So, I don't think I've told this story, but I have a buddy of mine who I met in the summer of 2020. And went to Belleville High School in Michigan. And if you know Belleville High School in Michigan, that's home of Bryce Underwood. Mm-hmm. They also, they're a prospect factory. I believe it's a public school, but I feel like I can say this. I don't think I'll ever really have to cover a kid up there. The guy I know told me there's kids staying at the head coach's house and stuff at Belleville. It's that type of deal, to where they're recruiting kids in there from Detroit. But anyways, when Bryce Underwood was a freshman and he debuted as our number 1 player, it would have been a sophomore year, August of a sophomore year. I asked him, I'm like, yo, do you know anything about this kid? Number 1 overall player at your school, one of the few kids Texas has already offered in this class. Is there anything you've heard about where he's going? And this is what he said. He's a diehard Michigan fan. This is my friend I always refer to as a Michigan fan. He's like, man, him and his mom are just chasing the biggest bags. They'll probably end up at Michigan State or Ohio State or something, right? That's what he says.
Yeah.
Ends up at LSU, and how the tables turned, taking the biggest bag. That's the only way Michigan got him. And that's a whole nother thing that, man, if you're a fan of a college football program nowadays, it has to feel so different. Because, all these Michigan fans know Bryce Underwood is only coming there because of $12 million. He had every chance to go 30 minutes down the road for 3-4 different years when y'all were recruiting him, and he didn't come till y'all gave him the largest deal in NIL history. You know what I mean? So that's something. But Damon Payne is a guy he's friends with, close with, and he was a former 5-star D lineman out of Belleville. So as soon as it comes out he's in the portal, I called him. I'm like, hey, do you think maybe Texas or anything here? And he's like, I don't know. He's going to Michigan. And I was like, okay. So that happened. They have him. They have Troy Bowles, who is Todd Bowles' son. Was a 4-star, top 247 linebacker, went to Georgia out of high school. Now committed to Michigan through the portal. They also have the Metcalf brothers from Arkansas. Everyone thought they were going to Ole Miss because Ole Miss basically has turned Arkansas into their farm program. But Tevis and TJ Metcalf instead decided to go to Michigan. You obviously mentioned Mikey Keene. And then it looks like they picked up an IOL commit from Brady Norton from Cal Poly. Don't think there's any relation to Bill Norton. They don't really look alike, but he is also a white guy, maybe. I don't know. And then a receiver from Indiana, Donovan McCauley. So not bad. They've also lost 17 transfers. And one guy who I'm really curious to see where he ends up, Alex Orji, because I believe he was 2022 class. So that would only give him 2 more years of eligibility, hypothetically, because I think he redshirted. Yeah, he was 22 class. So
yeah,
he'll have 2 more years, but it's like he very much is what he is. Everyone saw Michigan needed to complete a forward pass, and he couldn't do it. No one on that roster could do it. So, like, could a school be like, hey, buddy, you're playing running back for us, Like, would he be open to that? I'm not sure. So,
or if you're running option-based offense, I mean, the skill set at quarterback is pretty limited.
Yeah.
I mean, man,
hey, buddy, you're like 10 years too late to the 18-wheeler with Tyler Swoops. You could have been perfect. Maybe you don't think Texas is sitting down and Sark's like, hey, this is the perfect guy to run the Wildcat with about 3 plays a game.
Hey, look,
I've gone too far in the Wildcat hate.
When you get to 105, all things are possible. That's how I'm looking at it. But your bowl games today, like I said, the ReliaQuest Bowl is on now. Sun Bowl at 1:00, CBS.
Hey, Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl.
Yeah, that's Louisville, Washington. Citrus Bowl at 2:00. That's going to be South Carolina, Illinois. If you want to watch Lenore Sellers, maybe, I don't know, man. That South Carolina team, they've got Lenore Sellers and some of their young guys on NIL deals coming back. That could be a preseason top 10 team. South Carolina could be for Shane Beamer, even though the schedule is going to be just as difficult this year. Everything's just in reverse. Baylor LSU at 2:30, and then tonight 6:30, the Penn State Fighting James Franklin's against Boise in the Fiesta Bowl.
Man, I would love for Boise to win, but I mean, they just would have to play Georgia in 10 days.
Yeah,
which, like, you can't beat Goliath twice.
This deal right here, the 2 games I'm thinking about, Boise State. I think I've said this already, but I'll just, at the risk of repeating myself, for Boise and Arizona State to have to play Penn State and Texas on neutral fields, you either have to do one or 2 things with the CFP. And look, this thing's going to go to 16 at some point, so what I'm saying is kind of irrelevant. But you either have to eliminate if you want to have automatic qualifiers, fine, but you can't give them, make the top 4 seeds the top 4 best teams. Otherwise, if you want to keep, hey, we're going to have the 4 highest ranked conference champions be the top 4 seeds, then make those quarterfinal games campus sites. Because to me, the reward for Boise shouldn't be having to go to Phoenix to play Penn State on a neutral field. It should have to be Penn State's got to go to the Smurf turf and play a game. It should be Texas having to go to Sun Devil Stadium to play a quarterfinal against Arizona State, not play it in Atlanta, which I saw this deal. Shout out to Reddit College Football, which you can find some useful stuff there if you call through it enough. I think it was as of Sunday, the cheapest get in the door price for the Peach Bowl, I think about $45. I think it was like $41 exactly would get you in the door.
I saw a tweet this morning saying it was like 18. Now, assuming that's 18 before fees, taxes, all that BS, but yeah, still.
Like secondary market for some of these quarterfinal games is not and for the bowls and for the CFP, they're getting all the ticket revenue anyway. So as long as the tickets are sold, they don't care. I mean, it's on the secondary market now. So
who I feel bad for though is like my dad and stepdad are both season ticket holders at DKR. They bought tickets to Atlanta knowing, my dad knew he was never going to Atlanta because if they win, they play in Arlington. My stepdad, however, planned to do it, but then had something come up where he can't make it to the game on Wednesday or Yeah, Wednesday. Damn, it is tomorrow. That's having the game on Wednesday is throwing me off.
It's messed with me too. I got content stuff to do today. Like crap, I just snuck up on me. So
yeah, but like they're trying to flip their tickets and get their money back, and they can't because I believe whatever the foundation is through the season tickets, I think sold them at $325 a pop.
Yeah,
and now they're going for less than $100, and like you just got to eat it. There's nothing you can do, you know. So I feel bad for it, and I mean, Jeff, I completely get what you're saying, and when I was in town for the holidays talking with family, like, because I work in sports, everyone wants to ask me my opinion on the CFP and all this other stuff. And then they give theirs that makes no sense. And then they get mad at me when the person who works in sports does this for a living is like, no, that's not how it works. But anyways, I had a family member who's like an Oregon fan, right? And we were talking like, man, if Oregon was the number one team, was undefeated, the only undefeated team, I know they're the conference champ, but why do they have the seeding they have with the bracket path they have? This is so unfair. If they're the number one seed, number one team, why shouldn't they get the easiest path, you know, and have to play like a 16 seed, kind of like how, you know, the college basketball bracket is, right? And I was like, look, it sucks. But if you're going to win a national championship, you're going to have to beat several top teams, no matter how the bracket's laid out. There's nothing you can do to change it. Like, it's the same thing as what I felt towards Florida State fans. Like, trust me, I get you're upset. And you have every reason to be upset. But nothing's going to change, so get over it already. You know what I mean? And with the Oregon thing, they're like, oh, you know, conference champs shouldn't have a bye, or if they do, it should only be the top two, and it's 14 teams. I'm just like, no, maybe. But who cares? That's not what it is right now. Stop complaining. You got to win the ball games. Like, that's how it works. If you're going to win a natty, you got to win ball games. Even if they change it to where the bracket is based off the seeding of the actual ranking, there's still going to be people bitching and moaning about the bracket path. And there's still going to be teams in the way that are really good that you'll have to beat to be able to claim the national championship. You know what I mean? So trust me, I get the arguments. I saw that thinking about maybe taking the conference championships away as auto bids, but man, like no matter what happens, people are not going to be happy. And also like, they're just like, man, but this sucks. Like, this is the worst it's ever been. No, it's not. They used to have a computer pick these two teams, my friend.
Hey, man, you weren't here when me and Rodney and Wags were talking about it a couple weeks ago, but there was a time, Jordan, where when I was a kid, when I was a youngster, I remember that the end of the 1991 college season, Miami played Nebraska in the Orange Bowl that night, but before that, Washington played Michigan in the Rose Bowl. And it was Washington was undefeated. Michigan had one loss. So the winner of that game had a claim for the national championship. If Miami beat Nebraska, they'd be undefeated. They have a claim. We actually had to wait, Jordan, until the next morning to see how the polls ended up to figure out who the national champion was. That's how this thing used to be decided at one point in time.
Yeah.
That's how you get the split national title. And I was running those down the other day.
Hey, if you bring the BCS back to tell you who the top 12 teams are, I'm cool with that. But also, the Big 12 isn't going to be cool with that because Arizona State probably isn't getting in if that's how they do things.
I remember in the BCS, though, there was a problem at one point. It wasn't Sagarin. Maybe it was Collier Matrix. It was one of the computer polls that they used. It had flaws in it where it had considered some FCS games where it shouldn't have. Like, there's the thing is, Jordan, people want to look for the perfect way to do this, and there is no perfect way to have a playoff or decide a national champion, because guess what? When you go to 16, the first team left out, if you're the 17th team that could have gotten in, your fan base will be bitching and complaining. Like you said, in the NCAA tournament, we don't talk about it as much because everything's on a neutral floor. But hey, when we get to March and that bracket comes out, you'll look at, okay, which one seed has the easiest path to the Final Four? Which one seed has the most difficult path? Wow, I can't believe they put this 3 seed in this 1 seed's region. So you're always going to have that, but I agree with you 100% what you said a second ago. If you're going to win a national championship, at some point, you got to win tough ball games against good opponents. Like the discussion I was having with somebody the other day, they were wondering, how is it fair for Oregon? If it's Oregon and Texas in the Cotton Bowl, how is it fair that Oregon basically has to go play Texas in a de facto home game in Arlington? I'm like, because it just happened to be one of those years where the semifinals were the Cotton Bowl and the Orange Bowl. If you're Oregon, what's the lesser of the two evils? Taking your chances against Texas in the Cotton Bowl, or do you want to go literally all the way to the other side of the country to play Georgia in the Orange Bowl? I think playing Texas in the Cotton Bowl in Arlington is definitely the lesser of the two evils.
Yeah, and also, like, one thing I will say that I have a lot of respect for, I know Texas fans hate him because there are times he's pushed Texas in a locker for recruits. But Dan Lanning, I loved what he said when he was asked. Reporters double-tapped Y. They lobbed it up for him. All he had to do was slam it. They're like, man, you've been given a shitty draw here. Number 1 seed, undefeated, Big Ten champ. And you got to take this path to get to the Natty. And instead of biting or grabbing the low-hanging fruit and slamming that alley-oop, he goes, man, we don't care. If you're going to win the national championship, you got to beat some damn good ball teams. And that's what we're going to do. That's what we plan to do. You know, and like just taking the challenge and not complaining about it. Because, hey, if that's James Franklin on that stage, if that's Ryan Day on that stage, they could have taken the low-hanging fruit and slammed that alley-oop and gone, man, yeah, it is BS. Something needs to change. You know what I mean? So I have a lot of respect for Dan Lanning for basically curving the entire room of reporters. I mean, like, no, we still have balls in 2024. You know what I mean? So
in 2003, when Texas, I think it was 2003, when Texas went to the College World Series, they had to go play a super regional in Tallahassee against a really good Florida State team. And everybody's talking about, oh man, it's not how's Texas. It's not fair. They got to go to Tallahassee. They got to play Florida State. You know, they should have got an easier draw. And I remember somebody asking Augie Garrido about it in a classic Augie fashion. He goes, yeah, I think it's really unfair that Florida State has to play us in a super regional to try to get to them all. Like, just flipping the script, dude. That's just, and everybody laughs. And it's like, man, Augie was the kind of, he would do that reverse psychology stuff on people. That's one of the reasons why Augie was so great. Hey, before we talk about the game, Jordan, can I read you some of these quotes? This back and forth yesterday from Sark at the Peach Bowl Media Day.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, this is some wild stuff. Kind of like what you said, the Dan Lanning question.
Sorry, also real quick, Jeff, just want to make sure this gets acknowledged.
Yeah.
James Cox, rolling through your hood.
Oh, passing through the butthole of Texas. Yeah. If the state needed an enema, Gerald's where you would stick the hose. There you go.
Right, sorry. So let's get to these quotes from that Sarkeesian guy. Okay.
Somebody asked Sark this, and again, this is the written transcript, so it's not going to be exact. But this is what's in the transcript that was sent out to the media after media day yesterday. It says, "Coach, you've expressed much respect for Coach Dillingham. Are you expecting a beatdown to be an issue?" And Sark's response.
I wish in the transcript they had like just a still shot of his, like, the face he makes when he looks up at the reporter.
Sark's response is, "No, I expect it to be a tough game," and he gives a lengthy answer. But I'm like you're just going there, huh? Somebody also asked Sark about because Quinn got asked a question about the point spread, and Quinn was like, "Hey, I didn't even know we were favored by that much until you just told us." And somebody asked Sark, the question was 2 touchdowns favorites. They didn't even know that. Quinn, he said he just mentioned it. Do you guys not pay attention to that stuff? Sark, no, we don't talk about that stuff. We just turn on the tape, not really worried about any of that other stuff. Kind of one of those deadpan Sark responses where he wants to tell you, that was a dumb question. Why'd you ask it? I'm going to give you this short answer. Please accept it and move on. Otherwise, I might have to cook you. But this is the wild one, Jordan. Are you ready for this? Okay. So I don't know how many questions in a row this reporter got for Sark. But here's the question, okay? The reporter's question says, "Finally, I also cover the Arizona Cardinals. Talk to Marvin Harrison Jr. from time to time. I can't believe that Arch and Marvin aren't like best buddies. I'm curious, have you had any difference coaching him? And I'm thinking about how Marvin might be reacting to having a famous father and Arch having a famous uncle. I'm curious what that looks like from your perspective." Now he's trying to play on the whole Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison thing with the Colts. Just wait, it gets it gets better. Okay, so Sark gives a diplomatic answer like, "Hey, we don't treat Arch any different. Take the name off his back. He's just a normal guy, great teammate, works his tail off. The recruitment wasn't a circus, blah, blah, blah." Okay. Again, Sark gives you a good answer. Do you figure that'd be the end? Au contraire, my friend. Follow-up question. Are you also surprised that he and Marvin Harrison Jr. aren't tight? That stuns me. Sark. Well, Peyton is not his dad, so little different format. Okay. So you think surely that would be good enough, right? Nah. How about a second follow-up? I just would have thought, having parents, whatever in the business, I'm thinking Bronny James, Marvin Harrison, Arch Manning. The question gets cut off. Sark, no, sir. And it goes to the next question.
Jesus Christ. I need to figure out who that was. They don't have the reporters' names on the transcript.
No.
Man, press conferences, and like you think that's bad, Jeff. You got to remember, like, after the state stay with me here for a sec. So after the state games in high school football at AT&T Stadium, they for whatever reason think it's a good idea to have a press conference with the head coach of the losing team. And I believe it's optional for them to bring players. Usually they do, though. They'll bring like their seniors, and they're crying in the press box room because most of the time that's the last football game they've ever played. Not everyone gets to go play in college, right? And usually depending on who the coach is, the program, they'll be pretty respectful. Try to keep it sweet, short and sweet, so they can get the hell out of there. As soon as they get the losers out, they bring the winners in. The winning head coach and, usually his captains are usually the offensive MVP, defensive MVP, or some seniors or whatever. Man, so Salina, they win state.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Kilgore by like 2 or 3 touchdowns. And Salina's been to state, I think, like 12 times and has won like 9 or 10 of them. Like they have some of the most – they're up there for most rings in Texas high school football.
Yeah.
But they haven't won one since 2007. All right. And if you happen to live in Dallas or DFW, Metroplex, even North Texas, you'll probably know Salina is like a booming town right now. It's growing super quick. A lot of new communities out there, new neighborhoods, all that. But it's also so there's a press conference room, which is down like in the bellies of the stadium, right when you come out of a tunnel. The press box is obviously up, towards in the stadium. But when you're in the press box right after the game, they have a live mic in the press conference room playing the audio, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to go to the room. Salina wins. And I don't know. I heard like 3 or 4 different voices. But I swear to God, if there was a transcript and there was like a keyword search for what does this mean for the community? Or what does this mean for there would be at least 20 what does this means? And eventually the coach got so tired of it, he just kept being like, I just said that. But it's like there's some, even in college at the CFP, where you got to be someone for them to let you in and give you a credential, right? You got to work for a valid site. They check that. At AT&T to get in for the UIL state championships, I think they check it pretty well. There's a lot more security towards that this year, but there's still like 12 beat reporters from Salina newspapers or whatever there, and they're all asking the same question. What does this mean? And, so I don't know. That just got me thinking of that one. Like, there are horrible people. There are people who are horrible at asking questions at every single level of media. That one was bad. That one was very bad.
And look, man, I've asked my share of duds. I have. There's been times where I saw Jose posted like, wow, I was reading those questions, said that gave me secondhand embarrassment. I do get secondhand embarrassed for some of my colleagues. And there's been times where I ask a question and immediately it's like, yeah, I kind of wish I had that one back.
Yeah.
But
hey, I will say CB brings a great point. Arch transfer talk is so tired by the national media. I loved how someone asked him, like, do you have any thoughts on the portal or, guys, going in the portal?
Yeah,
he was basically like, yeah, no, I don't know how it works. And they're like, what? And he's like, well, I'm not transferring. So, like, I've never really tried to figure out how it works. I genuinely don't know how it works.
Mm-hmm. and then everybody gets their clickbait arch headlines. You know,
hey, don't you worry. As soon as Texas either loses or wins in the next few weeks, that could Arch go in the portal graphic?
Dude,
gonna hit like crack to all the aggregators.
Here's the deal, man. We can have good Arch Manning content without really, stretching for stuff and trying to make something out of nothing. You can have there's solid Arch Manning content you can come up with.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad you hadn't seen that yet. So I'm glad I brought those questions to your attention. We got to talk about this game though. Apparently, I'm not watching it because I don't want to have anything playing in the background that's going to get us in trouble with YouTube. But apparently, Jalen Milroe is just giving the ball back to Michigan as much as he possibly can. So yeah, apparently it's not a great. The monsoon in Tampa is not doing anybody any favors right now in the ReliaQuest Bowl.
I'm very curious what's going to happen to him. I just pulled it up on my other screen.
But Jordan, let's talk about the Texas Arizona State game tomorrow in the Peach Bowl. And there's a couple of things that I'm looking at, and I've got an article coming out probably later today. I think it'll be up before we get to tomorrow morning. But at any rate, it's looking at. I went and looked at. Man, there's a couple stats that I really wanted to look at, and that I think are going to be really key in this game. One is havoc rate, and havoc rate is one of my favorite stats because it gives you an idea of how active a defense is at making splash plays. That's your tackles for loss, your forced fumbles, pass breakups, and interceptions. And Texas has one of the highest havoc rates in the country. You look at Texas in terms of tackles for loss and sacks. Texas is a top 20 defense in the country. Arizona State, not so much. And I was looking at this too, Jordan. I want to thank Trey Scott and my friends over at on the CBS side of the CBS 24/7 Sports partnership that sent these stats over. Looking at Quinn Ewers' time to throw, that's one of the numbers that came up. Mm-hmm. And Quinn Ewers' average time to throw this season is 2.63 seconds. It's average time from the snap, from the time he gets the ball to the time he lets it go, is 2.63 seconds. The FBS average this year is 2.79 seconds. So Quinn gets, and that makes sense because Texas, so much of their offense is the short passing game and getting the ball out quick, getting it to space. Yeah, your RPOs. Arizona State's average time to throw allowed, 3.07 seconds. That's 117th in the FBS and dead butt naked last among the teams left in the CFP. Jordan, if Quinn Ewers has more than 3 seconds on average to throw the football tomorrow, Texas wins this game by 40.
Yeah. And what I know this is kind of a little off topic, I guess, but man, I saw this podcast. It was a solo podcast. It was only like 12 minutes, and I watched the first 3 minutes. It's this guy who, I've actually never talked to him. We follow each other on Twitter, but he's from the Baylor market. Name is Drake Toll. Was a Baylor student. Did play-by-play, I think, for China Spring at some point. He's now graduated. I think he lives in Utah, and he works for the Locked On Podcast Network and does. I think he's like the main host of Locked On Big 12. And he recorded.
Let me say this: there are some folks on that Locked On network that do a good job.
Yes,
and there are some real slappies.
Yeah, he recorded like a 12-minute video, and the first I turned it off after 3 minutes because he's talking about how Arizona State is going to win the game because Texas hasn't really played anyone. And he's like, man, they barely beat Kentucky. You had a backup. It's like, bro, they put the backup in because the starter was stinking it up.
Yeah, their starter just retired from football. You see that Brock Vandegrift is retired?
Yeah. And was talking, they were in a close game with Mississippi State, all this other stuff. And it's like, brother, Arizona State lost by double digits to Cincinnati. They lost to Texas Tech.
They should have lost to Texas State.
Yeah.
Here in San Marcos.
And it's like, what are you talking about? And you want people to respect you and your opinions? Like, this is just blatant homerism at this point.
Man, it's not even like it's not like I got a sudden case of, SEC-itis and it's this SEC elitism that's been injected into my veins with Texas having, one season in this league. I've watched Arizona State play, and I've watched Texas play every game this year. And the eye test tells me, dude, Texas is a better football team. The eye test tells me that Clemson team that Texas bullied last week is a more – now, I'm not saying they're a better team, but Clemson's a more talented team than Arizona State, top to bottom. I don't know that makes them a better team. I don't know that you can get into the nitty-gritty and be like, okay, is one Cam Scatterboo worth more to an offense than, that group of Clemson receivers? Well, I don't know, but I do know that Clemson group is talented. And I do know that of the three teams of Texas, Arizona State, and Clemson, there's no question Clemson's got the quarterback advantage. Texas, took as good as Sam Leavitt may or may not be, Cade Klubnik played the absolute best game he possibly could have in that first-round game against Texas. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter. They still lost by 2 scores.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just – and again, Cam Scatterboo's talented. And I wrote this in my game prediction on the site. And by the way, I took Texas to win. I think depending on where I had Texas 34-21. So I think if I'm at the 12.5, that's a cover. If it goes to 13, I'm at a push. But, Cam Scatterboo, I keep hearing it. Texas hasn't seen a running back like Cam Scatterboo. Texas only played one other 1,000-yard rusher this year. That was Ahmad Hardy from ULM, and they held him to 30 yards on 10 carries. Not apples to apples comparison, right? But Cam Scatterboo hadn't seen a defensive front that's athletic. And I'm not saying, again, this is not me just being a blind homer. No team Texas has played this year has been able to successfully run wide on this defense, has been able to successfully just pound the ball consistently downhill against this defense. Nobody's done it. The only team that had success doing it, Mississippi State did. But again, that was a game, that was Jeff Lebby trying to, okay, let's not get embarrassed here.
Mm-hmm.
Florida did, but that was where PK's like, we're hanging back at 3 safeties. We're up by 40 points. Like, if you want to run it for 7 yards a pop, Billy Napier, go right ahead. Like, we're going to give you the run. And Georgia did, but Georgia had to try really, really hard to run the football.
Yeah, and like I like Scatterboo. Trust me, I do. He's an NFL player, but like, is he even the most talented running back Texas will face this year? Because there are arguments to be made.
No, Trevor Etienne, I think, is more
Donovan Edwards, Trevor Etienne, Jaquindon Jackson, Rashad Dubin. The 3 cats from Arkansas are pretty damn strong. They just play for Arkansas.
Yeah.
Mississippi State.
Bobby Petrino forgot into the third quarter that you actually can run the football with your tailback.
Yeah. But, and like, I like Scatterboo, but I don't know, man. It's really hard to see an outcome where they win. Like, everything would have to go perfect. And I do think injuries would have to occur on Texas on both sides of the ball.
If Jordan Tyson was in this game, I'd give him about a puncher's chance.
Yeah.
But at least you'd have a weapon that could threaten Texas that would be as good as anything Texas has seen on the perimeter this year.
But even then, like, I mean, I don't know if Sam Leavitt's more talented than Taylor Green, but I'd say he's probably a more consistent passer. I think I can say that.
Yeah.
Andrew Armstrong led the entire SEC in every single receiving statistic there is. Every single one. And Texas effectively put him in a box. Yes, he had some catches, but at the end of the day, he didn't really do anything versus Texas. And that's a guy that had the lion's share of targets for Arkansas. If they threw the ball like 40% of the time, it was going to number 2, Andrew Armstrong. And they figured out a way to limit him. So if they were able to do that to a guy like Andrew Armstrong, who is about 6'2", 200 pounds, and will play in the NFL, will be drafted, not first round, but probably somewhere day 2, I assume, they'd be able to do it to Jordan Tyson, and he's not playing. So I think the thing that's most worrisome for the defense is in terms of passing, you don't really know who the guy will be that they plan to, go to when they have to pass the ball. But, I mean, top to bottom, Texas has no excuse to lose this game. So I like it. They gave him extra time to prep for it too, like that. Obviously, the other team gets that as well. They had a bye, but everything sets up really well for Texas to walk out of Atlanta with their first win of the year in Atlanta. So,
yeah, Cam Scatterby could go for 100 yards, and I don't know that it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to matter, because at some point, if you look at how Arizona State has won games, Jordan, it hadn't been with their defense being lights out. They've had to try to outscore people by and large. Good luck trying to win a shootout with Texas. I mean, did Texas face, complete offenses in the SEC? No. But how many teams have been able to put more than 24 points on Texas?
Yeah, and Daryl G, this isn't personal.
Georgia did it.
Yeah, and Daryl G, this isn't personal at all. I see a lot of people keep bringing this up, but how many times can you actually throw to your running back out of the backfield in a game? It's not more than 8, not more than 10, somewhere in there, maybe tops.
I'm not taking anything away from Cam Scatterby. He's a good player, but man, if Cade Klubnik's best game wasn't enough to will Clemson to a victory, you're going to have to ask Sam Leavitt and Cam Scatterby to play the best games they played all season for you to win this. And you're going to need Texas to kind of play with their own food for a little bit and or shoot themselves in the foot. I feel like I'm going crazy. This isn't me being a homer. Look at the two teams on paper. Go watch tape. If Arizona State tries to play Texas straight up, they'll lose by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That is not going to happen. I don't care what planet you're playing a game on. If Arizona State and Texas play straight up, Texas wins that game 97 times out of 100. There has to be stuff that goes in Arizona State's favor for them to win this game, which is the fun of watching this game. Is it going to happen? If it doesn't happen, Texas wins this game comfortably. If it's the case, now, if you wanted to have a good argument for Arizona State, I'll give you 2. Where has Texas struggled this season? Offensively, especially in the third quarter. I'll give you a really good stat. The middle 8 is one of those statistical areas that I love looking at. This is another stat that I checked out. The middle 8, which is how you perform in the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half. Texas in the middle 8 this year. They're second in the country in points scored, fourth in terms of fewest points allowed, a scoring margin of plus 97. That's second in the country. Okay, Arizona State, they're top 10 in those 3 middle 8 categories. 87 points scored. They've only allowed 22, plus 65 scoring margin. That's fourth in the country. So if Arizona State can make this game within a score at halftime, tied at halftime, hell, maybe they got the lead at halftime, and depending on if they got the ball to start the second half, now you're talking about a game where it could get interesting because of Texas third quarter struggles. So you want to throw that out there as a plausible theory? Then okay, I'll buy it. We can talk about that. Okay. The other thing is, go look at how most of Texas games have gone, and I'll go back to our roundtable discussion. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to refresh this on the site since today is New Year's Eve. It's the last day of 2024, and this was our last roundtable. I thought Chip put it perfectly that the Clemson game was kind of a microcosm of the season, because with the exception of the Michigan game, what have we seen from Texas all year? We've seen times where they'll get up by a couple of scores and then something will happen. The offense will turn it over. The offense has a couple 3 and outs, whatever it is. It's usually either an issue on special teams with some missed field goals, missed opportunities, or it's Quinn Ewers turning the ball over, or the running backs fumbling the football, that a team will take advantage of it and get themselves back in the game. If you want to tell me, if you're an Arizona State fan or an Arizona State media member trying to figure out how Arizona State wins this game, say, hey, law of averages tells you that's probably going to happen again because it's happened more often than not. Okay, I'll buy that, and we can talk about that. But don't try to tell me that Texas and Arizona State, if they play straight up, that Cam Scatterby is like friggin' some hybrid combination of like Marshall Faulk, Ricky Williams, and Herschel Walker in their primes. Like, he could be that, and it's not going to matter. It's not going to freaking matter, because What you don't want to have happen is if you're Arizona State, if Texas gets a lead, especially a 2-score lead, right? They get up 10-0, 14-3, whatever it is, and your playbook shrinks and you have to become one-dimensional, that's when PK and Johnny Nansen start storming the gates. That's when they can blitz. You see more Colin Simmons. That Texas becomes less of, hey, we can play Colin Simmons, because it's less of what are they going to do, and more of they have to throw the football. Let's just unleash hell with our pass rushers. Now you're up the creek without a paddle. And that's not an Arizona State thing. That's happened to all of Texas opponents this season. That's why Florida ran for so many yards, because Billy Napier realized at some point, man, if I keep letting Aiden Warner throw this football, we're going to lose by 80. We just need to run the ball and get out of here.
Yeah. It's also hilarious because, like, Arizona State fans and them are like, y'all have never played a running back like Cam Scatterbo. It's like, well, last I checked, there aren't any Colin Simmons walking around in the Big 12.
Exactly.
There aren't Alfred Collinses walking around in the Big 12 or Anthony Hills, you know. So
how many defensive lines have you seen that can go, 4 deep on the interior with Bill Norton, Jermaine Lole, Alfred Collins, and Vernon Broughton?
Yeah.
And if Kenny Baker just has a wild,
there's levels to this. Your number 4 guy in interior D line is literally Zach Swanson.
Your Texas number 4 used to start at Arizona State, was a really good player at Arizona State. He's a backup at Texas now. He's a rotational player, and he's been a good one this year. Jermaine Lole has.
Yep. Real quick, I'm just going to share my screen real quick because I've been texted too many times about this already.
I just got a little fired up because I'm like, man, if you want to talk football, if you want to have a football discussion, we can have that. But don't come at me with this, oh, man, I think everything nobody like Cam Scatterbo. Well, all right, go. I talked to somebody, Jordan, that follows Big 12. It's somebody I really trust on Big 12 football, that talks to Big 12 coaching staffs and is really connected in that league. He said, I'm really trying to see how Arizona State does it. I said, what, how they win? He said, how they keep it within 2 scores. That's somebody that studies that league extensively. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. But so On3 put this out while we've been on air. And I read this. There's obviously no schools mentioned, but Pete Nakos is reporting schools are offering Quinn Ewers $6 million.
By the way, can I just say this for the sake of like getting ripped by our competition. I've worked with a lot of people that are at On3, so there's no ill will. But guys, can you do better than the Quinn Ewers graphic that just says Tampa, or like the clickbait Tampa graphic? Like, can you do a little better?
No.
I
mean, look, I definitely knew transferring was something that was being thought about. I mean, that's something I've been talking to people about behind the scenes for weeks, if not months. But I mean, I really think it would be a mistake if he transfers. He hasn't played a full season of football since his sophomore year. The NFL already hates that. Wherever he goes, no matter where it is next year, likely a downgrade on the offensive line. He'll be hit more, which means more injuries, another season not playing a full season. You also have to deal with an entirely new system, an entirely new skill position room, entirely new everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if he's making mistakes in year 4 of college, year 3 in the Sarkisian system, he's going to make a hell of a lot more mistakes in year 1 of insert new system if he ends up transferring. So, again, I think it'd be very foolish of him to transfer. I think he very much is what he is NFL-wise, and then he'd have a greater chance of lowering his stock than raising it if he were to transfer. And I also think that that's something that him and his camp know of. So, man, unless he's going to get this money that they feel like they'll never get to in the NFL, he should go to the NFL. No ifs, ands, or buts. If I was advising him, there's no question where you're going.
Man, start getting yourself.
And everyone keeps saying Ohio State and Oregon. Y'all got to realize Miami and Notre Dame, they don't got quarterbacks either. They haven't got them out the portal.
I have no doubt the market for Quinn would be big, but if you're thinking long term, I mean, what's worth it more? 1 year at like $6 million, or start getting in the NFL, get your vested years, start working towards your pension. Because guess what? If Quinn Ewers is a 10-year backup, who cares? That's 10 years in the league.
Yeah, and one thing, if this number is actually 6 million, which I mean, it could be, it would not shock me.
Oh yeah.
But if it is, like, do you know how
looking at our phones, because Jordan and I are both getting texts, so with the
that's like, do you know how ridiculous that is? You want to guess what Miami paid Cam Ward this year, who put the team on his back and I guess brought him to the Pop-Tarts Bowl? You want to guess how much they paid him, Jeff? I know this number because I know the agent that set up the contract.
Oh, you're talking about Cam Ward?
Yeah, you want to guess how much Miami paid him?
For the whole year?
Yes.
To
not go into the NFL draft, you come to Miami for 1 year.
I say 4.5.
2.5. Which was a shit ton last year. That was about the most that was given out in the portal for 1 year.
Okay.
Darian Mensah, who has played 1 year at Tulane, is going to make $4 million next year. That's how quick. This is what I was talking about last show yesterday, about how the market and these numbers are like going up at a ridiculous rate right now. And eventually, I mean, there's no market crash. It's NIL. Players are always going to get paid, but eventually it's going to have to plateau and potentially start going back down to the real world.
Yeah. I said it yesterday when we were talking about Jim Larinaga, the Miami basketball coach who just retired abruptly, and talking about the market for college basketball recruits. I'm like, you can't complain about the market being broken when you're the one who broke the market initially because you bought your Final Four team.
Yeah. Yep.
Like you set the bar so high that you couldn't pay for anybody else because your collective decided, hey, let's give Nigel Pack $1 million. Let's give this guy a couple $100,000 more than he should get. And now all of a sudden, we want to Final Four. Oh, now we can't afford pieces because the guy that would have cost us $100,000, he costs $6 now. And the guy that would have cost us $6, they would go 7 figures for him. And that 7-figure guy, now he's so far out of our stratosphere, we can't afford it because y'all decided y'all wanted to buy a Final Four team. You can't complain about a system when you're the one who broke it.
Yeah. Hey, and I love Kevin Durant, great Longhorn, but similar vibes to when he went to the Warriors and like 4 years later was complaining about how the NBA has too many super teams.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? But just going to speed through some of these questions real quick, especially this one. I want to get this to you. But Double D says, Jeff, you live in San Marvelous, right? Was just told by my brother, who is in law enforcement, to stay away from the San Marvelous Outlet Mall due to potential gang-related activity.
I hadn't heard that. Let's see. My wife is out doing something right now.
The Tanger Outlets, it's going down in the Tanger Outlets. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I mean, hell, I try to avoid the outlet mall like the plague for the most part. The only time I end up going to the outlet mall is if I need something around the holidays, like I can't avoid going. Weekends at the outlet mall is a no. That ain't happening.
Yeah, the only time I was at the outlet mall growing up was back to school shopping, like the weekend before school starts, and that it's a shit show down there, man. They're sold out of everything too. Fozzie Wazzie. So the reason I was like Donovan Green isn't in the portal yet yesterday was because in November I was told he was going in the portal, and I thought he entered at some point, but I guess he was waiting till the bowl game. So like I knew he was going in, but I didn't. Like, I genuinely thought he was already in the portal yesterday when I was like, wait, he isn't? So the timing on that was funny. And as soon as I saw it on Twitter, I was like, damn, people are going to think I have, like, some magical powers or something. But, yeah, and Shador in Colorado did stink up the Alamo Dome. They the Mormons got him in the Alamo City.
I think we found out that some of the issues Colorado was having, namely their offensive line, is hot garbage. Finally caught up with them, and they, I mean their issue this year is the same issue as they had last year. Even and last year they at least had Dylan Edwards. They couldn't run the football. They couldn't just line up and run the football when they needed to give Shador some help. I still think Shador is a really tough eval, just because
he's QB1.
Man,
if I'm an NFL team and I have first round pick, I'm taking him and Cam Ward before Quinn Ewers.
And I don't mean like anything perceived off field. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking just the player too.
His play style, I could see him getting cut and kind of bouncing around the league in a couple years, or he could be a franchise quarterback. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But the intriguing thing with Shedeur is, and I agree with everybody on this, man, the ceiling is so freaking high that, man, if you don't take, and this is kind of the stuff that we've talked about this too, Jordan, it's kind of that fear-based draft pick. It's the worry, like, man, if we don't take him when we need a quarterback and he does reach that ceiling, we'll never live it down. We'll be
gonna Mac Brown it
20 years. Yeah. But it's gonna take you're gonna have to have a really stable organization in place, because you got to think, right? He's been insulated playing for his dad, whether anybody wants to admit that or not.
Yeah.
They've kept him pretty well insulated. So if it's the Giants, if it's whoever, you're going to have to really trust that organization has a plan in place on how to bring him along steadily and do it right, because his career could easily be screwed up if he goes to the wrong organization. It's no different than what we've seen. I mean, Vince Young, Sam Darnold. I mean, go through the list of quarterbacks, right, that we've seen that have gone to just garbage organizations. Hell, Baker Mayfield, the guys that go to garbage organizations that you're like, oh, that dude's damaged goods. And the two guys I just mentioned, Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, look at them now. Like, they're two of the probably 10, this season, I don't think it's a stretch to say they've been two of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league this year.
I'm not going to argue with you on that.
Their talent level wasn't the problem. Tobin, I just saw this the other day, and I haven't had a chance to read up on it too much. So I don't know if he actually did it or it was just like a procedural issue with the trial. So I want to read a little bit more, but it was it's one of the more unsavory stories about an athlete that I've ever known of. I mean, it's Dana Stubblefield, Kellen Winslow, Aaron Hernandez. I mean, that stuff is kind of on Ray Caruth. That stuff's kind of on an island by itself. For his sake, I kind of hope Dana Stubblefield gets off that island. So, but I don't know if this is like he didn't actually commit the act or this was a procedural issue or what. So, man, that's one of those deals, Tobin. If anybody reads the details on that, I'll spare you the details. You can go to the Google machine if you want to know about the Dana Stubblefield stuff. That's one of those deals. Nobody wins. Nobody comes out a winner in that thing at all.
Yeah. Also, I see people talking about Ohio State and Ryan Day. You got to remember, Quinn Ewers has already been there. Like, I don't really see that happening in two. They have way too many QBs already there that are young they want to build with. And, I mean, yeah. But real quick, before we bring the guys in, wanted to talk about something. I noticed yesterday, after this draft in April, as long as Quinn Ewers leaves, and I mean, Barron Sorrell has to leave. He's out of eligibility.
Can I just answer Antoine's question real quick? I saw the Tashard Choice comment yesterday about not taking running backs in the portal. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, Jordan. Like, Texas did kick the tires.
Yes, they did. They did. The way I saw it, the way I'm reading it, Tashard Choice is basically saying, hey, I'm trying to retain my running back room. There were some guys we talked to, some guys we liked, but we didn't end up with them. So right now our plan is not to take any running backs. Now, if a really good cat goes in the portal, that could change. And obviously, things can change. There's still the April window. If guys go in the portal, that's going to change what he said. But
yeah, like in an alternate universe, if Cam Scatterbo had a year, like went into the portal and called Sark and Tashard Choice, be like, I want to come to Texas. Can you make it happen? I have a hard time thinking they would tell him no.
Yeah. And but what I was going to say real quick, I'll bring the guys in first. After this April, and again, this is depending on Quinn Ewers actually going into the draft, which I expect. But as long as Quinn does that, Texas, under Steve Sarkisian, will have had every single position, well, outside of special teams, every single position drafted into the NFL. Every single one.
And the premium positions, too. Well, we're starting to talk about now. When Jade goes, when Kelvin Banks goes, when Quinn goes.
But like they tackle, guard, D-line, everything is going.
No, I get it, yeah. But what I'm saying is now you're talking about, all right, now you got corner, quarterback, left tackle.
Yeah.
At some point, if you want to count Barron Sorrell, now you're talking about an edge rusher. So now not only are you getting guys drafted, this isn't like, hey, we had, a running back drafted, which Bijan's great. I love Bijan, but we know the running back position is not valued as much as those other positions. You start getting, your left tackles and quarterbacks and your corners and your pass rushers drafted. Now you're in Georgia, Ohio State territory where you're getting premium players at premium positions and you're developing them into premium draft picks.
Yeah, and there's been other D linemen, but Barron Sorrell is going to be the first, like I'd say, true edge rusher. Like Morrow, Jomo, Keontae Coburn were not that.
They're interior guys. Guys, I got to run. Eric, Keenan, you guys have a great show. Jordan, everybody, happy New Year. Enjoy your news. Everybody be safe tonight. Enjoy the Pizza Bowl tomorrow. I think we're back doing it on Thursday. Yes, Jordan?
I guess we're not doing a show tomorrow?
We're not. You all aren't. It's game day coverage.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The game will be kick off during our show. So,
Jordan, if you can hang around for a second after Jeff hops off, got a question for you.
Everybody, have a good one. I'll see you in 2025.
Peace, Jeff.
Of course, the middle-aged white man makes a joke.
Of course. Hey, Jordan, before you hop off, I'm sure you've talked about it a ton on your show. I haven't had a chance to ask you this specifically, so I want to ask it here. I just published a feature. Check it out, horns247.com. I just wanted to ask Taff, Jade Barron, and Andrew Makuba what 512 means to them. I didn't care which way they took it. I just was curious. I just wanted to ask them. The genesis for that idea really came because of how emotional Jade was walking off the field at the big house. And the first thing he said when talking about the win is like this for the 512. And they all came back to Jordan, Central Texas high school football just being overlooked, not being respected. I guess the cliche question would be why it is. But Jordan, if you're able to, and I don't care, we got 10 minutes. I don't care how long you go or not. For someone who's not from Texas, can you A, answer why Central Texas may be overlooked, but B, here's the example I'll give you. Being from Tampa, it's like South Florida and then everyone else, right? It's not like a South Florida, Orlando, North Florida, and then Central Texas, right? And that's the way, from when you talk to these guys, the way they kind of make it seem, and you let me know if this is off base or not, and Keenan, you can as well, of course, being a Texan, being from DFW, is like it's Houston, Dallas. I think Taft mentioned Houston, Dallas, South Dallas, Fort Worth, North Shore, East Texas, and then Central Texas. So, Jordan, I'll let you take that in any direction you want.
He said San Antonio?
No, didn't say San Antonio. He said Dallas, South Dallas, Houston, East Texas, North Shore, and then Central Texas.
Yeah, well, I mean, large majority of kids that come out of Dallas are from South Dallas. But with the main reason is because Dallas and Houston just they produce more Texas level kids. They just do. There's more people up there. They're bigger cities, so it should produce more. But also, like if you really dumb it down to the per capita, they're also producing at a higher clip. I think there's a lot of different reasons for that, but I think a big part is just the culture. The culture of Texas high school football in different cities is very apparent. It just is like, there's a few select programs in Austin that really run it like a college. Okay. But that percentage is way higher. You go up there to DFW or Houston. So I think that's definitely part of it. And I also think like so much of recruiting, or at least the early on evaluation process, is coaches on staff having handlers, trainers, high school coaches, 7-on-7 coaches in certain areas to where, hey, we're going to look at this kid, but like, what do you know about him? Tell us about him. And that guy can fill him in, and that's kind of them vetting the player before they scout him as a prospect. They have more of those connections in DFW and Houston than they do in Austin because they've gone to DFW and Houston more often to recruit players in the past than they have in Austin. And so I think that's a big part of it. And also, I mean, I think another big part of it is media. I think part of why, I think Texas produces the best high school football players in the country. I'll forever believe that. But a big part of why that's been able to remain as consistent and maintain that is specifically the amount of prospects they produce is because of the media, how much media there is in DFW and in Houston, in high school football and in recruiting media. Like, I'm sure if you were to get all 50 states and outside of Tennessee, because that's where the headquarters are for like every recruiting site, but if you were to get 49 states and have how many people live in each state in the recruiting industry, there's no way Texas doesn't top all the other states. So I think that's part of it. The kids get looked at faster in Texas than pretty much everywhere else. They get found faster most of the time. And there's less media in Austin than in Houston and Dallas. DFW, Dallas Morning News does a great job. They have live stats for just about every single ongoing active high school football game in the city metroplex. Austin doesn't have shit. They have the Austin American Statesman, which used to be a good paper, and now, I know we have some guys we know that work there, but for what I grew up with compared to what it is now, night and day difference. They got bought out by USA Today, and it went like that. So the local sports coverage sucks. And there's Flex ATX, fans saying ATX with Snoop Danner running. I think he does a great job. But a lot of that is, towards the youth, where it's Instagram, Reels, TikTok, stuff like that, barely anything on Twitter. So there's less exposure in Central Texas, so those kids take longer to get found most of the time. And also, instead of it being like school in Dallas, most of the time they won't just have one kid, they'll have two. So whenever one of them starts getting recruited, the other one will get helped out because coaches are coming to see him. Usually in Austin, each program only has about one or two D1 guys, but most of the time it's only one. So it has to be a cat that schools really, really want to actually go out there to go see. So, I think that's all parts of it. I also think, I'm not saying schools are deciding who they recruit in their recruiting boards off of how close other prospects are to each other, to where when they do the recruiting trips, they can see, 10 prospects in one day in Dallas compared to only seeing 2 in a full day in Austin. But I do think that can contribute to why there is such a separation, and I guess Centex being disrespected. But I post more about Centex kids than anyone I've ever come across, and a lot of that is because I do know they don't have nearly as much exposure as the other kids in DFW and Houston do. So I do what I can to try to bring that to them through my platform, but I can't do it myself. But I do think each of them have their very unique reasons for why they ended up at Texas the unorthodox way they did. Yeah. Tom Herman in Texas completely fucked up the entire Andrew McCougar recruitment. Like, I can give y'all a 20, 30-minute story on everything that went down there because, sorry, I'm going off on a tangent here. I love my guy Bam, but I kind of hate how he had to have a Thorpe Award winner to get all this love. You know what I mean? Like, he's been doing this shit and making these guys players and training with them for years. I've known him for years. He's been with these guys for years. And with John A., he won like one high school game the 4 years she was at Frugal.
I noticed that. Yeah, Jordan. Yeah.
They stunk. Horrible program. No one around him. No one's ever really come out of that school in a decade until him. And he came out during COVID too, when there wasn't quite as much exposure because media wasn't going anywhere. So he basically had negative exposure in Austin. And Tom Herman also messed that up because they were dumbasses and didn't offer him until Matt Rule took the Panthers job. And it's funny because everyone talks about how he was signed to Baylor. No one brings up how he was committed to TCU. And the reason he backed out of the TCU commitment was because he visited Baylor and Gary Patterson FaceTimed him and motherfucked him over the phone and cussed him out. And he decommitted on the spot. So that's what happened with Jade, an unorthodox path to Texas. With Drew Makuba going to Clemson first. Those are all Tom Herman mistakes. I can say that. Now, Michael Taff, on the other hand, like, what's happened to Michael Taff was not supposed to happen, I should say. Very rarely does that outcome actually come to fruition. Like, everyone loves the walk-on stories of Baker Mayfield, Michael Taff, but very rarely will that happen, right?
Right.
It's like a 1 in 1,000% chance, something like that. So, but he got there because of the work he put in. And as someone who basically saw Michael Taft grow up as a football player because I played against him, like, I'll be honest, there was never a single time we were playing him where I'm like, yeah, that's a Texas level player. Like, he had to earn that respect, and he did. But, like, him going to Rice out of high school, I thought was very much, probably up his alley. I thought he was better than Rice, but, stereotypes happen in recruiting. It's really hard for white kids to get recruited at certain positions. It just is. and they can be just as good, just as athletic, but it's the way they look. And that's just how it is. There's a really good running back at Georgetown right now, blanking on his name, but big-ass white kid. I'm pretty sure he'd have more looks because he led the entire city in rushing if he didn't look the way he did, So I think that definitely hurt Michael Taft. Bam will also probably tell you that off camera, that him being white did hurt his recruitment because, we think it did. Yeah, but, I think they all ended up there. The reasons they did and the unorthodox paths they took were for a reason, and I'm very happy they came out the way they did. But they all had really unique situations, and I agree with them. Centex, it is underexposed compared to the rest of them, and I think that's about the best explanation I can give. I know that was kind of all over the place.
I appreciate that. Keenan, really quick, can you give your perspective while I respond to an urgent text from Scotty McConnell about getting credentialed for Saturday?
Yeah, I think I don't know as much about the football side of things, but as far as basketball goes, like DFW and Houston are definitely like the epicenters, especially DFW over the last 5-6 years. They've put, I think, 25 dudes into the NBA. So yeah, there's not a lot of Central Texas kids that are NBA guys typically, or get scouted as NBA guys. There are a few, like Hudson Greer will probably play in the NBA. He's at Montverde now, I believe. Bo Ogden has a chance. Where's Gooseby from?
They're from Melissa.
That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
But hey, Greg Brown.
Yeah, Greg Brown. Yeah, there's Greg Brown. There's Josiah Mosley, who's at
Jared Allen, St. Stephen's.
Yeah, so there's a few, but like you compare it to Dallas and Houston, and it's it's kind of negligible compared to those areas. So yeah, I think Jordan's completely right about how they're just kind of underexposed as far as that. I can only give the basketball perspective, but that's kind of how it is there too.
Sure. Yeah. Jordan, I'll add this really quick. And like I said, not being from here, that's why I find this fascinating. And maybe another day, I'll pinch it for Jeff and we can dive into this a little bit more. Because I found each of their answers pretty fascinating. I'll just give you two things being from, A, journalist perspective, and B, a non-Texan perspective. One, I thought you made a really interesting point with media and the way that plays a factor. And I'll just tell you this. Our friend Keenan Christina Huang, she was interviewing for the high school preps job for the morning news there. You can tell how much an area prioritizes preps when you see how much that job is going to pay, and the fact that they were going to offer $65,000, right? That tells you that we prioritize preps. So there's step one, right? You're not saying like, hey, here's $30,000, go cover one game or go cover 1/4 of 5 games like you would in Florida, right? So there's step one.
And
step two, or go ahead.
It matters. Like another thing I brought up, like with media and just the overall culture. Texas high school football is the best because of the overall culture and the structure in place with the UIL and other stuff. That's the only credit I'll give UIL. But go look at track every single year. In a large majority of the states, the winning state championship 4x1 team of the highest classification wouldn't even win district in most districts in Texas. And it's because the culture around track, the infrastructure put in place to get these kids good at track, running fast times, is way more organized than it is anywhere else. It's not because, people in the state of Texas just happen to be faster. Yes, some of them. But it's because of the infrastructure training and everything that's been set up organization-wise around them since when they were kids, right?
Yep.
So when you have a lot of different sports like that where it's more organized in Texas, you're going to get top to bottom better overall athletes by the time, they're of college age. So
I would also say it's a little different in basketball because you have the EYBL, and that changes everything because you get guys like Hudson Greer from Central Texas who end up playing for Montverde, or you have Trey Johnson who leaves Lake Highlands to play for Lake Prep. There's a whole league of elite. It's literally called Elite Youth Basketball, and there's EYBL Scholastic, which is all the schools that these kids transfer to. They're basically sports magnets, and they have that in football too, but it's a lot more prevalent in basketball because those are NBA funnels, essentially. You know what I mean? You look at the 2022, or you look at last year's Montverde team, for example, the entire starting five is probably going to be one-and-done NBA players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of 5-stars on that roster still. Every year they put dudes. Cooper Flagg, Asa Newell, Liam McNeely all played on the same high school team. It's a little bit different. But Yeah, LeBaron Filan and Trey Johnson played on the same high school team at Link Prep, so it's a little different in basketball, but yeah.
Yeah, but no, I don't want to take up any more of
So
time.
Jordan, I'll let you get out of here. I appreciate that. Like I said,
thanks, Jordan.
One of these days we can dive into it because a lot of interesting answers, a lot of stuff that didn't make the article.
Yeah,
that Taff, Makuba, and Jade said. Jordan, appreciate it, sir. Happy New Year, and I will talk to you. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Peace, Jordan. Thanks, man.
Last thing.
Yes, sir.
Centex, like we talked about, gets disrespected compared to the others. Some of the game's best players have come from Central Texas. Mean Joe Green, people say he went to Temple. That's what the internet says. He did not go to Temple. He went to Dunbar High School in Temple before it was before segregation was ended, and then they called it Temple High School. He's a Dunbar alum. You know that if you read Thursday Night Lights. Great book. Also, Night Train Lane went to Anderson High School. Not the current Anderson High School, but a different Anderson. One of the best players of all time out of Austin. Drew Brees, Justin Tucker, like I could go on.
Yeah.
Some of the game's best players have come from the state or the Centex area, but college coaches, a lot of them just act like that's not the case. So I'll always push that message with them, but this will be the last thing I said, and I'll see y'all next year.
Appreciate it, Jordan. That was It's Just Now or Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs. Take him to around midday. We are false start. I am Eric Henry, live from Atlanta, the Westin Peachtree Plaza Hotel. It's been a beautiful few days here in hot Atlanta. Keenan, the weather is fantastic. It's a beautiful day. I kind of see if I can kind of pan. Can you? Yeah, I can't really see. Oh, yeah, there you go. You get a little shot of Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
You're right there. You're right near it.
I'm right there. It's been a beautiful few days here.
A 5-minute Uber.
Now that media shuttle, brother, there you go. Has been clutch. As I'm hoping my camera will cooperate and bring me a little more light here. Keenan, before I dive into today's show, and I guess the major news, I'm sure I'm sure Jeff and Jordan talk about on their show, the rumors about Quinn Ewers. Not going to dive into that, but Jonte Cook continuing to tweet. So I will ask your thoughts on that in a second, Keenan. But I was going to mention this with Jeff. He had to hop off and run. Keenan, not much good. And I know you can appreciate this as a sober person. Brother, there is a open media bar that's free, and that thing is running from 10 a.m. to midnight, sir.
Yeah, that's not always a great idea.
And up until today, this morning, was the first time that they actually marked off, hey, you have to. So, Keenan, I'll give you an example. You were at SEC Media Days. Keenan, tell the folks, we couldn't get 6 steps if we didn't have our credential on. How far could we get, Keenan?
Not far. You couldn't even get into the building, basically.
Yeah, not quite the situation here because there's so many conferences and other things that are going on. So I've seen fans just walk into the media hospitality room and walk out with a couple drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's been a problem here for some of the media folks just posted up at the hospitality room.
Oh man, that's not good.
It has been an interesting few days, no doubt. First off, man, you are ASU, opposite of USA. That is the vibe, the energy that Keenan Womack is bringing into this final day of 2024. How you doing, my man? How is you got a lot to celebrate coming 2025? How are you doing?
I'm good, dude. Finished Band of Brothers last night, as I do over Christmas typically. My brother came over and we finished it together. He hadn't seen it, so it's the best show ever made for my money. I think it's the best piece of media ever produced, especially as far as war coverage goes. I mean, it's just incredibly well done. So finished that, and yeah, man, I'm excited. Getting a pedicure with the wife today. That's going to be nice.
All right, Keenan, throwing out foot content here about 30 minutes.
Yeah, man, it's going to be a good couple days, man. I got a couple days off work, so.
Good stuff. All right, gonna dive into a couple of comments here for us set the show. First off, Neman Roberts talking about our previous conversation about Centex football, said Lake Travis and Westlake get all types of respect. Yeah, that's the thing, Neman, that all 3 guys emphasize. Even Taffy and Westlake guys Westlake gets its respect, but talking about Maynor and Waco Connolly and LBJ. And to Jordan's point, that's one of the things that surprised me is Waco Connolly, a kid like Jade Barron, who's a Thorpe Award winner, they weren't good.
No,
Like,
they're terrible.
That's
terrible.
You do not get that in Florida. You don't get just one-off kids sprouting off from like 1-9 programs in Texas. So there is that. Jake Bayless, as always, appreciate you rocking with us. Said, I guess if anyone wanted to know what it's like to be a colossal waste of money and time, it'd be Jonte. A couple other comments here. This is the one I really kind of want to dive in. Not to be all super sentimental, but Jack Burton, Jack, appreciate you rocking with us, says, what's wrong with Jonte Cook? I hope it's not a real mental health issue because I'm telling something's not right. I'm going to ask your thoughts first, but I'll quickly say this. I don't know what may or may not be going on with Jonte Cook, but whoever is advising him, whoever is in his circle, needs to tell him to stop tweeting.
Yeah,
I've made the joke before, but this is not helping his case to catch on with another program. Quite frankly, a premier program, a program that would be of Jonte Cook's caliber. So that's my first thing. I'm not going to speculate the man's mental health because that's psychoanalyzing in a way that I don't feel comfortable with someone I've only had one conversation with. But whoever's around him, whoever the adults are in his life, need to just say, hey, stop. So there's that. Keenan, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, he's committed to Washington, right? I think he committed to Washington.
If he did, I missed that.
Yeah, he committed a couple of days ago to Washington. I just think he has big ego, man. I don't know how to I'm not going to psychoanalyze him either, but I think he thinks he is the best receiver on Texas roster, and he wasn't. So it's a bummer. I was a big fan of his coming out of high school. I thought he was going to be a dog, and Daryl, I believe he was pushed out of Texas.
Yeah.
So I believe he was dismissed from the team. So yeah, I mean, you have a bad attitude.
Well, just for clarification, the company line was mutual decision. But I just, Keenan, I'm going to pass it back to you after this. I'm starting to believe that too, Daryl, because Jonte won't stop tweeting, right? Like he's reacting in a way. I don't want to say like Zach Swanson, but like someone who has a grudge against the program more than someone who mutually decided. Continue.
Yes, that's what I was going to say too.
Yeah. So that is the situation there. And Jack Burton says, listen, this may very well be true. Could just be an a-hole. It's getting weird. I hate to refer to 20-year-olds as assholes, but I'll say this. Antonio Brown's been Antonio Brown for as long as I can remember. Anyone who could tell you out of Miami, Antonio Brown's pretty much been Antonio Brown for a long time, right? So, I mean, there is that. Jump to a couple more comments here before we dive into today's show. I'll kind of bring you guys into the sentiment because Keenan, there were some really interesting comments. I didn't get a chance to upload them into the system here, but I'll kind of summarize them. Kenny Dillingham went off on the media, basically saying that the media kind of twisted or have been twisting the comments of his players in relation to Texas. I'd love your thoughts on that in a second, and then of course we'll do game predictions and thoughts there. A couple more comments here really quick. Neman Roberts says, or so I'll go to Double D. Double D says, Keenan, if you're a gamer, you need to play a game called Hell Let Loose.
That World War II game, I'm assuming.
Brother, it'd be up your alley more than
that's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking him. Yeah, I mean, I forget which Call of Duty is the World War II one, but that was a really fun game. So, yeah, man, that's a incredible show. It's one of the best I've ever seen.
CB, yes. By the time SEC Media Days rolls around, I will know the ins and outs of Hot Atlanta because we are coming back to Atlanta for SEC Media Days. Neman says, if we make it to Natty, we got to link up in Atlanta. My brother lives here and has all the great spots. Just let me know. I am always amenable to meeting up with the folks and having a good time.
Yeah, if they make it to the Natty, I'll be there as well.
Keenan Womack will be there as well. Listen, man, I just got our guy Josh Newman on the Magic City Lemon Pepper Wings.
There you go, son.
So there you go. That's our guy James Cox. I saw James in the chat earlier. What's up? Appreciate you rocking with us. Yeah, man, putting everybody on the Magic City Wings.
An East Coast man in Georgia.
There
wings.
You go. Keenan, just quickly to talk about these comments by Kenny Dillingham. Did you happen to hear Cam's first? I guess I should say Sam Levitt.
Oh yeah, I heard what those guys said. I didn't hear what Kenny said.
Well, no, yeah, Sam Levitt and Cam Scatterbo.
Yeah.
Your thoughts first before I dive into what Kenny Dillingham said.
I had no problem with what they said. I mean, you got to be confident, man. You're playing a freaking playoff game where you're going to be, You going to be reserved? I don't think so. I had no problem with what they said. I kind of like the confidence. I mean, they're going to get smoked tomorrow, but I like the confidence. I thought it was totally fine.
I'll try and see if I can pull it up. Keenan, why don't we do this? Just so the audience can have the context. I'm going to ask you to tell the fine folks where they can improve their sleep. And then I'm going to go to my Twitter and pull the sound from there. So can you let the fine folks know if they are having sleep issues, snoring issues? Because again, Keenan's relationship was saved by the great doctor.
Having a kid now because
he's having a kid now, in part because of the great doctor. Keenan, let them know where they can get that all worked out.
Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced care in screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. The focus is to educate the patient on what's going on in his or her body and to provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. You no longer have to sleep in separate bedrooms. Individuals and families welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages, from ages 6 to 106, family-owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, though they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, oral devices, epigenetic devices, weight loss, lasers, and radio frequency. They are a network with most medical insurances. So give my friend, the good doctor, Dr. Chad Denman, a call at 254-284-6812 or visit Sleep Cycle Centers with an S on the end.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered and False Start sent you.
Appreciate it, my man. All right, Keenan, I am going to run back the comments by Kenny Dillingham. Pull up on Twitter right here. I'll rack them down.
Yeah.
Showed that they were one of the only people that believed in themselves. And then when they get put in a situation and they're asked a question and they say the truth of what they believe, if you're a competitor and you don't believe you're the best, are you really a competitor? Like, that's what you want to do. So I think just the honesty sometimes, these media, is fun for people because they can take it and run with it, and that's what they should do. You see, everybody should take those comments and run with it because that's what's fun. That's what sells. But those are just 2 really, really competitive people. It's nothing about the opponent. It's about their own self-belief. I mean, Sam thinks he could probably beat Michael Jordan in basketball. I mean, that's Sam, right? Scott thinks he's probably the greatest running back of all time because that's Scott. And I think that's what makes him unique. And sometimes when you verbalize those things, just what you internally believe, it gets twisted in the negative light. But I'm just happy that we have those guys on our team because they're ultra competitors, and I have them back.
Keenan, you I kill my sound here. There we go. Keenan, you've heard the comments. Your thoughts on what Kenny Dillingham had to say?
First of all, very likable guy.
Yeah.
Very likable guy. I love what he said. I think completely in bounds. What those players said was completely in bounds. I have a great amount of respect for what he's done this season. Considering they were picked 16th in the Big 12 to be in a freaking playoff, to be the 4 seed in the playoff, very impressive. I totally am fine with everything that was said, and I agree with them that like you have to be competitive. Like you can't. If you're not competitive, if you're not going out there to win it, like you wouldn't be in this position in the first place.
All right. I don't disagree with what you said because 2 things can be true in my mind. Yes, I've said this before, right? When, some people said, oh, bulletin board material against Texas. What are they supposed to do? Go out there and say, oh, we're going to get beat?
Right. Yeah. We're going to get our ass kicked. I don't think so.
2 things can be true. As I, am trying to sit in the light so I can be seen while also blinding myself to do this show. Thank you, BK. Hopefully we can get a sponsorship from a eye doctor because I'm going to need that next after doing this show. Here's the thing, right? Like 2 things can be true. That you can have that confidence, but for Kenny to say, oh, the media is just twisting it and that's what sells. And, and that was only a minute of what was Keenan a 3-minute response by Kenny Dillingham, him saying, I expect you guys to twist the words and so on and so forth. All right, hang on, sir, because you're the same person who opened your comments by saying, I encourage our guys. And listen, as a media member, I appreciate this. I am not a fan of the Texas style, which is, hey, come here when you walk into this room. We're going to hold a sheet up over your head for 2 minutes and prep you, right? And tell you, don't talk about this and this, right? And here's what we want to prioritize, this, and this. I am not gonna, I am not necessarily a fan of that style. But Kenny Dillingham said he prioritizes his guys to just be themselves, right? Two things can be true. Your guys were themselves and said what they said, and the media, we are going to write it as is, right? And listen, I'm not claiming to have followed all of the coverage of Sam Levitt's comments and Cam Scatterbo's comments, right? But CB says Zach Swanson's comments seem to be loud and clear. They were loud and clear, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with them, right? Like they weren't slanted. Is
that the Iowa State guy?
No. Zach Swanson, former
the former Longhorn who plays for Arizona State. Yeah. Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. As CB says, come into the light, Eric. We're working on it. We're working on it here. I think this is as best as it's going to be. So no, we're good. We're good. But no, Zach Swanson's comments were completely in bounds in my mind, right? Like, if that's how he feels that he was ushered out, he's supposed to say that, right? There's a line between doing that and being Jonte Cook, which is tweeting every 30 minutes anytime anything Texas related comes up. But I just push back on Kenny a little bit because it's I said this in a group chat with some other writers. It's the Nick Saban tactic, right? Like, take whatever messaging and then mold it to what you want to motivate your team, right? Like it's the classic, I'm going to put this out there because I want to motivate my guys. But for Kenny to say, oh, the media's twisting and that's what you guys are supposed to do, that's not true. If they take the words and print them as is, then that's fine. And guess what? Here's where I want to land on this to spin it forward to talking about Texas. If Texas needed bulletin board material to be ready for this game, then they should lose and their season should be done, plain and simple, right? It's anytime we ask, some of the questions like Jake Majors has been asked, but hey, do you got to get up for, a game like this? And Jake is like, no, this is what you come to Texas for, is to play in the playoff and play 15, 16 games. If you need any type of, motivation to get up for this or any sort of type of, oh man, I'm not as fresh as the first game, then you shouldn't be playing for Texas and you shouldn't be playing, quite frankly, at this level. So that's my feeling, Keenan. Like, it's not bulletin board material. It's not, the media taking it what it is. The comments were what they were. And I'll say this to Kenny, and Keenan, like you, I really like Kenny Dillingham. You can tell there's a lot of respect for Steve Sarkisian. He almost is, at least in the public comments. I don't know, but Steve's and Kenny's conversation has been privately, because Steve has said, hey, I didn't really have a relationship with Kenny prior. I've admired him from afar. And Kenny Dillingham basically said, hey, if you're following Steve Sarkisian offensively, if you're 1 year behind Steve Sarkisian, you're 3 years ahead of everyone else in college football. So clearly an admiration for Kenny Dillingham with Steve Sarkisian. I would say to Kenny, look at Steve Sarkisian, look at the way he's kind of talked about this, right? Which is not going out there and saying, oh, the media do this and so on and so forth. He's kind of just making a joke about it and moving on, right? Yeah. So that's my thing. Kenny, your team is not going to lose this game because of the way that the comments were interpreted, or in his words, misinterpreted or twisted by the media. You're going to lose this game. And if you think Arizona State will lose this game, because Texas is the better team, plain and simple.
Yeah, and part of it is not to just jump into game stuff so much, but part of it is just Texas has, like, the Big 12 was bad this year. It was bad. It was better than the ACC, but how many good teams were in the Big 12 this year, truly? And
none. Be honest.
Arizona State lost to Cincinnati
without
10.
Sam Levitt, but still.
Okay, that's a good point. But
still, I mean, you saw what happened in Colorado. You saw what happened in Colorado the other day.
Scatterbo had 65 yards against Texas State. I get that team hadn't found itself quite at that point, and Texas State was playing really well, but I don't know, man. I don't see this going well for Arizona State. Somebody said this on Twitter. I think it was Doc Texas, and he said it will probably look like last year's Big 12 championship game.
Agreed. I couldn't agree more. To kind of use that and transition into the matchup, Keenan, what are you keeping your eye on, right? Because I've written this. Go check it out, horns247.com. Our guy, Chris Cartman, of Sun Devil Source did a great job. Was Keenan one of the more honest know your Longhorn Q&As? Because sometimes you'll get, you'll trade Q&As and it's clear that person, is a fan of said program. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But that kind of bleeds over into, when you ask them their questions about what can happen with this, that, and the other. And it's like, all right, come on, that's not going to happen. No, Chris kept it 100% real and was like, look, Texas is the better, bigger, faster, more physical team. Arizona State, if they're going to come in and have a chance, it's going to need to be this, this, and this. What are you keeping your eye on? Because I know in my sense what I think will need to happen for Arizona State to pull off an upset and for Texas to lose. But what are you looking, kind of keeping your eye on that either concerns you or just keeping your eye on as far as the matchup?
I'll be honest. I was much more concerned about Clemson, just because Clemson has better receivers. Obviously, Arizona State has a better back than Clemson did, but Clemson had those three badass receivers and Cade Klubnik, and Arizona State is down Jordan Tyson. He's out for the year, and that's their best receiver, pretty handily their best receiver. So, just the stuff we always talk about. Like, you just can't turn the ball over a bunch of times. You can't give them short fields. And you just can't let him get loose in the pass game. I feel like Scadaboo's going to get his yards to an extent. He'll probably get to, he'll probably have 23 carries for 87 yards or something like that, maybe a touchdown. But I would be hard pressed to find a way to see Arizona State winning this game. And I'm not saying that as a fan. I'm saying that as a neutral analyst. It's just, I don't see how they're going to pull it off.
Keenan, this is what I have to say. As I will go to Naman's comment. He says, Keenan and Eric, did you guys hear the Todd McShay's comments about yours and the GM's advice? I'll come to that in a second. I hadn't heard it, but I just pulled it up. Our guy Grant Hughes, News Desk 24/7 Sports, just wrote about it. So I'll come to that after that. But Keenan, let's just call a spade a spade. I've said this about this playoff field. I felt this way after the Clemson game. The way that Texas beat Clemson established that they are truly national title contenders. I think this field is wide open. I think the only team that probably deserves more respect is Oregon and Dylan Gabriel. I've talked about that on the show before, right? I've had people say to me, I was actually talking with a Texas fan. This was at Honor Richardson's birthday party. Mark Henry and a couple of Texas fans saying that, Texas, that Oregon hasn't faced a defense like Texas and Dylan Gabriel isn't ready. I'm like, my man, I know that this is a different defense than last year, but Dylan Gabriel had a hell of a game against the Longhorns. And Dylan Gabriel, in my mind, certainly capable of doing some of the things that Cade Klubnik did as a passer. But that's the only team in this field outside of Texas that I think truly you have to be like, all right, this is an issue. So I say all that to say the only team that can beat Texas on Wednesday is Texas. If they have issues in the high red zone, which I don't see happening. If they turn the football over, which that could happen. Texas turned the football over 23, 24 times this year. That's not, like, oh, man, we got a bad game. That's consistent. Brother, you turn the football over that much. Yeah. That's consistent, right? That could happen. I don't see Cam Scadabo, again, outside of him, and he is the type of back, Keenan, right? He is the type of back, maybe like an Ashton Genty, that could take over a game. But the only two players left in this field that I think single-handedly could beat Texas are Ashton Genty and Dylan Gabriel. That's it. That's the list. Offensive guys. I don't see anyone else left in this field that can truly test Texas in that way. So, yes.
I would say the team I'm most scared of is not Oregon. It's Ohio State.
It's Ohio State?
Yeah, because they have two amazing running backs, and I think the best receiver in the country is a true freshman. I think it's Jeremiah Smith. I understand Will Howard isn't as good as Dylan Gabriel, but I would be pulling for Oregon to beat Ohio State. I would rather play Oregon. I think Ohio State has a better defense.
Really?
Yeah, I think Ohio State has a better defense. Their red zone efficiency on the defensive end is the best in the country. They just don't give up touchdowns in the high red zone, and we know it's a problem for Texas. Either one's going to be a really tough game, no doubt, but I would rather play Oregon, truly.
And Keenan Womack playing right into the Dylan Gabriel and Oregon disrespect.
I'm not disrespecting them at all. I just think Ohio State's scarier.
Keenan Womack, have you seen a certain recruiting publication, their graphics as of late, that they just put out an image and then it's
very funny. Disrespect or like
Keenan Womack is about to get hit with the disrespect.
It's just a picture of me like
it's like I just saw the one on Quinn. What is the one on Quinn? Oh gosh, what did it say? Let me pull it up real quick. What did it say here? This was hilarious.
Those graphics are hysterical.
Tamper. It's Quinn looking all sad with the tamper. Oh man,
it's a great bit.
I am not crapping on another rival publication. I find it's a bit at this point.
It's a good bit. It's a very good bit. Very funny.
Jake Bayless, I'm going to answer this question. You said, excuse me, how much we're going to run blitz tomorrow? I think you got to expect it in my mind, because here's the thing: they can either run blitz and stay in the base 4-2-5 package, or you can go more 4-3, which I'm curious to see how that plays out, because I think David Benda could have a nice game, because Benda's really good against the run.
Yeah, run fit.
As a run fit. And in that sense, Jake, you might not have to run blitz as much, right? If you're staying in that 4-3 base, which isn't even, like I said, that's not even a real football defense base anymore. The base is 4-2, 4-2-5. But I think if you're in that 4-2-5 base with LaFau and A Hill, I could see more run blitzing. But I don't necessarily think you'll have to be honest. And maybe this is my Arizona State disrespect. I think Big AC, Vern Broughton, Bill Norton, I think those guys are going to be ready to go in my mind in that respect. So you might not have to there, Keenan. One more comment for I want to ask you kind of your thoughts on how you see the game playing out in prediction. Yeah. Jack Burton says, does Skittle Poe reminds me of young Jerome Bettis? Is that how he runs? A little more dynamic, Jack, than Jerome Bettis. Steve Sarkisian talked about in his comments saying like, you see, a 230-pound back, you think he's going to be Mike Allstott, but he's not Mike Allstott, right? And I would say to Steve, I think he's typecasting there.
That's a white man running back.
White running back for white running back. It's like the what was that? Was it Gridiron Gang or whatever it was? The movie that had Michael Irvin and Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Steve Austin like, that's how a white man runs the ball.
That's a classic line. Real quick side note: Daryl Morey, when he was running, all the franchises he's run, he required scouts to do cross-racial comparisons for white guys.
Really?
Don't compare him to another white guy. I need you to compare him to another athlete. So I thought that was really interesting. It's like the Luka comp was James Harden, for example. You know what I mean? Or like I just comp Kasparas Yakuchonis to Malcolm Brogdon. You try to cross him over a little bit.
No, at least Jack didn't fall to that. Yeah, he compared to Jerome Bettis. But no, he certainly runs physical, no doubt, but he's much more, I'd say more elusive and more dynamic. Again, a guy with his hands. Jerome Bettis was never known as a great receiver out of the backfield. A little more dynamic than that, Keenan. But with the last 10 minutes of the show here, want to cover two topics. One, want to get your final score and your kind of thoughts on how this game is going to play out. And I do quickly, because listen, that's even cool. That's hilarious, Jake. I got it. There's your cross-racial comp.
Cole Beasley
and DK Metcalf, bro. Cole Beasley and Megatron, right? Like that's your. I wonder who the cross-racial comp would be for Keenan Womack.
Wesley Snipes, obviously.
I was thinking someone in the sports media realm. I was going to say Ryan Clark, but okay,
Ryan Clark. Yeah, maybe
you're going a little always bet on black. That's what you're
absolutely
going with.
A big Jack dude. Hell yeah.
Oh man, Keenan, SEC play does start on Saturday. That's what Scotty Mack was texting me about, making sure that I had a seat inside a Reed Arena. Mm-hmm. Texas will take on the Texas A&M Longhorns. Keenan, we'll have much more time to dive into that on Friday, but just kind of want to give you, 2-3 minutes before we give, score predictions and how we see the game playing out. Just, set the table from what you've seen of this team, just your feeling with them heading into SEC play.
A&M's good, man. Wade Taylor is a really, really good player. Zurich Phelps, he's been hit or miss, but when he's on, he's on. Farrell Payne is a really good post player. Henry Coleman's a good forward. I'd be surprised if they won, to be honest. I think A&M's just – and I think Buzz is a really good coach. I know that his success hasn't been super obvious there, but they've been building towards this season, I think, and I think this is the best team he's had there pretty easily. It's going to come down to whether they can keep Coleman and Payne off the boards. If they can do that, they can win. I don't know that they're going to be able to out-physical that front court. Wade Taylor's going to do what Wade Taylor does. He's going to get 20 points on 18 shots. That's what he does every game. He's an inefficient shot thrower, but he's very good from the line. Really, really shifty, good handle. I think Texas probably drops that game. It's going to be a super charged environment given that Texas beat A&M in football this year. I feel like they're going to take that rage out in the basketball game, the fans at least. So
Jim Schlossnagle as well. Can't forget about Schloss.
Yeah, of course. That's going to be an insane – baseball's going to be crazy this
Keenan,
year.
real quick, let me ask you because like I said, I want to sneak this in, and we can dive into it more on Saturday, but I want to sneak this in now. Let's flip it. 60 seconds or less. What would it mean if Texas could leave Reed Arena with a win?
I would have a much different opinion of this team.
Okay.
I think that would change how I view this team a lot. I don't know what to think of them. They haven't played anybody good, and the teams they have played that are good, they lost to Ohio State and UConn. And Ohio State's not that good. Ohio State got destroyed by Maryland and destroyed by Auburn. If they can go in there and beat A&M, I'll be really – my opinion will have changed for sure. I will be a lot more confident going into some of these other games. I still don't think they're going to beat Auburn or Tennessee, but maybe beat OU. They don't have a great home court advantage, I don't think. What's the name of that? Lloyd Noble Center?
At Lloyd Noble Center is Oklahoma.
Norman?
Oklahoma.
Yeah. So – that's not a great home court. So if they can beat A&M on the road, you can probably beat OU on the road. I think there's comparable teams as far as like talent goes. Maybe OU's a little more talented, but I would be really impressed if they went in there and beat A&M on the road. I think that would be a big win.
Keenan, with the last 5 minutes of the show, the 2025 Peach Bowl between Arizona State and your Texas Longhorns. This is how I see this one playing out, quite frankly. I see Arizona State, big push early, right? The same way that Clemson tried to punch, hit him in the mouth. I see that. And quite frankly, it's actually a little unfortunate for Arizona State that Clemson came out and punched Texas in the mouth the way they did. Because we've seen how this Longhorn team responds, right? It's not like, okay, they're getting punched in the mouth for the first time, almost like the Washington game, kind of, sort of, right? Where it's like, man, we're getting punched in the mouth for the first time. How are we going to respond? They've been there and done that.
Yeah.
And guess what you've shown? Guess what they've shown? That they'll handle it. Texas defense isn't going to bend. They're not going to start pointing fingers. They're not going to be like, oh, man, what's going on? They're just going to regroup and make plays when it matters. And this has more to do with the Big 12, right? You guys know I'm a UCF grad. Watched some Big 12 football this year. I'm not impressed. The Big 12 is the island of misfit toys. I do not want to take away or disrespect what Kenny Dillingham has done year two. Year 2, year 3 for him. I believe it's year 2, if memory serves me correct.
Year 2.
But I don't want to disrespect him, take away what he's done. 11 wins is 11 wins. They had to earn that, and they deserve respect. I outside of that, I don't have much more to offer as far as Arizona State really coming in here and pulling off an upset. And that probably sounds elitist of me, quite frankly. I mean, you're talking about someone who's a UCF grad. And before UCF was in the Big 12, you could have talked about them the same way, I'm talking about Arizona State, right? Is who is this group of 5 teams going to come in here? But at least those UCF teams, we're talking about the 2017 and 2018 team, like NFL talent across the board.
Beat LSU.
Right. They pushed LSU. They were up. They were up 17-0 and couldn't hang on because Joe Burrow became Joe Burrow.
Yeah, right? That's right.
But beat Auburn. Beat big time teams. Don't quite see that. I see Arizona State coming out, making their heavy push early, just like a basketball game. That first withstand that first 5 minutes, and then after that, you sell into the game, and Texas will establish why they are the second best team in the SEC and maybe the best team once it's all said and done. Give me Texas by at least 2 scores. Keenan, your thoughts and your thoughts and how you see it playing out.
I think Texas is Sugar Ray Robinson, man. They're just elite counter punchers. They're going to come back. I agree. Arizona State might go up 3-0, maybe 7-0, but I think this game's going to play out like a 35-17 type of score. I think the line's 13.5. I could see Texas covering that. They covered against Clemson barely, but they did. I think this game is going to be easier than the Clemson game because they don't have the receivers and quarterback. Levitt's good, but he's not Cade Klubnik good, I don't think.
No, well, listen, he's good, but as you said, he certainly is not Cade Klubnik good, no doubt about that. Going to answer CB's question here as we are up on the 1 p.m. hour Central Time, 2 p.m. here in the East Coast. Keenan, I will say, man, like, as someone who grew up as an East Coast guy, like, Central Time Zone, or God's Time Zone as it's referred to, it's not the most elite time zone. Like let me say this. It's the most elite time zone anything else. Pacific time, the most elite time zone for, football watching, sports watching, right? But it's an adjustment being back on Eastern time, man, because it's just late all the time,
man.
It's just late.
And it's later than you think.
I'm just looking up like, damn, it's just late. Central Time Zone, the elite time zone. CB asked, Eric, have you seen a lot of Texas fans in Atlanta? I have not.
Yeah, I heard it's more Arizona State.
I have seen it.
That makes sense.
Go for it, Keenan.
Well, it makes sense because it's like in Atlanta, like this is their first playoff game, right? Like Arizona State's
in history, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. It kind of makes sense. I feel like, the fans are kind of looking ahead to Dallas, which hopefully the players aren't. But, I think the fans kind of are. And, the game's going to be in Dallas if they win. And I just feel like it'll be probably like 60-40 Arizona State. But I don't think that matters, truly.
And we've talked about it, right, in terms of, the decision that Texas fans – we had a whole conversation about decisions that Texas fans have to make about, all right, you got the SEC title game. You can end up coming back in a few weeks, and then you can end up coming back in a few weeks for the national title game, and the fact that you have the Cotton Bowl in Arlington, right? To me, I understand any Texas fan who decides, hey, I'm going to wait and see on this one, especially.
Yeah, I'm going to Dallas, and I'll go to Atlanta if they win that game. But
right, and let's also kind of keeping the theme of the show, Keenan. Texas should beat Arizona State, right? So I'll enjoy that from the friendly confines of the crib. Go from there as we bring in our guy Zay Collier. Zay, typically Texas Sports Unfiltered would be on the scene. Even BK said, Texas is going to take care of business. Let's save up the funds through a full court press in Arlington and then the national championship game, which is what makes Brad Kellner such an excellent businessman.
He is a great businessman.
Business decision.
Especially for his age, man. He's my age. He's just making moves left and right. So good for Brad.
He's your age, but he looks 12. So there's that. but nevertheless. Zay Collier, what's happening, my man?
Fellas, good to see you. Keenan, Eric, Happy New Year.
Zay? Happy New Year, buddy.
Early Happy New Year as well. I was just about to say, I haven't seen much of your co-host today, but there he is.
He's there. He's around.
Finding his way on.
He's hanging.
You haven't seen much of me. What are you talking about? We were at a damn press conference at 9 a.m.
Okay. Can I, because Chip Brown's bringing this Honolulu Blue energy, right? That's the energy he's bringing. I saw Chip for all of 45 seconds today, okay? I didn't say I didn't see him. I said I haven't seen much of him. It's not like the usual 6 hours we spend together, okay? But literally, Chip was like, all right, what's the game plan for today? All right, cool, break. Let's go execute the game plan. That's it. So, Chip Brown, early Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to the lovely Mrs.
New
Brown.
Year to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Happy New Year to you, Keenan.
Yes, sir. You too, Chip. Hell yeah, man. If Texas takes care of business, I'll be in Dallas for that game, and then if they take care of business there, I will be making the pilgrimage to Atlanta. So, see you guys definitely see you guys in Dallas if they make it. So
there you go. I am not going to take up any more of Chip Brown and Zay Collier's time because it is 2 p.m. here on the East Coast, 1 p.m. Central Time. Yes, Jack, they did put us up in the same hotel, as always. But I am done for the day. I've got my 3 articles done, so I'm going to go ahead and
experience anytime.
No, hey,
come on, what up, Henry? Let's go, baby.
I just put our guy Josh Newman, the second member of the Longhorn beat, to make it to the pilgrimage to Magic City. So listen, it's a multicultural place. Bob Ballou might pop by next. You never know. It's a multicultural experience. So.
Oh yeah, Bob is the absolute man.
Bob Ballou
he is the man, dude. Love that guy. Such a great dude.
Y'all have
fun in Magic City.
Fantastic show. Happy New Year. Guess what? Chip Brown coming to Magic City. Hey, we're gonna be back here January 20th.
He bringing Eleanor too. Eleanor going too.
Going to Magic City.
Oh my God. She can't wait to hear that.
Yeah.
Y'all have a
You guys are savages. I'll talk to
you. Hey, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay. We are T-minus 20 hours to kick off. 22. Peach Bowl, Atlanta, Texas, Arizona State quarterfinals, the college football playoff. Moment of truth for several, including Cam Scatteraboo, who says he's the best running back in college football. Sam Levitt, who says he's going to be the best quarterback on the field in the game. Kenny Dillingham today at the coaches' press conference, the final media event leading up to the game, joint press conference between involving Kenny Dillingham, Steve Sarkisian. Kenny Dillingham went on kind of at length about his players. They're just expressing themselves, you know? Isn't that what the media wants? They want confidence. They want guys to, if they're confident, say they're confident. And Zay, you would have been there going, hell yeah, I'm petty. So I want this. I want your boys to talk all kinds of stuff.
You're right.
Bring it. Give it to me.
Yeah, Kenny Dillingham, he had a big-ass fishing pole trying to reel back them words that Cam Scatteraboo and Sam Levitt have said over the last few days. And I get it. He does have a point. Like, you got to roll in with a lot of confidence, but also you got to be humble. You know, you just never know. You never know. You all got to leave it on the field. And this Texas team, Cam Scatteraboo, nobody can stop me. All right? Prove it. Prove it, man. Like, any more bulletin board material you could get. And again, this is the college football playoff. Like, you're basically in the Elite Eight, so you shouldn't need much motivation. But, yeah, you want to shut guys up that talk like that if you're Pete Kwiatkowski's defense. And the way that this team, I know some people think that they don't rally around Quinn Ewers, but they do. They love some Quinn Ewers. Steve Sarkisian talked about my favorite play of probably Quinn Ewers' career, which was that Arkansas 4th down, where he lowered his head and he got the yards to seal the game. And he got up and got hype, yelling, pumping his chest. We don't see that type of emotion in Quinn Ewers, which is a reason why that's my favorite play. And Steve Sarkisian talked about how just everybody on the sideline, coaches, players, etc., was hyped for Quinn. So when you hear someone like Sam Levitt, who is cold, like Sam Levitt's really good. Redshirt freshman, came in as a 3-star. He's getting better each and every game. But what he said, even though Kenny Dillingham tried to reel it back and say, yeah, you could it's kind of taken out of context and everybody thinks they're the man and stuff. Oh, Sam Levitt, he probably thinks he could beat Michael Jordan. Yo, Jordan would roll Sam Levitt now. Not even then. Not even back in the 90s. Now, at 60, however old, yellow eyes, Michael Jordan this. He'd still give Sam Levitt buckets. But
Yellow eyes, damn.
Well, MJ, he'd be smoking them cigars, drinking that yak, gambling. MJ, he looks wild. But anyway, yeah, Sam Levitt, I get it. He's a competitor and stuff, but you might have to watch your words a little bit. This defense, they don't play. A lot of dogs on this defense. And again, they're going to back up their quarterback. So this offensive line, receivers, everybody wants to make Quinn Ewers look good because, hell, Chip, I don't know if you agree, but Quinn Ewers, he is, I think, the ceiling for this team. If he plays bad, there are always going to be the possibility of them losing the game. If he plays well, feel like they could beat anybody. So this team, they understand that, and Quinn gets a lot of heat. Hell, another rumors come out about the $6 million of tampering and, somebody in the transfer portal trying to throw it at Quinn and, after the season's over because he might not go to the draft because the stock ain't high. It's just all this crap. There's so much crap about Quinn Ewers. Nobody gets this heat in college football like 3 does. And it does come with the territory. He was highly rated coming out of high school. He's a Texas quarterback. Dr. Pepper commercials. You're on the cover of the video game. You got your own beef jerky. Like Quinn Ewers, he's making that paper. So on one hand, I get it, but on another, it's just like it's a lot. So, yeah, I think this team, they're going to be ready to go. And this is what you play for. You play to get to this point, possibility to play on January 20th in the national championship game.
Yeah. It is crazy, the timing of that on 3 report. A couple sources I talked to said, because I reached out to a couple people in Ewers' circle, and they said this is just distraction from programs that want to, be a distraction to Texas and plant seeds with Ewers. The speculation immediately turns to programs that are looking for a quarterback. So it's crazy. The timing of this is crazy, but I would just say that they're going to evaluate everything at the end of the year. Look, if these numbers, if there's a school willing to do that for 1 year, he has to consider it. I mean, that's like we said, once you get into the second round of the NFL draft, the 4-year contract is around $4 million and change at the end of the second round. And then the third round, fourth round, all those contracts are just varying degrees of $4 million deals. High 4 million, 4,000,009, and then all the way down to 4 million in the 5th and 6th round. So if someone's willing to do that, a lot of these crazy numbers we've heard, like the kid at Florida who sued Billy Napier because he said he was promised a $13 million deal and he turned down a $9 million deal from Miami. Like, people are, and then Florida's like, that wasn't us. That was some booster. I mean, that's the definition of the Wild West and all this stuff. Texas fans just are hoping that Quinn Ewers is as locked in to this game plan and knowing that whatever happens, the best thing for him, and Steve Sarkisian said this a week ago, the best thing for all of our guys, no matter what they're thinking, is to go play great football, because that increases the stock of everybody. That helps everybody, whether they're thinking of staying, going, turning pro, whatever. But getting kids to lock in like that is a whole nother story. Now, this has been a mature football team. This has been a locked in football team all year. They've handled their business except every team except Georgia. Some of that was ill-prepared coaching in the first meeting. Some of that was, player and coaching in the second meeting, some of those decisions. But bottom line is, this is it. You're now trying to make your dreams come true. And this is life-changing stuff. And the coach who can best get their team to understand what Steve Sarkisian said, really, at the beginning of the year, be obsessed with the details of winning. Because inevitably, Zay, these games come down to who does handle the little things the best. Who picks up that block on that play? Who makes the tough catch? Who makes that pass breakup? Who stiffs a guy a few inches short on third or fourth down? That's what's going to make the difference in this game. The team that can pile that stuff up the best, those little plays, it adds up to a W. And then you're in the semis, and no one's going to be talking about a look-ahead game in the college football playoff like they're talking about in this game, which is crazy to me. But, you're going to get either Ohio State or Oregon in Jerry World, and that's going to have everybody's full attention. So it's this, but to get there, you got to have this. And like I said yesterday, I felt like Quinn was real comfortable in his skin. You should have Isaiah Bond back. I've seen him. He's running around. He's cutting. He looks good. He's capable. I think it's time. I'm not sure if we see Cam Williams, because if he's, fighting through anything, go with Trevor Gooseby. See if you can get Cam another 10 days to recover. So I think otherwise they're as healthy as they've been. So everything's, pointing to it. I've got some keys to the game, but I'll let you weigh in on, the distraction of this rumor that Quinn's got a $6 million offer to transfer somewhere.
Yeah. Well, listening to Arch Manning talk yesterday and him being asked about Quinn Ewers and the things that he's learned from Quinn and their relationship, and Arch was like, yo, man, I get that his job is difficult with me backing him up, and how he handles the media. Like, he could care less. He doesn't let it bother him. And we're really close. We're really good friends. And this is coming from Arch Manning. Like, Arch don't have to say that. Like, we know in this business, when you're the backup, there could be a little saltiness there because you want that number one job. And going back to what you were saying, Chip, about just how mature this team is, they're all pulling for one another, no matter what. If you're in front of me, then there's something I'm not doing right. I'm not playing up to the capability that I should be playing because someone's better than me. It is what it is. If you have a problem with that, we talked about that yesterday. Guys like Jalen Catalon and maybe Kendrick Blackshire and Jonte Cook, which Death Taxes and Jonte Cook hating on Twitter again. He made a comment that went viral, the Quinn Ewers rumors of that $6 million, talking about you're wasting your money. I'm like, bro, go smoke that Pacific Northwest weed and mellow out. Good grief. Good grief,
come on, man.
Just go. You're up in Seattle now. You're so far away from what's going on down here in the ATX. You got another opportunity because Florida wasn't having it. Florida brought them in, and they were like, okay, you're talented, but something ain't right up in the dome. Something ain't right. Washington, they desperate. This ain't Kalen DeBoer's Washington. So, again, still wish that dude the best. Hope he gets help. But guys like that, cancers, that toxic stuff, You got to get that out. And I feel like the current team, all the guys that are there, they don't have that in them. Like Trevor Gooseby, listen to him talk. He was like, man, I've had great experiences like these last few games that I've gotten to play. Like, yeah, it sucks that Kelvin and Cam have gone out at times, but I'm up playing against Jalen Walker and Nick Scorton and all these big-time guys that are going to be first-round draft picks, and I'm holding my own. You know, like this coaching staff has done such a terrific job at preparing all of these guys when your name is called to get out there, be ready, and produce. You know, Cole Hudson, he gets thrown into the mix the last game. Hayden Connor has to go to center. Trevor Gooseby comes in. They're still rolling. They're still able to run the ball against, you know, even though it's not a classic Clemson defense, but they're still pretty good. They still got some guys on that team that are also going to be draft picks in the foreseeable future. So I love where this team's at, man. I can't preach that enough. I love where Steve Sarkisian's at. I haven't had to get on Sark. Sometimes Sark could be a little angry. Sometimes Sark could be a little uptight for my liking. You know, I feel like, you know, he's been making jokes and stuff in the pressers and laughing. And one of my favorite things of Sark is when he always shouts out John Bianco. That's one of my favorite things, man. You can tell him and Bianco have a really good relationship because he always shouts him out when he's having fun because, you know, Bianco sets everything up and stuff and prepares him, lets him know what's going to be on the table and what's the schedule like. So that's when I know, okay, Sark's in a good place. You know what I'm saying? And when your coach is in a good place and positive and loose and stuff, your team's going to be the same way. So I don't think they're looking forward to the Cotton Bowl. I think they're right where their feet are, and I think they're going to handle their business in Atlanta so they can keep on dancing.
Yeah. Well, we've got a loaded show. And if you're watching us on the Horns 24/7 YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That's how we grow. And please give your love, give your business to these incredible sponsors that you see around our faces because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every day. Audiovisual consultations, Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, Covert Bee Cave, Allstott Brewery, passes.com/Texas One Fund, if you're a Longhorn fan. Cover 3, Olipop, McCall Custom Homes, Woods Comfort Systems, 34 Wine and Spirits, Centex Tickets. We appreciate each and every one of these incredible sponsors, and of course, wish everyone a happy new year as we wrap up 2024 and go bounding into 2025 tomorrow, 12 noon Central Time from Mercedes-Benz Stadium, where Zay would like Jeff Banks and the Pole Assassins, Little Monkey, Gia to have some space. If they can't make room for Bevo, big old Bevo, largest live mascot in college athletics, let's get Gia in there.
Yeah, man, get her in there.
It might be too late to get Gia on a plane, get her out here. I know Banks is already out here, but hey, you know.
Man. Horns 24/7, Texas Sports Unfiltered, the combination couldn't be better. It's like Jordan and Pippen. Like, just love what you guys do. E. Henry, Scruggs, Jeff Howe, obviously you, Chip, head honcho of the show. Our boy Hank South always jumping on. I mean, y'all are the best for a reason, and that's a big part of why Texas Sports Unfiltered is so good too, with all the great personalities here. So, yeah, definitely been a great 2024 and leaving into 2025 in a good spot.
Hey, man, could be a special first part of the year here. And
yeah,
when you have this kind of opportunity, this is where the 50-year-old me is like, wanting to tell these young, guys who have everything in front of them, carpe diem, grab this opportunity. It'll change your life. Vince Young will tell them, Michael Huff will tell them, all the guys on that 05 national championship team. Dan Neal, who's going to join us here in a few minutes.
All right.
Won 2 Super Bowls, and he will forever be introduced as Super Bowl champion, 2-time Super Bowl champion, Dan Neal. And we've been wanting to get Dan on. It's obviously been a busy holiday season, but Dan was on the team that went down to A&M in 95 and ended A&M's 31-game home winning streak. It really was the turning point in that rivalry that A&M had dominated from the mid-'80s to the mid-'90s. And then it flipped to Texas, who's now 13-5 against A&M since, including that 1995 win and since. So that's and Dan, Dan watches the game differently. I always like to get his perspective, especially when you've got a 1,500-yard rusher on the other side, a guy who was hardly recruited, started his college football career at Sacramento State, talking about Cam Scadaboo, and now here he is. And one thing, so Zay, I like to crunch the numbers. This is going to be a great showdown between the Texas defense and Cam Scadaboo. So when it comes to yards from scrimmage and total touchdowns this season, Scadaboo is second only to Ashton Genty. So Genty's averaging 201 scrimmage yards. He's got 30 total touchdowns. Scadaboo's averaging 172.8 scrimmage yards. He's got 22 total touchdowns. And he's had 100+ scrimmage yards in 10 of the 12 games he's played in, and has scored 3 scrimmage touchdowns in each of his last 3 games. Now, Texas has allowed just 5 players to reach 100+ scrimmage yards, and only 1 has scored 3 touchdowns in a game against Texas this season. That's Georgia's Trevor Etienne. So that's going to be kind of the measuring stick. Trevor Etienne had 129 scrimmage yards and 3 touchdowns against Texas in the 30-15 Georgia win in Austin on October 19th. So that's kind of the measuring stick I'm using for this. Remember, he's a 15-yard rusher and a 500-yard receiver. So Zay, are you over or under Cam Scadaboo totaling 129 scrimmage yards?
I'm going with the under.
Okay.
I'm going with the under. I know he's also second in missed tackles, third in the nation, yards after contact. Like, his stats are crazy, but I think they're gonna stuff him up. I think you're gonna see a lot of the screen game more, to where they're not gonna be, hitting the interior as much, and they don't have to deal with that defensive line. They probably get them out in space because, like you said, over 500 yards receiving. He's their second best receiver. Hell, he might be their first at this point, with Jordan without being out.
Yep.
So I think that's going to be a big part of Kenny Dillingham's scheme and Marcus Arroyo's scheme. Just, they love screen passes. And I think this plays in the Texas hands pretty well because your head coach loves screen passes. So when you go one-on-ones during the offseason and you're facing things like that, it's helping you prepare for teams that might be a little similar. They don't do all the motion stuff that Steve Sarkisian does, but when it comes to the screen game, they have so many different types of screens, whether it's to the receivers, tight ends, running backs, anybody could get it. And we've been talking about Hines Ward as the wide receiver coach. He's going to make sure those guys block. So they're really good in the screen game. I think they're going to try to use that to the advantage. And then when you start coming up on that screen game, they're going to fake it and try to hit you deep and catch you slipping. So you got to be really disciplined when you play against this Arizona State team, even though they're without one of their best players in Jordan Tyson. And Cam Scatterboo, man, he has that running back just build. He has that running back head with the short neck and the big-ass head where I don't give a damn if I lower it. I'm going to be okay.
I said he's like a boar with a jump cut and good hands.
Yeah.
Because you're right.
He reminds me of the villain from Batman, Bane. he reminds me of that, man. Just tough as hell. Shout out to Tom Holland, one of the best roles he played. I think that's Tom. I don't know. Y'all might have to correct me on that. But either way, that's what he reminds me of. Just tough, take a hit, doesn't matter, and then he'll juke your ass too. Tom Hardy, thank you, CB. He'll juke the hell out of you. Like, don't think that he's just gonna lower his head. And Sark talked about that. Like, he ain't just no Mike Allstott. Like, he will try to juke you out your draws, and it just depends on the situation that he's in. But yeah, I think they're gonna try to run the ball because that's what they do, but it'll be difficult for them. I think they're gonna try to get them on the outside more in that screen game.
Well, here are his 5 worst games this season. We just said his, 129 scrimmage yards. That's what Trevor Etienne got against Texas, and 3 touchdowns. These are Scatterboo's worst games. He had 49 yards rushing on 11 carries against Wyoming and only 17 yards receiving. So that's 66 total scrimmage yards. Against Cincinnati, they lost that game. He had 17 carries, 75 yards, and 33 receiving yards. That's 108 total scrimmage yards. Against Texas Tech, they lost that game. He had 60 yards rushing, 117 yards receiving. So he easily eclipsed the 129 total scrimmage yards in that game. Against K-State, they won it, but he only had 73 yards rushing on 25 carries and 44 yards receiving. That's 117 total scrimmage yards. And then Texas State, 62 yards rushing, 21 yards receiving. That's only 83 total scrimmage yards. So Texas more than capable of putting the clamps on Scatterboo. So let's see, Dan Neal. Let's see.
Yeah, you got to force Sam Levitt to beat you. I know that he feels like he's up for the task, but he hasn't seen a secondary like this Texas team. And the way that Mookie Taft and Makuba and John A. Barron are playing right now, again, the Jordan Tyson thing, that's huge. That's absolutely huge. Like, he took off so much pressure from everyone else and allowed that balance, especially towards the end of the season. Him not being there, that's making them, even though they blasted Iowa State, I still think that makes them very one-dimensional. So Sam Levitt might have to do things that he's never had to do before. And again, you got to think about his running game. Like, he will put it on the deck, and he's very fleet of foot, and he can move, and he will juke you. And we all know that he's cocky with it too. And I've seen him run out of bounds and do a little flip with the ball. He flicks the ball to the ref and stuff, and he's going back to the huddle with a little swag walk. And I'm like, all right, white boy, I see you. I ain't gonna lie, he's a swag dude. He's a swagged out dude, but sometimes you write checks that your ass can't cash. And if he plays well, Sun Devils have a chance. But that's a huge if, very huge if. And this is a huge game for the linebackers, man. Those guys, Ant Hill, Leonga Lafau, David Benda, Mo Blackwell. I'd throw him in the mix in the game like this with his speed. Like, I think those guys, they could really change the game too with what they do. So, yeah, there's just so many different aspects of this game. That's why it's been so much fun to break it down. And I'm ready to see that thing get kicked off tomorrow, 12 o'clock Central.
Yeah. All right, we're going to shuffle.
You're tripping. Jack, you're tripping. Come on, man. Come on. I don't know about that, bro. Cam Scalaboo's nice. Jerome Bettis, that can catch. The bus was different. Bus was real different. Talk about a dude can move. I'm sorry. This might not be appropriate going into 2025, but I don't care. Jerome Bettis was fat and went to Canton. Fat, boy. Came in as a fullback for Notre Dame. Transition to the running back spot. Changed the game. That dude from another fellow fat dude. That's why I could say it.
Hey.
Cam Scalaboo's more like a van. He's more like the white, creepy van that you try to avoid when you see it in the park.
Hey, just pick your favorite jump cut running backs because that's what he's about. He's got a really good jump cut. And, and then he, as soon as he can, he gets it going north and south. And that's when his 215 pounds of wheels turning starts burning. But it's going to be fun. Okay, I got another fun fact for you. Plus, we're going to move Dan Neal. He's having technical issues trying to connect from his phone in his car, so he's going to be home. We'll get him on at 2:15. We're going to have Hank South jump on here in about 10 minutes. But this is one of the more interesting fun facts about this game, too, and that is that Arizona State. So Quinn Ewers, we know, is really good throwing from a clean pocket. Ewers' average time to throw this season has been 2.63 seconds. Arizona State's defense has allowed an average of 3.07 seconds. That's 117th in FBS. So Ewers should have time to throw because Arizona State is not great at getting pressure without blitzing. And Quinn Ewers should be able to eat that up, especially against zone coverage, which Arizona State likes to play early on to try and keep everything in front of them until they see what things look like. In fact, I was told point blank, the reason Ewers is still ahead of Arch Manning is because of Ewers' ability to pick apart zone coverage. So that all is good news for Texas because Quinn Ewers from a clean pocket this year has thrown for 23 touchdowns and 6 interceptions while completing 70% of his passes from a clean pocket this season. That's gold because Quinn Ewers struggles against pressure. But 23 of his 26 touchdown passes have come from a clean pocket. So, and the other interesting, conversely, Sam Leavitt, the quarterback for Arizona State, he does well under pressure. He's the 8th most efficient passer in the nation under pressure with 134.5 efficiency rating. So his legs, his ability to move and slide and extend the pocket to get a throw off is better than you'd think. The only quarterback still in the college football playoff who's more efficient than Leavitt under pressure is Dylan Gabriel.
So that's impressive. When you think of, all these quarterbacks, Riley Leonard, Will Howard, Ewers, Sam Levitt is the second most efficient quarterback under pressure, second most efficient passer under pressure. It's impressive. I mean, he's been a rock star. If they lost the game at Cincinnati that he did not play in. Everyone looks at that game and is like, how did you lose to Cincinnati? That's how much Sam Levitt means to this team. So he'll impress some people.
Yeah, he's tough. Like, there's a reason why he walks around with the swagger and charisma that he does. That could rub people the wrong way, but that's just him. Again, Kelly Dillingham talked about this dude just shooting hoops for hours and coming back with his wife, and this dude was still shooting hoops and still playing, table tennis and just different things because he's a straight up competitor. And for him just to be a redshirt freshman in the situations, like, yeah, he does relish it. He likes being the underdog. He likes to prove people wrong. So that could be scary, but I like Mookie Taft saying that he reminds him of Marcel Reed. And Marcel Reed, I think, is a little bit more athletic.
Yeah.
And
Sam Levitt was insulted at that.
Was he really?
Oh, yeah. He said, I think I'm a completely different quarterback from Marcel Reed. Yeah. Interesting.
Man, this game's a lot juicier than people think. This game got some juice, man. And I ain't talking OJ. I like that. See, that's what I mean. He got fire in him. Because I'd be offended too. I ain't gonna lie. I'd be offended too. I'd be like, you say I'm like who? Nah, there's only one Zay Collier. I need to chill. Who this guy think he is? So yeah, the dude wants to prove people wrong, and he wants this stage. So I think they could contain him. I think they can't allow Cam Scatterboot to get going. They can't have them be versatile. You can't have the run game going, which will allow the play action to get going. Like, you got to stop the run and then go from there. So, yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
I love that you take good notes, Zay, because that was one of the better stories that Dillingham, because I asked them both about their quarterbacks, their leadership, and Dillingham was talking about the competitiveness of Levitt and how he left their hospitality room. Levitt was playing ping pong, shooting hoops. And then 2 hours later, he came back with his wife, and they were like, I think his wife said, I bet you Sam's still in there. And Dillingham was like, nah. And then they walk in, and there's Sam Levitt still going, still shooting hoops 2 hours later. Like, dude, don't get tired. Don't get.
No, go shoot hoops. Somebody go challenge him one-on-one. Foul the hell out of him. Foul, he go up for.
Can you imagine
Draymond Green,
like getting into it with a teammate, and all of a sudden,
yeah, we're competitors out here.
Sam Levitt is not playing in the Peach Bowl because his jaw is broken. A defensive lineman punched him in the face over hotel ballroom basketball.
Yo, if you're a competitor, I ain't letting you get nothing easy. Ball up top. It's what? Game point. Sam Levitt tries to, I know he got a smooth jumper. I feel all quarterbacks have smooth jumpers. Like Joe Burrow, pure. If you go look up tape of Joe Burrow shooting the basketball, it's pretty. Like Jordan Pope, pretty. Like he can shoot it. Like quarterbacks, they're just, because they have the touch. Like that's what synonymous basketball and, being a quarterback, you got to have muscle memory for each pass that you throw. So they got touch. So, it translates. So I bet you he could shoot. But yeah, man. Come on, Sam. You want to come play some one-on-one, dog? I go Draymond Green. Go crazy. Stomp on your chest.
Oh, yeah. Draymond, Bill Laimbeer.
Yeah, the legends.
Rick Mahorn.
Yeah, people been talking about all these OGs that, their last few years are coming up on them, like Bron and Steph and KD. We need to talk about Draymond too. Draymond don't got many years left. Draymond's a Hall of Famer. Is he an a-hole? 100%. Is he flat out ignorant? 100%. But he's a winner. He's tough as hell. He's one of the best defenders I've ever seen. Like him at his peak, he could guard all 5 positions. Like he needs his respect. Everybody just sees the dirty, which
how tall is he?
Like 6'6".
Yeah.
6'6", but he has like a 7'1" wingspan. So that makes up for a lot. And he's a lot faster and a lot quicker than you think. So laterally, he slides well. Like Draymond, again, it's my man from Michigan State, coach Tom Izzo.
Yeah, Izzo.
Those are his guys. That's the only type of guys that he gets. Guys like Draymond. And when they go to the league, they're always tough. Every Michigan State
junkyard dogs.
Always tough.
That's what Rick Barnes gets too. Junkyard dogs.
We got to see Rick in a couple of weeks. That won't be very fun.
Oh.
These next 5 games for the basketball team, man. That's why I hope we gotta beat Arizona State because I can't go through this basketball season right now. I need to stay in football mode. I need to stay in football mode where we have some positivity because these next 5 games for RT, Lord. Starting in College Station, that atmosphere in College Station on Saturday, because they're pissed off from the football game still. And obviously they're still pissed off from Schlossnagel. There's going to be some stuff. There better be mad security for the basketball squad headed into Reed Arena come Saturday.
All right, let's bring in the man, recruiting czar from horns247.com. The man, Hank South. Hank, Happy New Year, brother.
Happy New Year. How y'all doing?
Oh, man.
Good, Hank. Happy New Year.
Down. We're less than 24 hours to kick off.
Crazy.
Hank, we got to start here, my man. I got Lance Jackson, Michael Terry, and Justice Terry here in Atlanta. They're practicing. Michael Terry is getting worked at wide receiver. Give me your thoughts on these guys, early enrollees already practicing with Texas. Can't play, obviously.
Yeah.
But they're practicing. They're getting valuable connection time with their new teammates, the coaches, everything.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird little wrinkle they've added in the last few years where you can do bowl practices. At first it was, they can do bowl practices, and then now you see them on the sideline with their jerseys on during the game. Like you said, they can't play, but who knows? Maybe in a couple of years, maybe the early enrollees can start playing in the bowl games or something. But no, I mean it's great. I think the majority of the class is going to enroll early. I think we'll see another wave of guys come if Texas advances past Arizona State. Would imagine we'll see more guys at the Cotton Bowl, and then January 13th is I think a date a lot of them are circling in terms of moving in. There's only like three guys in the class that aren't enrolling early. So they'll have a bunch of the guys in. But yeah, Michael Terry, I think kind of an offensive chess piece. You can do whatever you want with him really, outside of probably playing quarterback, which you could probably even play some wildcat. But like you said, working with wide receivers, I think he could end up at running back. He can play tight end. He's kind of been given that option in terms of, jack of all trades on offense. So it'll be fun to see how he kind of, where he fits in, as time goes on. There's been a lot of talk about running back with him. You have 2 guys you signed at the position in 2025, but, we saw how important running back depth was this season after fall camp and all the injuries Texas was dealing with. So that'll be interesting. Justice Terry, you can't say enough about him. I know Eric Henry got that great comment from Kenny Baker and, everything he loves about Justice Terry, but that's a kid that, probably, next to Jonah Williams, your biggest recruiting win in the 2025 class at a position of need, and a guy they really came on for, not super late, but mid-season, get him in on an official visit. Everyone thought he was going to go to Georgia. Georgia had home field advantage, and they were able to win out for him at the end. And then Lance Jackson, kind of just the I think I've said this before here, you can look back on this class in a few years, and I think Lance Jackson could be a kid that, you're like, wow, we really got something with this guy. And obviously he's highly ranked, but, a lot of the buzz goes to the bigger named guys like Justice Terry's and, like the Khalid Lockus, Jamie French's, the 5-star guys. But Lance Jackson, I mean, that kid is going to develop into something special. I saw the pictures of him at practice. He almost looks like a tight end himself. He's huge. Maybe kind of a guy that could develop into kind of a Baron Sorrell type down the line, depending on how he fills out. He's rated as a defensive lineman, but obviously we think he's probably going to play more out on the edge. Yeah, I mean, 3 big time names. I'll be curious to see, if they do advance past this week, which I think they'll do, who else joins them, come next week and after the All-American Bowl slate.
Yeah, and I should mention too that Cole Brevard, the Purdue defensive line transfer, and Brad Spence, the Arkansas linebacker transfer, are also with the team here in Atlanta. And Cole Brevard is practicing because they need him with all the defensive linemen who got into the portal. Sadir Mitchell, Jere Bledsoe, Aaron Bryant, Tia Savea is in the portal, but Tia Savea is still practicing with the team. The others are off in the portal. So, Zay, go ahead.
Yeah, Hank, to just piggyback off Chip a little bit, why do you think so many defensive linemen put themselves in the portal? Because you see what Kenny Baker has come in and done already. And for what Bill Norton and Jermaine Lole and Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins have done this year, that's what we were talking about all offseason, because Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat were leaving, and we know what their impact was last year. Everybody was worried about the interior defensive lineman, and now that's one of the strongest parts of this team. So if you're waiting in line, why are you so quick to jump in the portal? Why aren't these guys buying into the process, in your opinion?
I think it's just the era of football we're in. It's when you have, obviously all these guys are going to be getting tampered with. That's just the name of the game in college football these days. I think, you're hearing from other schools. We just saw that report from On3 that Quinn Ewers is getting a $6 million offer to transfer to their school.
Amazing timing, right, Hank?
Yeah, very, very
the day before
Texas. But I think if you look at your kind of where you're at in the program, and maybe you didn't get the snaps you wanted this season. And Sadir Mitchell, I thought, was kind of the most interesting because he was starting to play a little bit more down the stretch, and obviously has all the potential in the world, and it could be a guy they really could have leaned on in 2025. I don't know if it's just if it's a money thing, if it's just you feel slighted, you just feel homesick. I don't know. There's a lot of things that go into it, but there's no doubt that this NIL era, the tampering era, especially as a defensive lineman that has potential. I mean, that's a big payday for backups everywhere. So it's like, I think it just kind of depends. But yeah, it is interesting. I think in terms of position, and then, just the rampant tampering and, what have you done for me lately? That kind of stuff, or, it just, there's not a lot of patience in this era. So I think that all kind of factors into it.
Yeah. And Sadir is really the one they wanted to keep.
Yeah.
And I think they thought he was staying.
Yeah. For a minute.
And then whatever, there must've been another offer. Cause I had heard mid-season that he was missing, being closer to home. He's from New Jersey. Yeah. And that you know, there
we
were
got pizza and pasta down here. What are we talking about?
and girls who talk like this.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Sadir, like they like Aaron Bryant, they like Jure Bledsoe, but they didn't see those guys being difference makers in the SEC. Sadir, they thought could, but then as soon as Sadir gets in the portal, they go get Cole Brevard, who's 333 pounds, can move. And, you know, I was talking to Bill Norton about Cole Brevard, and he's like, this dude's twitchy for, you know, he's like, I'm 335, he's 333, and he's got some twitch.
Yeah.
So
Bill Norton, you are not no 335. He needs to quit saying that. I hope I ain't trying to fat share him or nothing, but he ain't no 335 now. We're out here pushing 350 at least.
I interviewed Bill Norton when he was in high school, and he was like a very lean, like, I need to go find the picture because it does not look like Bill Norton now. Like, and he was recruited as a defensive lineman. I want to say his dad played at Alabama. And then he ended up going to Georgia, then obviously Arizona and Texas, but that's worked out well for him with this move this 1 year. So
yeah, everyone, here's a little teaser for the Insider tomorrow morning for Texas fans who probably won't be able to wait for the kickoff. There will be some Bill Norton Insider nuggets in there, including him talking about some of the other younger D linemen that he's observing, including Justice Terry, Alex January. All right, Hank, what, you know, they can't do a lot. What's going on right now as we start to move toward the February signing date that used to be a big deal, but now what are you anticipating happening in February?
probably not much. I would think we'll probably still be talking about the portal, just because, you know, there's really no. I think there's maybe like three. There's no Texas targets that are currently unsigned in terms of the high school level. I was looking at the Under Armour All-America roster, and I think they might have like one or two guys that are uncommitted or unsigned. But yeah, I mean, the high school recruiting window is effectively over for 2025. Outside of, you know, does a kid try to get out of his letter of intent or whatever, the financial aid agreement, which, you know, I'm not anticipating, but, you know, that's over for now. So, you know, and it's crazy because, like, I feel like the recruiting calendar is like constantly changing now. Like, so every team in the playoff gets an extra window, a 5-day window to extend portal, you know, so like Texas playing in the Peach Bowl, they'll have until I think January 6th or something. They have an extra 5-day window for guys to enter the portal if they want to, or for them to, you know, work in the portal. And then obviously that keeps getting extended if they keep the playoff run alive. So, you know, we're going to be by the end of January, there's still going to be guys going into the portal from these playoff teams or vice versa. But so I think we'll still be talking about the portal. And, you know, I think Texas is still actively looking for guys. You know, there hasn't been a ton of buzz. I think they are very focused on, you know, the college football playoff quarterfinal. We've seen them add 3 guys. They've you know, taken a swing at a few others like Eric Singleton, who ended up at Auburn, the number 1 wide receiver. You know, the Max Clare from Purdue, the tight end. I heard Texas they brought him in for an official visit. From what I've heard, they didn't really make a huge push for him. But I do think tight end's probably a spot they're going to look, you know, with Gunnar Helm obviously likely to move on to the NFL. And then, you know, there's been a bunch of buzz about the Branch brothers, Zachariah Branch, who's obviously the, you know, electrifying playmaker from USC. He's ranked the number 2 wide receiver in the portal. He and his brother Zion, who's a former top 100 recruit, a safety, are looking to transfer to the same school together. There's been some buzz about them visiting Texas. We'll see if that comes together. I think visits can start again tomorrow. So obviously, you know, maybe Texas tries to get some guys in this weekend. I haven't heard of any names coming, but Zachariah Branch has been rumored. Obviously, Zion Branch would come with him on a visit, and, you know, to whichever school they pick together. But that's another guy. I'm not sure how big of a push Texas is making there. You know, I think that they're, you know, if you're looking at wide receivers, I think Chris Jackson has a certain type he's looking for, like an Isaiah Bond, like a Matthew Golden, guys that can come boost their stock for one season and then go to the draft and, help the younger guys on the roster. I know Texas loves their younger receivers, the guys they have up and coming. So they have a lot of faith in those guys. And, they want to make sure they're getting somebody that can help those guys along as well. So I'm not sure there's really anybody in the portal right now Texas is looking at wide receiver wise outside of Branch. And I'm not even sure how hard they're looking at him. So that'll be interesting. And they're being patient with it. They're not trying to rush anything. Obviously you have probably a whole another month of portaling, and then you have the spring 10-day window as well. So they're going to get more guys. It's just, it's been pretty quiet the last couple of weeks, outside of the 3 guys they added, handful of others that took visits. And I think they're thrilled with the guys that they've gotten so far. And they're all, obviously positions of need with Bo Meester and Spence and Cole Brevard. So that's kind of where we're at. I think portal will be the theme the rest of January. I'm not even sure we'll talk much about high school signing day in February because there's not going to be really anything to talk about outside of if, Sark does a press conference where he talks about everybody from December. So it'll be interesting to see it come to fruition and all that.
Zay, you got one last one?
Yeah, Hank, Arizona State, your thoughts on the Sun Devils and the game, the Peach Bowl tomorrow?
Yeah, I think my score prediction, maybe I'm being a little bit bold with it, but I said 38-13. I just think, Texas left the Big 12, dominating the Big 12. And, I think they're going to put another kind of stamp on it. Obviously, Arizona State wasn't in the conference when they were in the conference, but I just think that it's just not a good matchup for Arizona State. I think, obviously they have playmakers that can, get chunk plays here and there, but I think playing 4 quarters with Texas, I'm just not sure that Arizona State has the guys to do it. You look at their season, and obviously they've had a great season. They won the Big 12, but Cam Scadaboo talking about nobody being able to stop him. Then you look at Texas State having held him to 67 yards rushing. Texas State stopped him. Texas State almost beat Arizona State in San Marcos back in September. And obviously teams change. They get better as the year goes on. Arizona State certainly has, but I just don't think this is a great matchup for them. I think, same with Penn State and Boise State. I think probably not going to be the most entertaining of games, at least not for 4 quarters. But, if Texas can keep the running game going like they had against Clemson, where that just exploded for, with both Blue and Wisner, that's going to open up the passing game for Quinn Ewers. You get Isaiah Bond back. That adds a whole other element to the offense and, what they're able to do. And, you never really doubt the Texas defense at this point with everything they've been able to do. Clemson gave them some fits with their, but Clemson also had the best receivers Texas has seen all year. And Clemson's going to be a top 5 team next preseason. So Clemson was a very, talented team that came to Austin. I think they were much better team than what Arizona State's going to bring to Atlanta. So I don't want to, get too cocky or anything, but I think Texas will handle business, and I'm not sure it's going to be very close.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Hank, Happy New Year, my man.
Appreciate it. Happy New Year to y'all.
Happy New Year, Hank. Have a great New Year's Eve, and let's do it again soon.
Sounds good. We'll see y'all next week.
All right, there he is. Hank South, recruiting guru, horns247.com. We are loaded with blockbuster guests. So let's bring in our next blockbuster guest, the one and only Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports.
What you laugh for?
I was just laughing at the delivery. Also, nobody told me I had to follow Hank. What a legend.
I mean,
that's like setting the bar really high for me.
Hey, we're having a New Year's Eve party over here, Hummer.
For a regular guy, baby, Hank's the man. But for you, Chris Hummer, just like Chip said, another blockbuster guy right after.
I appreciate that, y'all. I appreciate that. You can just get all the compliments in now before the truth comes out in the new year. So
there it is, Big Daddy Hummer. I mean,
shout out to Jack.
Say no more, Jack. All right, Hummer. You and I were texting about this earlier.
Oh yeah, what are we going to talk about, Chip?
I mean, this $6 million man, On3 tweets out a thing. Tamper, Quinn Ewers has an offer to transfer for $6 million the day before the Peach Bowl. Give me your take on all the
noise, and and the timing of this one.
Well, I'd be remiss to comment on other people's reporting. I guess one, but I mean, I guess there's two ways to think about this. One, like Quinn transfer speculation is nothing new. Like we know this. Like Chip, you've reported as much. Like I wrote last month, teams around the industry are following Quinn, and there are millions on the table for him if he left. Like this isn't new. It is interesting timing the day before the Peach Bowl for sure. I can't comment on the number. Like numbers are very up this cycle. Like my colleague John Talty and I reported just last week that Darian Mensah at Duke got a $4 million deal per year, and ultimately helps push out Malik Murphy. And I mean, like, I don't think it's outrageous to think that the number could get that high for Quinn, but I certainly am not going to be the person to corroborate that report at this point. And it's interesting. It really is, because I know, Chip, you've reported as much, and that's kind of what I've been hearing, that Quinn is more likely to go to the draft than not, I would say, has been the word around his camp, and maybe that changes. But for now, I expect Texas to play for, I know we're going to talk about the game, I'm sure. I at least expect Texas to be playing into mid-January. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
Hunter, they don't care about football in Durham? $4 million? What?
They seem to care now. It was a big number. And I think
some of that Belichick at Carolina.
That's a basketball state. Okay.
Chapel Bill, baby. Or Durham Manny. I don't really have a good plan for that one, but yeah, I mean, Duke just won 9 games. Like maybe they're invested, but I think it's just kind of the reality of the sport now when you think about it. Like this year's a little different because you're essentially pulling from 2 money pools, right? Like, so you have your rev share over here, and that's expected to be around $15 million for most football programs, like P4. And then you have your collective money over here, and the collective money has to be spent before essentially June 1st because of the rules and how they're structured in the house settlement. So teams have more money than they ever have this season. And I mean, just like in the NFL where quarterbacks can take 10 to 20% of your cap, like the best ones are going to command that type of money. In college football, do I think, would I have paid Darian Mensah $4 million? Probably not, but he's a very good quarterback, and Duke seems like it felt like a good upgrade.
I can't even remember the name of the kid who said he got a $13 million offer from Florida that got reneged on, and he's suing Billy Napier. I mean, I'm like, is that kid ever going to amount to anything? I mean, but anyway.
Yeah. And I think that's why you're seeing teams spend more in the portal for quarterbacks, for what it's worth. Like, even Nico, right? Like, we watched Tennessee versus Ohio State. I don't know if Nico made I don't remember what the number was. It was like 12 million. I don't know if he made a $12 million difference for Tennessee this season.
And Jimmy Haslam is throwing around some dough at Tennessee. All right, Hummer, let's get into this game. We are less than, I don't know, we're like 20 hours from kickoff. Texas, Arizona State. The last year's Big 12 champs against this year's Big 12 champs. How do you see this one?
I didn't even think about the back-to-back Big 12 champs squaring off. I think I heard Hank talking about this a little bit too, and I don't want it to sound dismissive of Arizona State. And it's interesting, like, I don't mean this in a negative way. Arizona State's gotten so much better. I saw them in person, I think week 3 against Texas State, like in San Marcos, and they barely escaped that place with a win. That Arizona State team I thought was going to win 4 or 5 games, and it ended up winning 10. What did it win? 11? Like Arizona State won 11.
They're 11-2.
An incredible season, and give credit to Kenny Dillingham, Cam Scatteraboo, and that whole roster. But I just don't think Arizona State matches up particularly well with Texas. I think Arizona State has just like straight up like the worst defense left in the playoff. And I know Texas's offense seems to be capped at a certain ceiling this year at times, but I I think Texas is going to be able to throw the ball in Arizona State. And I know Texas is very run reliant when the run game's going. They're playing well, but Arizona State's secondary, I think, is like 103rd nationally and success rate. They get beat a lot and consistently, and that's a really bad matchup, especially with Isaiah Bond back on the field for Texas. Arizona State's going to have to score to win, and especially without Jordan Tyson at receiver, I think Texas is going to sell out against the run, and I think that's a really bad recipe for Arizona State.
Yeah. Hummer, your thoughts on some of the bowl games that have been played already?
Oh, we only got one question about that. Even y'all are bored with Arizona State, Texas.
I mean, I got more, but
we can stay with it. It's just, you're right. Like, it's hard to really dissect the game. Like, you got Sam Leavitt. He's the man, according to him.
That's what I wanted to ask you about, Hummer. What do you think of Sam Leavitt? Because I just told Zay he's the 8th most efficient passer under pressure in FBS. The only one in the CFP who's more efficient passing under pressure is Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, I would have thought it was left. Never mind.
Yeah, left in the CFP. So, you know what? A lot of Texas fans have never seen Sam Leavitt. So what would you say about him?
Well, first, I would say it's funny. Y'all mentioned Jaden Rashada earlier. When Arizona State signed Jaden Leavitt last winter, it was as Jaden Rashada insurance, like in case he decided to go in the portal. So they could have a potential starter if Jaden Rashada attempted to leave, which had been heavily rumored at the time. And he did ultimately leave. It took another semester. It took to the spring portal window, but he did leave. And I think they've gotten everything and more they could have wanted out of him. I mean, he's a BYU alumnus. He almost went to BYU in the portal. He is somebody who went to high school like 5 minutes away from BYU's campus his sophomore year. And he is somebody that can extend plays. Like, I think we saw with Cade, like the ability to extend plays can really put pressure on Texas's secondary, and it can put pressure on that pass rush, because if you can avoid that pass rush, you can be successful against Texas. And Sam Leavitt has that skill set. I just don't know if he has the receivers or the offensive line to make it all work around him, because Clemson's a lot more talented than Arizona State on offense at those skill positions, at least under the current iteration. And as good as Sam Leavitt's been, I think it'll be problematic.
Yeah, I guess we'll stay on Arizona State.
No, I'm just kidding. We talk about other
I got a question now.
Let's talk about playing board with the rest of the world. Let's do that.
No, y'all put me on blast, but it's all good. Cam Scatterboo, who does he remind you of? Because it's so easy to say he's just another white running back. Like, I've heard Christian McCaffrey and Peyton Hillis and Mike Allstott. And it's like, okay, cool. Let's relax. The guy's good. He's Caucasian. It's awesome. But who does he remind you of? Because, again, like Killing Dillingham, he has a lot of guys that came from the FCS level and now are playing big-time Power 4 football, winning the Big 12 championship. And Cam Scatterboo, he's ahead of the pack there.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never thought about a comparison. It's kind of sound stupid because I don't even know if a lot of people know who Tyler Algier is, but he was at BYU a couple of years ago, and that's who he kind of reminds me of.
Yeah,
in terms of running backs now. But
Bijan's running back mate with the Falcons.
Yeah, the guy that fantasy owners get really mad at when he gets carries. That guy. He reminds me of Tyler Algier, but really kind of reminds me of like my creative player in Madden, you know what I mean? Like, not overly fast, but the guy who's going to bounce off like 8 tackles every play. That's who he reminds me of, because he just never goes down on first contact. He's just really a lot of fun to watch, and I don't know how much he's going to be able to get going against Texas, just because of the circumstances. But he quite literally carried Arizona State to a Big 12 championship in a lot of ways this year. And I remember watching, I don't know if y'all were watching this game, but CB coming in with another white running back comparison, so I don't hate it.
Obi Gerhart.
But I do remember watching Cam Scatterboo 2 years ago in like the FCS quarterfinals in a shootout game with Incarnate Word, when Cam Ward was still there, if I remember correctly. So, like, this guy's been doing this for a long time. He was just at Sacramento State before, and I think the whole country's getting to see it now.
All right, Hummer, who'd you pick in the Ohio State-Oregon game?
I picked Ohio State. They were my national championship pick going into the year, and despite a bad performance against Michigan. I mean, Michigan can play, as we're seeing right now against Alabama. I still think Ohio State's the best team in the country when things are going right. And I think they figure out a way to get it done.
Yeah.
Did y'all want more analysis? I'm sorry. I just thought it was pretty general.
No,
I don't think Ohio State's secondary is going to play nearly as bad as it did the first time around. Ohio State's secondary has only given up 6 plays of 30-plus yards all season, or 40-plus yards all season. 4 of them came against Oregon the first time. And obviously, like, Oregon's speed really tested Ohio State. And I think so does Dylan Gabriel's ability to avoid sacks, as you mentioned earlier. But I think Ohio State's going to get home more frequently this time. I just don't think Oregon's defense is elite necessarily. And that's a problem against Ohio State as well. So I just like the Buckeyes to get it done. I think they're too good to lose to the same team twice in the same season.
Yeah. The game tonight, Boise State, Penn State. I mean, I want to give James Franklin credit for beating up on Chip's ponies and stuff, but I still have that record in the back of my mind on big games like this. And now you're facing Ashton Genty and Boise State. How do you think this is going to go, Hummer?
I think Penn State's going to win by multiple touchdowns. I really do. And maybe I'll be wrong. And I don't know which one it'll be, but I think Arizona State or Boise State's going to keep it closer than people think. But on paper, this is a really tough matchup for Boise State. Like, Boise State is very run reliant, as we all know, with Ashton Genty. Penn State is by far the best defense they faced all year, including Oregon. I think Penn State's like 12th nationally in terms of defensive rushing success rate. They have more talented defenders in the front 7 than almost any team in the country. And I think it's just going to be very difficult for Ashton Genty to get going, which means for the first time all year, Boise State's going to have to win by throwing the football. And I just don't know if their receivers are good enough in one-on-one situations, which there will be a lot of, to beat Penn State's corners consistently. So I think we'll all be safe to go to our New Year's Eve parties like somewhat quickly, because I think the game could get kind of out of hand.
All right. What about Georgia, Notre Dame?
That I don't know how to feel about that one. I picked Georgia, but I don't feel great about it. I think the way to challenge Georgia is by having a mobile quarterback, and Notre Dame has arguably the best mobile quarterback in the country in Riley Leonard. I think he is a souped-up version of Haynes King, and we saw how much trouble Haynes King gave Georgia just a couple weeks ago. I don't know. I just think Georgia is like one of the 2 best teams in the country. Maybe it's because I've seen them beat Texas in person twice this year, and I just know how good Texas is. But I think Notre Dame's offensive limitations, especially in the passing game, and I think their defensive injuries, especially up front in the secondary, are going to catch up with them eventually. And Gunnar Stockton plays well enough to deliver a win.
Souped up Riley Leonard, a souped up level of Haynes King. Love that.
Yeah, shout out to Longview, Texas. I apologize for saying anybody's better than Haynes, but yeah, Riley does what Haynes does and does everything a little bit better as a passer. So
yeah, I'm really intrigued by Georgia Notre Dame, because remember how well, and this is probably a terrible analogy, but remember how well Arch did coming in off the bench against UTSA's, touchdown pass, 51, 75 yards, runs for 67 yards. And then against Mississippi State, he throws 2 picks. It's kind of a meh performance. How's Gunnar Stockton going to handle being the guy going in?
Yeah, and I mean, Notre Dame is right there with Texas in terms of best secondary in college football. Like, you can pick whichever one you want, right? Like, both of them are elite. And Georgia doesn't really have the weapons to consistently separate on the outside. So it's going to be on Gunnar Stockton not to make mistakes. He's going to have to use his legs a ton, which is what we saw in the second half against Texas. Obviously, they used him as a runner a lot. And I do agree. Like, he's going to be presented a much different look than he saw from Texas the first time. I guarantee Notre Dame's watched every snap Gunnar Stockton's played 15 times since then. And they're going to have a game plan prepared to put him in challenging situations. And in my head, I think it's probably going to be having a spy on him a lot of the game and putting extra numbers in the box to prevent him from running and to make him and Georgia's receivers beat them through the air. So when you throw in the fact that Georgia's offensive line has been very hit or miss this year, and Notre Dame really could have an advantage in that area. That's the game I feel least confident on in terms of like the direction of my pick, including Ohio State, Oregon, which I think is the more marquee matchup. But I think the most interesting game of the week is the one in primetime tomorrow night.
Did you pick up on Kirby Smart saying the team plays harder?
Yeah.
For Gunnar Stockton? I mean, it's not, he could have just said they play hard for him. He said they play harder.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe I don't think Kirby Smart says anything by accident. So I'm sure that was a bit of a message about like how the locker room views him versus Carson Beck. But I don't think it matters if they play harder. I think it matters how he performs. And Carson Beck, for as up and down as he's been, is pretty proven. So we'll see how this goes. But I mean, Gunnar Stockton's been in that system for a long time. He was like the number 5 quarterback in his class. Like, it's not like they're bringing a scrub off the bench. So he is somebody who should be able to perform on paper.
See, now it makes a lot more sense to why Carson Beck isn't coming back. Because, I mean, with the down year that he had, Hummer, I know he had a lot of expectations coming into the season on being potentially the number 1 pick in the draft. But, man, if your coach is saying that, why would I come back to that?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if the Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers situations are quite parallel. I think Carson Beck is extremely well respected and well regarded around Georgia, and I'm not saying Quinn Ewers isn't, but the backup isn't quite to the same level of like priority for their teams, maybe, because Georgia's been actively recruiting transfer quarterbacks the last like couple weeks. I don't think they're going to get one, but they've been actively recruiting them. So I don't know if Gunnar Stockton's viewed in the same way Arch Manning is necessarily. But at the same time, like if you're Carson Beck, like right now, we know 2 quarterbacks are going in the first round. It's Cam Ward and Shadur Sanders, and one order or the other, right? Like both of those guys are going to be top 5 picks. It's just the reality of the situation. Somebody has to get drafted behind them, which is, I'm sure, a consideration for Quinn Ewers. I'm sure it's a consideration for Carson Beck. Cade Klubnik is coming back to school. Drew Aller's coming back to school. Like a lot of these like fringe, like day 2, day 3 picks are coming back to school. People are always going to pick a quarterback. And if you're Carson Beck or you're Quinn Ewers, like you have to make that calculation in your head if you're going to be one of those quarterbacks who can maybe sneak into round 1 or get picked on day 2. So it'll be really interesting.
Hummer, you're the man. I know you're going 100 miles an hour. We always love the conversation, our Tuesday conversations. Happy New Year to you, my man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, I look forward to talking to y'all in 2025.
Appreciate you, Hummer. Appreciate everything you do for us, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to y'all. Enjoy your evenings. Be safe out there and enjoy Atlanta for like the 3rd time in like 2 weeks, it feels like.
Right. Right.
And
Thanks,
the national
Hummer.
championship game's there too, right?
That's right.
Oh,
That's the end game. Let me tell you something, Hummer, before you go real quick. And I'm not trying to stir the pot. You know, I leave that to my man, Zay. But I've not seen any Texas fans walking the streets of Atlanta, and I've seen a ton of Arizona State fans. So I get the sense either there's some cargo plane bringing Longhorn fans in today that I don't know about, which I did have some people tell me, oh, they're getting in on, the day before the game. So we'll see.
It's expensive to be it's expensive to be a fan traveling these games, and I mean it's mostly Texas's richer crowd traveling anyway, so they can more afford this. But if you're a Texas fan,
fly in the day of the game.
Yeah, if you're a Texas fan that can only afford to go to one, right? Like you're trying to hold out for the Cotton Bowl possibly, or spending your money at the national championship game. So it makes sense they wouldn't show up in this one.
All right, Hummer. Happy New Year, my man.
Happy New Year to y'all. We'll talk soon.
Keep up the great work. Chris Hummer, read him over at 24/7 Sports. Follow him on the Twitters, Chris_Hummer. He's got all the portal news. Portal news. All right, let's bring in, speaking of a man who understands the importance of these types of games, a man who will forever be introduced as two-time Super Bowl champion, three-time conference champion at the University of Texas, All-American offensive lineman, two-time Super Bowl winner with the Denver Broncos, blocked for a 2,000-yard rusher, Saquon Barkley, who? Daniel, the greatest Texas player to wear number 69. Cool history. Dan, Happy New Year, my man.
How you guys doing?
Hey, man, we're doing good. How are you doing? Happy New Year. Uh-oh. We got a little delay.
Thank you. Happy New Year's.
Okay.
Happy New Year to you guys. Yeah,
Well,
there's a little delay. We caught up?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. So, Dan, we haven't had a chance to talk really since that A&M win by Texas down there in College Station. You were the last, really. I mean, you're the guy who, well, your team, 95, went down there and broke A&M's stranglehold, really, on the rivalry.
Yep.
And I wanted to get your thoughts on what you saw from Texas going down there into that crazy environment with all those Aggies licking their chops, hoping that they would get payback. And they did not get it because the Longhorns prevailed. Your thoughts?
Well, there was a lot about that game that made it, pretty exciting. Kind of winner take all for the SEC championship. A&M getting a chance to get vengeance off the last time Texas went there and won at home or won in College Station. That still just burns them. A lot of underlying stories. Their baseball coach left for Texas. We joined the SEC, a conference which A&M has never won nor ever played in the championship game. In our first year, we go play in it. All these things just burns them. So it was one of those games, but there's a lot to it. And yes, my thoughts, I was very impressed with how well they played, one, and how poised and, calm and collected. They never lost their cool. They handled that situation about as good as I thought you could handle it.
Yeah, I mean, and they ran it 50 times for 292 yards. Like that had to put a smile on your face.
No, it absolutely did. I mean, you saw the end of that game. A&M, I mean, their D linemen were basically rotating out with injuries every 3 plays because they wanted no part of it. And it's just demoralizing to be able to run the ball. And, as you talk about Texas kind of big picture this season, there's times when they've run the ball well and they've played really well. There's times that they haven't run the ball well and it hurts them. You have to, at the end of the day, you have to be able to run the ball well.
Dan, going back to the Clemson game, I mean, a lot of adversity there with the offensive line. Cam Williams goes out. Your center, Jake Majors, goes out. And then you have Hayden Connor move from left guard to center. You bring in Cole Hudson at left guard. You bring in Trevor Gooseby, the freshman, who's been getting a lot of playing time as of late, who came in for Kelvin Banks in the SEC championship game at left tackle. Now he's coming in for Cam Williams at right tackle. Talk about how difficult it is and how good of a job offensive line coach Kyle Flood has done by making all of these guys versatile to where they could play multiple positions.
Yeah, I think you see the advent of that when, was it 2 years ago, we were playing OU and Jake goes down and they brought in the young guy from Westlake who, no fault of his own, it was in a very difficult situation and he had not played at all. And all of a sudden you're out there against OU. And I think Flood realized, hey, we need to find a way when someone goes down that we get our best 6 players out on that field. And so going into the season, you heard that he had kind of moved Hayden Connor to the backup center position because you have his name escapes me right now, the backup guard that plays both sides for him.
Cole Hudson.
Cole Hudson. Thank you, guys. Cole Hudson, who's definitely got experience, plays for them. He rotates, he rotates in there. So obviously that was the way to get the best 6 side on the field, and it showed against Clemson. They really didn't miss a beat up front considering the injuries that they had. So I've always felt that Kurt Flood's done a great job up front, and I still feel that way.
So Dan, what are your thoughts about where Texas is right now heading into this quarterfinal matchup tomorrow against Arizona State?
Well, Arizona State, obviously give them a ton of credit. They were picked to finish last in the Big 12. They win it. Here's my little, needle at Arizona State. Remember, this is a football program that won the Pac-12 2 times. So they're not like a powerhouse Pac-12 team, and then they come to the Big 12 and they win it the first year. So obviously winning conference championship is not something Arizona State has done a lot of. So that's a big deal. They did win the thing. They got the first round bye. We could have a whole nother show about the makeup of the playoff system, but that's what it was. And they get a chance to get rested up, and they get a Texas team that is probably the top 2 or 3 team in the country, and Arizona State gets their chance. Now, their team is pretty much revolves around Scatterbo, and he's a great player. But if you look, I can't remember the 4 or 5 that did, but 4 or 5 teams held him under 100 yards. So he's been stopped, and none of those teams that stopped him are better than Texas defense. So if I were to tell you, hey, you're going to play a team in the quarterfinals that's got a strong run game, decent offense, and a 0 pass rush, I think they average like 1 sack a game. A 0 pass rush, what do you think? You take that every day. So they match up really well for Texas.
Yeah. What have you noticed with Quinn Ewers these last few games? I think Quinn's been solid. Even in the Georgia game, I thought he was good. Yeah, he had those turnovers, but I blame the first one on Isaiah Bond, and the second one absolutely atrocious. But overall, no run game, he still held his own and gave the Horns a chance. And even though his stats didn't pop out against Clemson, I thought Quinn controlled the game well. Your thoughts?
I agree with you. I can't figure out the Georgia, kryptonite thing. I mean, if you look at it, when they played Georgia the first time, they gave up, I think, 6 sacks. After that game, as a team, Georgia had 11 sacks total until they play Texas again in the SEC championship and give up, 5 or 6 or whatever sacks.
13 total.
Yeah.
7 in the first game, 6 in the second game.
That was it, 7 to 6. And it's just mind-boggling, because that's the one thing you can't do with Quinn Ewers is put him in pressure, because he does not like it. If you allow him to stand back there and give him a clean pocket, he'll tear you apart. And that's why I'm saying they match up so well with Arizona State, because they don't pressure the quarterback very well. So that's a problem for this team. And the way you solve that pressure situation is what they did against A&M, is you run the football. They couldn't do that against Georgia. They were forced to throw. And I thought Quinn played well, knowing that that's not where he wants to be and under pressure. And so they still were in that game. You could argue whether they should have won it. They didn't, but they played Georgia really well, and that was very evident. Here we are a few weeks later. Now it's Arizona State, not Georgia. I think Quinn will be fine, and I think this team – and also just to throw in there, it doesn't hurt that you're going back to the Georgia Dome. It's a place that you're going to be a little familiar with. It's not new. It's comfortable. So I think that does help them.
Yeah, and if they keep winning, they'll be back in the Mercedes-Benz Dome for a 3rd time in this postseason.
Yeah.
All right, we're getting some questions. We love Chris Bennett, the greatest volunteer radio producer in the history of radio. He said, 19 years ago today?
I think it's 29 years ago.
29 years ago today, Ron McKelvey. Yeah, here it is. Today is the 29th anniversary of the Ron McKelvey news breaking before the 1995 Sugar Bowl. Dan, I ask you this every time, but it never gets old.
No, it doesn't. No. In fact, my wife, I'll have to call my wife in here to listen. She loves this story. It's of all the football stories I talk about, this is the one she'll sit and listen to.
I mean, take us through it.
The roster imposter.
You're sitting in a team meeting.
I'll tell you. I'll take you through the story. But you know what I find interesting is there's this new football show coming out that they say is based on Eli Manning going to Penn State, like whatever his name was, Chad Powers.
Yeah, Chad Powers.
Player. I say it's more based on the McKelvey story because it's about a guy that played and then doesn't play and then comes back as a false identity to play college football again. It's the McKelvey story, Chip.
It is.
Yeah, because my wife said, why don't they make a movie out of it? So I go, I think they just did. It's
the FBI told them
to
make a movie out of this. Like, make any money off this, you're going to jail. But anyway, go ahead.
Oh, for Ron. Okay, then that's why this is based on anyway. So Ron McKelvey, if that's his name, I forget what his real name is. Honestly, we got this guy, Ron Weaver. We got this guy from California, and we bring him in. And my first thought was, who's this guy? You know, because he wasn't very good. Nice enough guy, wasn't very good. You know, you hear guys talk today about back then, like, hey, they knew something was up when he was like sitting in his dorm room reading the paper in slippers and a robe and drinking coffee, smoking a pipe, you know. It's like, you know, just a different, you know, just obviously not acting like the rest of his college students. Well, it turns out we go to the Sugar Bowl, and he never played for us. The night before the game, we have this team meeting, and McAfee gets up in front of the team and is like, hey, this just broke. Here's what's going on. Ron McKelvey's the roster imposter. And Ron's gone at this point. He found out it was coming out. He got in his car and just left New Orleans. And then everybody after the meeting is all freaking out. And I'm like, who cares? He sucks. He never plays. Why do we care about Ron McKelvey? Well, he was also the team bookie. And so he had dirt on everybody, apparently. I don't know. I'm not a gambler, so I found this out later, and everyone was really nervous because apparently he did have a black book that he could have used. Obviously, never did. And we got all flustered, and we lost to a Virginia Tech team that we should have never lost to. Still bothers me, but it was just a crazy story. And, you know, again, shouldn't have been a big deal, but turned out it was had implications.
And then his sister, Bonita Money.
Real name, Chip.
Who may have also had a black book.
Yeah.
With some clientele out in LA. But anyway, that's another show.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That was a story.
Okay. So now we've got this question again from our man CB. He says, Dan Neal is one of the greatest offensive linemen in Texas football history. Is Kelvin Banks in that, you know, I guess he's saying, is Kelvin Banks the greatest offensive lineman in Texas history? Your thoughts, Dan?
I like this question, Chris, because it's not absolutely one of, but is he the best? And there's a fair argument for that. And I did not realize this. I should have known, but didn't. He's the only guy in Texas history who won the Outland and Lombardi. And it's really hard to win the Lombardi as an offensive lineman. The Outland Trophy is for offensive linemen, so that will always go to an offensive lineman, and that's a little bit easier to win as an offensive lineman because the Lombardi is linebackers, D linemen, O linemen. And so now you're competing against guys with numbers, sacks, and all that stuff, and that's why Sweat won it last year. All O-linemen don't win it as often unless they're really, really good, and that's Kelvin Banks is really, really good. The last guy I personally remember winning both of them was the guy that stole it from me, guys. Stole it from me, and that was a guy named Orlando Pace. And he was an okay offense. He was okay.
He was all right.
I mean, that's the company I see Kelvin Banks in. It's really hard to say he's the greatest ever because there's been so many great ones, and then you got to go way back into the day and all that stuff. But there's no question there's an argument that he's the greatest offensive lineman in the history of Texas football, and you could make that argument, yes.
Yo, Dan, I randomly, when I hear Orlando Pace, I always think about your combine story. Every time when I hear about Orlando Pace, I was like, Dan's combine story is absolutely gold with Orlando Pace, man.
Because y'all were waiting around for medicals.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll tell the story. You set it up, Zach. I got to tell it. So we're in Indy, and he's an Ohio State guy. And so he just drives into Indy. It's not a far drive from Columbus. And we're sitting there doing the medical, which is a miserable day. It's an all-day deal where you're going from one station to the next station, and you have this, big checklist of everything you have to have done. And I'm sitting there, and he gets in. He's in my little O-line group. They break you up in like little groups, and we have one scout for the Raiders that's running our group, kind of manages us. And there's like 10 of us in our group, and we're sitting there, and Orlando walks in. He's late, and he's just got his street clothes on. Sits down. He's like, "Hey, what are we doing?" We're like, "Hey, we're doing these medical stuff." Goes, "What is this?" And we show him the little piece of paper, and he looks at his, and he goes, "You mean I got to check all these boxes?" We're like, "Yeah, you got to go all those stations." And we're already like a quarter of the way through. So he's got to go back and do what he kind of looks at that thing. He drops on the table and goes, "Hell of this, man. I'm leaving." Gets back in his car, drives back to Columbus. There's a 5 minutes that I saw Orlando at the combine. And the next day, our guy, the Raider scout that's running our group steam's coming out of his ears. He's hot. He's like, "Man, I've never seen anyone do that. I can't believe he just left. You watch on draft day, it's going to hurt him." He dropped all the way to the first guy taken in the draft.
Oh man, that's so.
And
good.
that is why he's in Cantons, eh?
That's so classic.
Well, Dan, there's a lot of speculation about Cam Williams and should he enter the NFL draft after this season because of his measurables. Do you have thoughts on that?
I think he should come back. Yeah, he's talented, but he could use another year.
Yeah.
That's, I could expand on that, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's definitely something there. It's not there yet.
Yeah.
What is it? Like, what is he missing? Is it just the discipline? Because he leads the nation in penalties.
But there you go. There's one of them. You watch that Georgia game, and I know a lot of people were giving the O-line some heat, even Kelvin Banks, and I was a guy jump up and down going, "It ain't Kelvin, guys. That you can't hold on to the ball 3 seconds. He's blocking his guy." Then I would say afterwards, on the right side, there was some issues. They were giving up sacks. He does give up pressure. In my opinion, if you watch Kelvin Banks play, and I'm not comparing Cam to Kelvin. It's not fair to Cam, really. I'm just saying you watch the two of them play. If Kelvin gets beat, it's barely, it's not often. In fact, I can't remember the last time he did. And it's, a kind of fluke where he is, fighting his butt off, barely losing. It doesn't happen. Cam, I will see him get just beat clean. And you just can't do that if you want to be a premier tackle in the league. It will happen in the league, not in college.
Yeah. Yeah. This is this is like, Dan, because you won 2 Super Bowls, when you have a team that's got, some really special ingredients, you gotta capitalize, right? I mean,
yeah.
What are your thoughts on this Texas team and its ability to win it all?
You know what? They're good enough to win it all. I don't know if they do, because there's other teams that are good enough to win it all. They're still playing as well. I will say this, I'm not in the locker room. None of us are, but you're around them a little bit, which I've had the fortune to be around the team a little bit this year, different situations. And that is, these guys really like each other. They like playing for each other. They love Sark. There's not a lot of discord, discontent. You don't hear any mumblings coming out of the locker room. It's all kind of positive. Guys really having fun, enjoying themselves. And I kind of look at it like that's kind of a special team. And I actually would say the same thing for Arizona State. They kind of just caught lightning in a bottle, and they probably the same scenario where they're playing really well and they're really enjoying playing with each other, believe in their coach. And it's fun when you have it, and you'd like to see those teams go far. It's hard because there's a lot of teams out there and they're talented as well, but they have the intangibles, the culture, the character, those type of things to win it all. Now they just have to go execute on the field, and they've shown they can, but they also we know there's times when they've shown weaknesses in areas where and I don't say weaknesses. It's not necessarily a case where they can't run the ball. They can, just sometimes they don't, or they struggle at it. If they play the way they're capable of playing, and we've seen them play this year, I do think they can win the rest of them. But then the penalties, If someone stops the run, giving up pressures, make mistakes on defense, these type of things that we know can happen, that will cause them a game. It's just a matter of how clean they play the rest of the year.
Zay, you got one more?
Nah, Dan. Actually, what's your predictions for this Arizona State game? What's your score?
Well, I have to do a prediction for the Longhorn Network every week.
Oh, okay.
I hate doing prediction. No. I'll give it to you. No, I'll give it to you. I usually just kind of I've tried all kinds of things. In fact, my formula for a little bit was to take the over and under, and then decide what the defense was going to give up, and then subtract the 2 and give that to the offense, because I feel like the defense has never given up more 14, 17 points. That didn't work at all. So I have no idea, but I do think that we handle their offense. I think it's going to be 14, 17 points. I really do. And I think we do something on offense. I think we get over 30, 34, 17 would be probably my guess tomorrow.
All right. You and I are close.
Are we?
30.
Oh, shoot, now I got to go change it, Zay.
Yeah, now you got to change it. You got to change it. Kiss of death, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you're the best. Let's do this again very soon. Happy New Year, my man. Love the conversation.
As always, Happy New Year to you guys. And I tell you what, Chip, right now, we'll do it again next week when we play Oregon or Ohio State.
There we go.
All right.
Let's go.
All right, guys.
Appreciate you, Dan. Happy
Enjoy
New
the
Year.
game.
Hey, appreciate you, Dan.
Sure, guys. See
Happy
ya.
New Year. There he is. Dan Neal, All-American, 2-time Super Bowl winner, Texas Longhorns, blocked for Ricky Williams, blocked for Priest Holmes, blocked for Terrell Davis in his 2,000-yard rushing season. Oh, yeah, we should have asked him about Saquon. Damn.
Yeah, I should have asked him about the Broncos too. This day's flown by. I can't believe it's already 2:44.
I know. He said he's going to join us next week, so we'll ask him next week about those things. All right, before we get into the commentary, real quick, all of our great sponsors. passes.com/Texas One Fund. If you're a Longhorn fan, bookmark that page and go check out all the cool things that they have. Passes is a partner of Texas One Fund, which is the NIL collective for the Texas Longhorns. So, like, if you buy the wheeling and dealing package for all the podcasts from passes.com/Texas One Fund, $25 a month, you're getting all the cool behind the scenes interviews with 40 Texas student athletes for $25 a month. So you're helping Texas NIL, but you're also getting something in return. Quinn Ewers, Rory Harmon, Maddie Skinner, they're all selling gear on passes.com/Texas One Fund. And they have cool Q&As. They had a Q&A with running backs coach Tashard Choice that you can get in on. But I say bookmark the page so that you're constantly, like, it's something you should check every day to see what's going on there, because really cool opportunities. Passes.com/Texas One Fund. Cover 3, awesome spot to check out all the games, to check out tonight's game. I think my man Tiger Brown is hosting at Cover 3 Anderson. Go say hi to him. You got Penn State, Boise State. You got all the bowl games. You got basketball. But you're going to Cover 3 for the great food, for the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, which is so outstanding, and the Chop House burger, which Texas Monthly says is one of the best in the state, the Parmesan fries, the $7 social hour menu, the brunch on the weekends. Cover 3, my favorite spot. Great vibe, great food, great place to hang. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And hey, AV consultations, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, you know where to go. It's real simple. You go to AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Hey, and if you missed out on buying a gift for your favorite Longhorn in your family, or maybe for yourself, maybe you just want to treat yourself, the Longhorn Fan Box. You're getting signed memorabilia from some of your favorite UT student athletes. A Vince Young signed print. Go to longhornfanbox.com, but here they are to tell you about it.
I'm happy to announce that I'm partnering with you.
Partnering with you.
I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
With the Longhorn Fan Box, powered by Texas One.
For the first time ever, you can capture the magic of the season with the personalized box. With autographed prints, posters, training cards, and more from your favorite Texas athletes like me, Anthony Hill,
Madison Booker,
DeAndre Moore.
Delivered direct from my hands to your doorstep.
It's time to show the fans some love because we are united in this, and we can't do it without you, our most valuable fans.
Click the link below to get your box today, and a free gift valued at $99.
But don't wait, because there's only 1,500 boxes available for this season.
United,
we fans.
LonghornFanbox.com. That is every Longhorn fan should have a Longhorn Fan Box. LonghornFanbox.com. All right, and Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, great, the best seafood in Austin, from our man Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. Happy hour 3:30 to 6:30 every weekday, 3:30 to close on Mondays. But going for happy hour, you're getting $5 off the shareables menu, which has the mussels, the crab cake. The lovely Elle Bell and I went out for dinner last night. Went to a restaurant, they were out of mussels. Come on. They're not going to be out of mussels at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking because they are extremely proud of their mussels. But the crab cake, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the grilled oysters, that's all on the shareables menu. Get in there for happy hour. And don't forget about the raw oyster specials, the best selection of raw oysters in Austin, Texas. Treat yourself this new year. Come on, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. All right, Zay, I'm going to make this real short and sweet. The chip shot today. The only team that can beat Texas in this college football playoff is Texas. If Texas plays up to its abilities, I'm a little tired of using last year's Alabama game as the example. But if they can play like that, clean game, no penalties. By the way, it will be another Big Ten crew. Texas had a Big Ten crew for the Clemson game. They had only 2 penalties. Big Ten officials not known for obsessing about holding calls. They let them play. Texas will be wearing the icy whites as the 5 seed in this game against Arizona State. But Texas is the only team that can beat Texas in this college football playoff. So here's to continuing to elevate. I thought Texas did that against Clemson. I know people are like, what are you talking about? They gave up 336 yards passing. Cade Klubnik is the truth. We saw a little bit of Michael Penix action going on in that game last week. Penix had the game of his life against Texas in the college football playoff. And sometimes that happens. Cade Klubnik's talented enough to do it. Sam Levitt's pretty damn good, but I just don't think he can do it by himself. He doesn't have the receivers that Cade Klubnik and Michael Penix had in the postseason games against Texas. So Texas, just do what you do. Bring the heat. Get your 4-man pressure. Let that secondary feast like they do. And offensively, Quinn Ewers looks like he's, getting past the injuries. He looks comfortable. He knows what's on the line. All these guys, a lot of veteran talent, mature. They they do like each other and they understand the moment. So Texas, just stay out of your own way and you're going to be fine tomorrow.
All right.
Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Quick conspiracy theory right here, just because my head could go south real quick. Big Ten officials screw over Texas because they know Arizona State is the lesser opponent and they're going to have to play a Big Ten team in the Cotton Bowl. Little food for thought. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope they're good men, maybe women too. We don't know, but hopefully it's a good crew. So good, clean game, fair for everyone. All right, let's get to some of our sponsors before the right call. Shout out to McCall Custom Homes, Central Texas. If you're thinking about renovating your home, trust the experts. Don't trust those guys that get on YouTube and make videos when they're watching YouTube and stuff and then try to do the work. No, that's no good. Hit the guys that have been doing it for over 40 years at McCall Custom Homes, family owned and operated. It's all about quality. It's all about craftsmanship. And again, father and son team, combination of over 50 years. How can you beat that? They're going to turn your house into a home and make it truly special. Plus, they're Austin Knights, so you could definitely trust Austin Knights, the home of the University of Texas. So look, hit them up at McCall Custom Homes on Facebook, Instagram, search it. You want to call them at 512-633-9580. That's 512-633-9580. Or shoot my man Mike an email at mike@mccallcustomhomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home. Covert Beat Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and been doing it well. Go visit the guys now. 2025 might be that year to get a new car. Might be, because some of y'all need it, even though you think you don't. Like, don't waste your time trying to drive it to the ground and you're putting so much more money into the car, more than it's worth. That's no good. Hit up Covert Beat Cave. New pre-owned vehicle, doesn't matter. They have both. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac. Go to covertbcave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And if you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, trendy house plants, or a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, Leaf Landscape and Supply, those are your people. Hit them up. They will take care of you. If you're looking for any type of decoration at the crib, outside the crib, maybe at your workplace, maybe for a friend as a gift, Leaf Landscape Supply will hook you up. So go visit both of their locations, one up north off of Pond Springs in my hood, and one down south off Monterey Oaks and 290 in Brad Kellner's hood. Leaf Landscape Supply. They got everything you want. Check out their website, leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, please don't forget, when you're checking out, let them know you heard from Zay Collier and Texas Sports Unfiltered. You get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply. Check them out. All right, Chip. No SEC Unfiltered today, so we're going to be off a little bit after 3, so it's okay if we go through that. But let's make picks for the right call, because I got nothing today.
Okay.
Let's make our picks.
Okay.
I thought that'd be a good idea.
We got Penn State, Boise tonight. Penn State is favored by 12.
Got Boise State covering that. Come on,
Boise.
man. Yeah, I'm not winning, but I got them covering. I think it's going to be a closer game. Those guys fought Oregon hard. They got a lot of moxie. I like the underdog here and covering. Let's go Boise State there. How about you?
I like it. Ashton Genty is a dog.
Yeah.
They played Oregon tight earlier in the year. Oregon beat Penn State by a larger margin than they beat Boise. I'm going with Boise to cover the 12. Okay, Texas and Arizona State tomorrow, 12 noon. Texas favored by 12.5. Give me the Longhorns to cover.
Yeah, give me the Longhorns to cover also. I think the score is going to be Texas 31, Arizona State 16. So
31-16. I said 34-13. So we're
actually 17, not 16, 17.
31-17.
17. Take that.
Okay. 31-17. Okay. Ohio State and Oregon, 4:00 tomorrow. Ohio State favored by 2.5. What do you think?
I really think Ohio State being at the horseshoe, I think they really blindsided Tennessee, and obviously they were motivated after the loss against Michigan. I'm going to go with the Ducks, man. Quack, quack. I'm going to go with the Ducks here.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I want to say I hope they win. I think that's a better matchup for Texas. So if I'm a Texas fan, Texas goes on to beat Arizona State, I'd rather have Oregon than the Buckeyes. That's for damn sure. So I'm going to keep that vibe going. I'm going to go with the Ducks.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon is I think their defense can get pushed around, but Ohio State's offensive line is banged up. Seth McLaughlin, their center, is out.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Give me the Ducks plus 2.5.
Go.
And then Notre Dame and Georgia. 7:45. I was going to say 8 o'clock. Probably will be about 8 o'clock when it finally kicks off. Georgia is favored this is in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Georgia's favored by 1 over Notre Dame. Man, it's hard to go against the Georgia Bulldogs. So I'm going to go, although I just think Riley Leonard. This game to me is all about Riley Leonard. Screw it. I'm going with Notre Dame. I hate Notre Dame, but I'm going with them.
We can't have all the same picks, so I'm going to go with the Bulldogs. Kirby Smart talking that Gunner Stockton stuff. I'm going to believe Kirby with his crazy ass. I'm going to go with that.
Okay. All right. Well, those will be the picks, and we'll be back on Thursday. Zay will have the post game.
That's right. Me and WR post game show.
Yeah.
Lock in.
Y'all do a great job. Make sure you're locked in to Texas Sports Unfiltered for the post game, and
Bucky and BK pregame show tomorrow.
Bucky and BK with the pregame show. So everybody have a wonderful, safe, happy New Year, and make sure you're dialed in to Texas Sports Unfiltered. Thanks, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.